Hey everybody, how you doing this morning? All right, so for anybody who didn't get a chance to check out the pre-market info and the Reddit post, it looks like we gapped down in the aftermarket twice, but I think that was just if we go back here to the 5 minute chart, I think that was just a fill for this gap up. So I don't see that as being bad, and we're only down like less than 2% as of right now. If anything, that's like good. Yeah, that gap's been filled, and we can just continue upwards without any thoughts. As a matter of fact, I think almost all the relevant gaps on GME have been filled, except for like down in the $40 range, and those probably will never be filled. um, volumes at 21,000. Probably a little time before any pre-market volume kicks in. And then, let me think. Yeah, that's about it for now. So, how's everyone's morning going? Our Reddit post is up and running today. No issues. I guess it was like a Reddit-wide issue and not Super Stonk itself. So the auto mod was just deleting everything everywhere, and not just on our sub. Just did some testing on that 180 today. Yeah, so that's what I'm looking for. Uh, I'm looking for like a test of 180 here, and then ideally another test of that $200, because the only test we really got of it was in aftermarket, and I think we need one with like some like actual volume and liquidity behind it. And yeah, I'd like to see us test 200. If not, um, if we see uh, like an early morning kind of sell off, like we've seen previously, I would expect us to come down here to like the 162.50 here. Let me clear up all these indicators because I don't think we need them right now. Yeah, so 162.50. Put up mic. Is it hard to hear? Sorry. I've had constant issues with the audio. I try to drown out my background noise, and that just ends up drowning me out. Oh, you have a quiet laptop. I'm sorry. I'll do my best. I hope you can hear me now. Hello, Joppy. Does my title say 427? Whoops. This is what happens when you try to like operate on no sleep for days on end. Thank you for letting me know that. It's updated now. I think a good buy price is right now. Oof, I don't know. So if we get a dip, I mean, we could see it drop as low as 162. If we don't, I mean, we're probably just gonna walk back up to this 180 and hang out there. I think yesterday we saw a low of like what was it? 173.17. It was very brief, but um I mean, I think that we just sold 3.5 million shares at $157 average price. So I don't think we're going below that. So anywhere between there and where we're trading now, anything under like, $600 is a great deal on this stock. Guy with the cookies. So yeah, that's what I'm looking for today. We'll see. We'll see if we get volume, you know. That's really where we're at. Um Is there any other like news since we're in the pre-market? Nothing's really happening. So AMC came out and said they're not selling 500 million shares at market. They're going to only sell 50. I don't know how good a news that is, but AMC might run a little today, just like because people are going to be stoked that they're not doubling their float. But 50 million shares is still a chunk. And I don't know. I guess that's my thoughts on that. We'll see. I'm not really aware of AMC's like short interest or anything like that. Good morning, everybody. Welcome in here. I'll do a once over of like the pre-market stuff one more time before the opening bell. But I was just going over AMC real quick. They had kind of a big announcement. So actually that like I know everyone's gonna be like, AMC's a distraction, but like it affects us because like a lot of retail is invested in AMC, and like if AMC does run, that can mean like a really low volume day for GME. I think a lot of the short positions that are in one are also in the other as well. And so I think that kind of like that also affects how much GME moves in a day. I think some of the long positions that are in GME are long in AMC as well. And so like if AMC is having a big day, then like sometimes GME just kind of like has like a slow sideways day. But I've also noticed that if GME just rockets, then AMC also rockets. So we'll see which one gets the momentum this morning, right? Um, Anything else? Nothing really on that front. I mean, AMC's trading below VWAP, so we'll see. They dipped to 1093 and it's climbing back out. We're just trading on VWAP with GMC. The market's still super high. I think it hit an all-time high in the after hours the day before yesterday. But then it came down hard in the morning and just climbed back out. So it'll probably be retesting that like all-time high of like 418.25, which isn't like good or bad for us. But if the market comes down hard after a rejection at that all-time high, we could see a dip. So I always just like kind of pay attention to what the like overall like broader market's doing, because like that can be like a signal of like a good buy-in opportunity or something like that. Um, let's see. Runs that extra money used from GME shares. Yeah, I mean, hopefully, like, I mean, if people are making money over on AMC and they're done, like, or the AMC squeeze or whatever they're expecting happens, like, and they want to take some of that capital and bring it over to GME, that's never bad for us, right? Bad for the stock. Always wants more investors. Although I don't know how there's still shares for sale. Meme stocks getting lumped together. Yeah, I mean, that's just like there's probably like algorithms programmed to just track and like invest on meme stocks, like trade meme stocks. Is there a real purpose to the one-day MACD with GME? In my opinion, it doesn't feel like it's very applicable due to the lack of data, and the 4-hour is more realistic to use. I mean, the one day's fine. I don't see any problem with it. It's just like we can take a look at it. What is it? It's like it just reached its crossover point. So I mean, it has significance. First of all, like I told you yesterday, algorithms and high frequency traders also, they really like to trade some of these signals, and MACD is one of them. And so having like this can like support any upwards movement, right? And so like it doesn't necessarily signify that we're gonna rock it, but it is a good, it's like a bullish signal for an upwards breakout. It's one of the many that we have, but everything's kind of pointing up. It's all a fugazi. Yeah, I mean, I guess you could say that too. They're just I mean, they're all trailing signals, right? So they're based off previous data. They're not like, nothing predicts the future because the amount of money you'd make would just be insane. Did you get a chance to check out Home Heat? I did not. I fell asleep the second, like 10 minutes after the stream ended. And then I woke up at like 8 o'clock and ate some food and then tried to answer some questions on Reddit and set up the stream for today, and then I fell back asleep until this morning because I hadn't slept for more than like 2 hours a night in like 3 or 4 days. Well, Chris, I don't think your wife would be very happy about that, but we won't tell her, okay? And just like change my name and your phone number to something, obscure, like Luke's Heating and Air Conditioning or something. If they're still using it, then I'm more than happy. Yeah, I mean it's still like it's a bullish signal on all counts. So she doesn't know what Discord is. Are people in the Discord? I don't even think so. I think I'm still muted because I'm an idiot. There we go. Yeah. All right. So if anybody's interested, the Discord's live. Jeffrey can't seem. Glad you got some sleep. Yeah. I've been worrying about that. Like, I don't like to sleep, but I also don't like trading stocks when I'm not well rested. So it's my own struggle. And then VIX is at like all-time lows. Elon Musk said something about Dogecoin again, so that's running. And as everyone here knows, I own Dogecoin, but I'm not buying it. So I'm excited. I hope it is one day $1, and then I can have big money. I'm gonna buy a boat. If Dogecoin hits $1, I'm gonna buy like a small dinghy. I bought it long before I bought GME. So anybody who's like, oh, he's trying to distract us with crypto, no. So I don't know. I don't go into the VC often. I don't know what he means, Hetty. Maybe you're talking to someone else. Stop looking at AMC. I don't really have any information for Reddit yet. Let me see. I have some questions over here. Oh. Don't have to do it for long. Do you expect another day of sideways trading? Possibly. I mean, we're always just going to be sideways unless either there's a catalyst or a big buy-in, which is also just another catalyst. Yeah, we need catalysts if we want to like kind of take off. For anybody new, if you like what we're doing here, or you want to see more of it, you can like and subscribe. Anybody that wants to support the channel, there's a Ko-Fi link down below, and you can donate there. It just goes to paying for like data software right now. I don't really know what to do with the money besides that, but I guess it helps the fact that I'm not day trading currently in order to do this. Put 16 euro into Doge today. Nice, Elon. Thank you for your tweets. They make me money. Usually. Not always. Actually, almost always. Even your bad tweets, because I just put puts on Tesla and make, $5,000. I mean, everyone wants to be idealistic, right? Like, that's every shareholder's MO. It's like, I own the best stock, and all your other stocks are shitty because mine's the best. And like, so that's That's what's up, Secure? Welcome back. Teddy, it's good to see you again. Jason and Kirsten. It's good to have all you guys back in here for yet another day of hopefully not sideways chop. Um but we'll see. See what happens. Jimmy going up super high the last week of every month looks really similar to Bitcoin's chart. Well, there's a lot of rebalancing that goes on at the end of months, like during the end of month period, especially like end of quarter reporting. You can see like a lot of action, usually like right around like that triple witching, um, or quadruple witching. Um, but yeah, nothing crazy. Volume's still just crap right now, but we got 14 minutes to the bell. And I need to. So if you guys see me checking Las Vegas Sands, it's because I bought a really shitty call option on it, and I want it to go up because I'm mad. It was only $18, but and now it's 9, and it's infuriating me. Morning, Garrett. Yeah. Also, like if you guys have questions, feel free to ask. You can ask in chat or on Ko-fi or wherever. I'll get to them as fast as I can. I'm waiting for my IRA account to transfer to my Fidelity so I can buy a big chunk of shares. Cool. Ugh, I don't like that. A lot of volume on this, but it seems to be not in the direction we want. They'll probably try to, maybe they might try to push down before opening bell to try to get us trading lower, and they can build up that resistance at like 175 again. If you guys remember from like a couple days ago, like there was like this one day we kind of chopped sideways, and we just could not get above 175, similar to yesterday at 180. But anytime they can get us into like a lower channel, that's going to be the goal. It's all just patience at this point. Big red or big green on opening candle. I don't know. What are we, like, making bets? Can someone set up a bet for that, like somewhere? We can gamble against each other. I'm interested. I'm gonna say big green, but that's because I'm such a positive person. 78.6 or higher. It would have ended the daily MACD in the green. Yeah, it would have, and that would have been cool. But it's fine, right? One more day before the crossovers, more potential energy. It's physics. You can look it up. If margin call happens, will we hear about it after or during? Oh, after. Yeah, that's like, I think that's privileged information, right? Because that's between a lender and a borrower. Like, that's not like public information until like some journalist is like, ah, look what happened here. And then, yeah, it is. That'd be like your mortgage company being like, hey, this guy owes us 15 extra dollars in fees for 3 years and he's never paid us. That's not a personal story. That's just, I just made that up on the spot. Um, just got to dab, play COD, and wait it out. Yeah, I mean, we're playing the patience game. It can be long and boring, but it's our fight to lose, right? Like it's up to us if we We have like all the eggs in our basket, so come on, Doge. Move. Move so I can sell you. No. AMC still low. What's AMC's pre-market volume? Just curious. See how much. My chart is different. Oh, there it is. 76,000. 762,000 rather. That's interesting, I suppose. There we go. Jamie was off kilter. That's why the volume wasn't in the right place. So trading at 173. I think was that the end of that gap fill? Where did that start at? 169. So to truly fill the gap, we need to dip to 169. I don't know if that'll happen, but am I from the Bay? No. I know where that is, but I'm not from there. All this MACD hype over it, crossing on the 1-day scale. Do you think this is significant and indicates a potential upwards breakout this week? So yeah, we kind of covered that already, but I'll tell you about it one more time. It's not bad news. I mean, I don't know if it's the most hype thing ever, but it's good news. Our best buddy Jerome Powell speaks today. Oh, fantastic. So the market's going to dip real hard. I should buy puts. I might buy some puts on the SPY. Every time that guy opens his mouth, the market tanks for like 15 minutes until he's done saying nothing really bad, and then it picks up again. So yeah, it could be a red day market wide, just because I wish that guy would just keep his mouth shut. I feel like get their proxy materials yet. I have Fidelity, and I have not, as far as I know. And yeah, I own my shares. It's not on a margin account; it's on a cash account. Dude, I'm working Mr. Updates. I think they have until after market today. Like Fidelity has till 5 p.m. today to provide them in the timeline they stated. It wasn't like this morning, right? Because usually that kind of stuff comes after market hours. Yeah, no problem, Ryan. Just proxy tab on Fidelity, and I don't see an update yet. Yeah, it could just be after hours. Don't worry about it. But I will say this. I haven't said it to you guys yet, I don't think. As an owner of a business, you should feel that it is your responsibility to vote. I vote more for businesses than I do politically. So because that like directly affects your money. I mean, politically does too, but like you're going to get screwed either way. But yeah, I mean, you are an owner of GameStop, and as an owner of a business, you should partake in the affairs of that business. It is a duty. It's a fiduciary duty. Aw, that's sad. I'm sorry, Elon. Just like go back to your house in California and then vote. Pickle for president. That'd be cool. Um, oh, so I used to work in the marijuana industry, like cannabis, and we worked with cookies. They were like one of our clients. We were I worked in distribution, and we were like their sole distributor. So yeah, I know they're super popular. Instagram fame. I've met Burner. He's like an okay guy. Well, it almost depends on your broker. So yeah, we're drifting pretty steadily downward. So we might just like touch that gap fill at 169. Market makers like to see gaps filled, so and the market just likes it. Stocks like to come in and backtrack and fill those gaps. I'm gonna update Reddit real quick. I'll get right back to you guys. Let's Reddit updated. Right. What volume interval should we use during the squeeze? 1, 3, 5. So there's a question from Reddit. I guess I can pop it out. Oh no, that was a bad idea. Yes, what volume interval to use during the squeeze? 1, 3, or 5 minute? 1, and if you can, uh, although I think this might be riskier for people who don't know what they're doing, you can also watch the 1 tick, which is every tick. So every buy and every sell. You can actually, there's a time frame for that, and I might be using that during the squeeze. But I'll also be using the 1 minute. So 2 minutes to market open. Multiple brokers use the same proxy service, so sometimes you all vote at the same time. Yeah. Yeah, it just depends on who your broker is. Let me just make sure everything's up and running for opening bell. Looking good. Right. Any questions on Ko-Fi? Nope. And all right. It's like we're ready to go. All right. I have shares in a principal account. So will not receive voting material. Yeah, so I think you have a little bit of time to receive your voting material. I wouldn't be like freaking out just yet. I'll try to stop that light from obscuring the side of my face. I know everyone's going crazy for the voting materials right now, but it's okay. Calm down. Um, Yeah, you can call and get your control numbers. Good morning, digital good time. Nice to have you in here. All right. Ding ding. We're doing it. There we go. See, we're touching that 170.64. So it wants to fill that gap. Let's see if that drops a little. 169, I think. Good morning, future billionaires. Damn straight. Yeah, I would give it to the end of the week. Brokerages are notoriously slow on stuff like this. You care, your current level of frustration and care is far higher than theirs. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so we have some buy pressure, we have some volume. First candle was 169,000. Not huge, but not the worst. We'll see. So AMC's dipping, kind of following a similar trend. I just want to see how much interest is in AMC this morning because I have a feeling it might run, and if it does, that could mean like a slow day for GameStop. All right, 170.10. So yeah, I think we're just filling that gap. Hello everybody who's just coming in. Feel free to drop a like or subscribe. You can support the channel on Ko-Fi down below, or ask questions also. That way it guarantees that I see them. I'm gonna call it PFV. It's pay for visibility. Yep, so 169.11 is that low. So the gap is filled. Good morning from Georgia. Hey, Voight. 250,000 shares available to borrow as well. About half. Yeah, I mean, they might have used them. Let's see. 69, 90, 50. So 280,000 looks like shares traded here on these first three candles. And change, I'm not Rain Man. Yeah, so AMC's picking up. I expect AMC will run. I'm glad I bought those calls yesterday. Hopefully I can just sell them before their board decides to sell those 50 million shares on the open market. So we're actually sitting right above VWAP and moving up. I'm going to update Reddit on the opening. Show them a little bit of this gap fill. One second, and I'll be right back with you guys. I feel like one day I'm going to be able to update Reddit and continue talking to everybody, and then everybody doesn't even know what I'm doing. I'll just be updating Reddit in the background. Volume is 400,000, 400K. All right. So anybody who doesn't know, I have like a text feed that I run through the day so that like people who can't tune into the stream or listen can kind of just refresh their phones and follow along. We running? We're looking good. Look at these nice long thick candles. Daily MACD in the green. Is it? Shouldn't be. Should be green after 180. I mean, sure. That's because we're just like in the green for the day, right? But I don't think it's crossed over. Oh, it did. It crossed over yesterday. God, I wish I could zoom in more. But yeah, it looks like it crossed over yesterday. Really gaining on really low volume. Yeah, it doesn't take a lot to move this stock upwards, you know? And also, like, we have resistances we need to test. We don't have time to mess around down here at like 173. This is a bullshit price. I think AMC is a distraction from the real money, where the real money will be made. Yeah, so they're not going to let people vote on the 50 million shares. They're going to release the 50 million shares. It's just a question of when. That's for AMC, not GME. I don't want anybody to panic. Yeah, so they just don't like. I mean, based on what they did in January, I'd imagine that they release the 50 million shares at the peak of whatever they think is great price movement. It's a company very invested in staying in business, right? Because they need money. They're broke. Box office sales are not what they were last year. I think like the whole meme stock movement kind of bailed AMC out. So they're hanging on by tender hooks, if you will. Explain why trading views always shows a completely different kind of volume. Example first, everybody just updates their data differently. Don't read too much into it. It all, like at the end of the day, it all balances out. Everyone would be on the same page by then. Thick, yeah. They were thick candles, and now they're gone. But we're still above view up. I think we'll bounce. It looks like buy pressure is like fine. So I'm not worried, you know. We might not. We might get like that early morning like 950 sell off and bring us down below VWAP. In which case we could go below 169. We could go, I mean, potentially, like if the volume's low enough and they have like enough short positions to like throw against us, then like we could see like that 162 to like 175 channel again. I'd be impressed if that happened. That would be a hell of a downward push. You can see all the MACD crossed over spam on Superstock. I did. It's like, it's cool. I'm glad it crossed over. Woo. That's it. AMC need money. Luckily, GME's got like $1 billion cash on hand right now because they haven't. I don't think they've paid that debt off yet. But even after they pay off the debt, they're going to be, you know, upwards of $800 million, which I'm assuming they're going to invest in their transformation and hiring, you know, new talent for executive positions. What's up, Pietro? Woo! Nanya Biz, good to see you back. It's going up now. Are you responsible? Did you buy like 20,000 shares? It's not going up now. Crap. You lied to me. Side trading also today. Yeah, possibly. Anytime we have no volume, we're just gonna move sideways. Any price predictions for today? I'd like to see us hit 180 and go back to testing that resistance. I have to zoom out a bit for you to see it, but up here where we were yesterday, that kind of like into power hour resistance line we were chopping on, That's where I want to be testing again. We had a gap to fill, and it's filled. So I would expect us to trade up there. That's where I want to be. And the bear position would like us to be trading down at 162.50. So we'll see who wins that battle today. Hey, dude. Yeah, we do love sideways trading. You know why? Because it gives us time to talk about, life and love, art, long walks on the beach. Let's see if I have any. Okay, AMC spiked a bit. It's going to come back down. GME just kind of drifting. What's the SPY doing? SPY's trading below VWAP, but it's breaking out right now. That could be good. Not a lot of volume on these. So we'll see. It looks like we're turning around. This doesn't look like it's going to continue too much. Maybe a new intraday low. It's almost 950. Everyone loves that 950 dip on GME. I'm starting to think people want it to happen. All right. Yep. So we're pushing down a bit on. Still not much volume. 40, 20, 30, 20. I mean, I guess decent volume. Buying a share at 169.69, keeping it forever. That is the way. RSI is quite low. Yeah, we're definitely like oversold right now on the 1 minute. If I bring it up, yeah. We're oversold, and that should turn around. I just don't want to bounce around below VWAP. I mean, like, as long as we're above VWAP, I feel like we have breakout potential. But below VWAP, it's a little bit harder. Oh, you know what I think? I think they use... I think... So I think this is what happens every morning. Now, this is theory, but it lines up with, like, the data I see. And I think what happens is they borrow as many shares as they can from whatever lender is still lending them, right? And then I think on opening bell, they use as many of those shares as possible to drive the price down, right? To get the excitement down for the day. And then I think they buy them back in the afternoon after the price has sunk a little. So they make a tiny bit of money shorting, right? And then they buy them back and they're ready for the next day. And it's just like kind of a thing that GameStop's going to have to break through with a catalyst, because they're going to keep doing it probably every day. And, it kills morale, which is like a lot of the point of it. But, and it kills morale in the market because, like, people start to see it turn green on opening, right? And everyone gets all excited. And they need to stop people from getting too excited and FOMOing in, because, like, if there's like a lot of FOMO on GameStop, it's gonna run hard, like upwards. It's just gonna, like, it has no problem breaking through any sell walls they're able to still put into place at that point. So it's very beneficial for them to bring the stock down in the morning like this. Hey, please ban this spammer. Sure. I don't know why you're typing these things, buddy, but you're gone. Do I just remove them? I'll time him out. Let's see how that works. And then if he continues it, I will hide him. I guess I hide him from chat. Is that how you ban people? Oh, no, God, he's back. There. Just use the vending machine at work. Spit out an extra racy pack. Nice. Good morning, Pickle. Dude, how are you watching a stream at work? Is chicken this morning today too? Is it? No. It is not, Daniel. Some stocks are down, but the market's doing fantastic. It's like getting ready to test an all-time high. Do you need some mods? Maybe. I don't know. How many people are actually watching this right now? I don't really pay attention. 213. I might soon. Yeah. I will consider you, Garrett, based on your behavior moving forward. I'm One of my friends is a streamer. He got like super screwed over by one of his mods. Like they banned like his whole chat. So he's constantly warning me to like. I'm just like I'll make everybody a mod, and then no one can be banned. But he didn't like that idea. So potential catalyst, CEO announcement, dividend. What else? Yeah, CEO announcement. A dividend would be a good catalyst. Crypto dividend would be an even better catalyst, but I think that's unlikely. Just anybody buying a lot of the stock is good for us. Sorry, I'm still looking at the SPY. We're kind of turning around. I think if we turn around here, we're good to test VWAP again. If we don't, and we break down below this 168, I expect like a dip. Let me just update Reddit with that. All right, just updating Reddit real quick. Back to this. Yeah, so I think we can turn around. It's looking like that's what's gonna happen. I work in IT, which means I don't work. I hear that. Everybody here's in tech. Everyone here's in tech at work and watching live streamers. Maybe I got the wrong degree. I had to wait all week for funds to clear. Usually brokerages will give you like X amount of buying power based on like your deposit. Yeah, I mean, that's what always happens to everyone, right? Like you're waiting on money to come in so you can buy more, and then like the stock goes up right when you want to buy it. Don't like stocks always go up after you sell them too. Trade schools. We just overdraft to pay. It's called bank margin. Yeah, it's only like $35, right? If you do it all in one transaction. Nice. Yeah, the bond market's not looking super hot right now, but that might be like setting up for a squeeze too, from some of the things I've been reading. Another 100,000 calls expiring this Friday. I know we have, I haven't looked at the options market today, but for calls, we have like all of our open interest for the most part is at like the $200 call. I have one of those also that I bought on here just for fun. I have like longer calls on another account, but I bought one on here because Ivy was low and it was looking spicy, and now I'm down on it. So maybe I should have sold it earlier and just bought more stock. Yeah, so we're getting that nice turnaround. This is another Doji star though, so like we could break down from this. It's not looking like strong, right? So like I don't think we're gonna test, but I'll wait for the next candle to see. Um, we could potentially. Dogecoin hedging me. Yeah, me too, man. I've got like all $50 of Dogecoin that I bought in 2018 or whatever. I'm just riding it. It's Elon Musk talks about it, it goes up. It's just like Tesla. They should just rename it to Tesla coin. I should probably check puts too. I'm pretty sure that like they just want us below 200, like the bear side. But yeah, like there's like a high amount of puts at 150, and then these are just hedges. So when they're this far out of the money, like these are just people hedging their positions, right? So like say you have 100 shares of GME at a cost average of like 160, right? And this is just like a small example you can extrapolate. But like say like right here, like your cost average is 130 on your 100 shares of GME, and like so you'd buy like puts to like protect your primary investment. So you buy like a put, like monthly puts, and then if you're smart, you'd roll them before the theta eats them up, and you just keep rolling that put. But in the money puts, I'm not seeing a lot of action. So there's not a like bear side's kind of weak this week. Like I guess they'd want to see us below like 160, 150. But it looks like for puts, we're like they're hurting. They're hurting pretty bad. Um, Doge gonna go up when Elon hosts SNL. I thought that I feel like the sentiment is they're trying to not allow him to host. What's up, Germany? QLN. It's good to see you back. It seems to go from 200% to rug pull real quick. Altcoins are risky as it can be. Yeah, yeah. Altcoins are risky. I mean, Bitcoin's risky. Like Bitcoin dropped like $10,000 in like the last week, and I mean, I don't know if Bitcoin would be considered an altcoin, but I think Ethereum's like probably one of the most stable. But even it, I think even it got set back a bit this week. Nothing to see there. Max Payne 160. Yeah, okay, so it was about right. I mean, for the put side, so Max Payne is like bad for both, right? Like Max Payne is the point at which calls and puts are mostly out of the money. But right now we're like we're above like Max Payne for the put side. Like its put side is really hurting. Call side's doing a little better, but not much. BNB gonna finish the year at 1K, near 1K in my opinion, 700 to 1K range. BTC is risky to swing long term. Yeah, I think F has like the best development and stuff right now from what I've looked into. But I'm not super invested in Bitcoin. Or like crypto. I could be. I've traded it. We've moved too far into edgelord investing. Jimmy, Rockets, Ape. Thank you, Nenya Biz. We're on track, man. We're just like Jimmy's trading sideways. But I barely know anything about Friedman's podcast. Selling covered calls at max pain plus one strike has been awesome this past month. I actually have a cover call on GME and it's dated. I think it's still like 4 weeks to expiry, and I'm not super happy about it because I'd rather have those shares in my pocket. But I got a huge premium on it because I sold it in the run up. What is this volume for ants? Yes, it is. Little tic tac candles. Oh yeah, anybody who's new in here, if you can and you're enjoying what you're seeing, drop a like. If you don't, just go watch something else. You know, don't hang out here if you don't like what you're watching. If you want to see more, subscribe. And if you want to donate and help support the channel and a fellow ape, there's a Ko-Fi link below. I will spend the money on chicken tenders, GameStop, and financial data, which is expensive as hell. Binance coin is the wave. Okay. We're getting too far out on crypto here. What's Binance coin? I don't care. Is it a coin for the site Binance? I hate that site. They can't even transfer my money into my bank account properly. They have so many issues. What are you thinking this baby dip is going to? What do we hit? We hit our intraday low is 167. I mean, we're not looking like super weak. We're just not looking strong either. There's no volume and we're chopping. So I'd have to see like some actual dip momentum to be like, oh, we're dropping down to like 162. But that is our next resistance. So if you're looking for like a fire sale, like we could potentially go down to 162, but I'd like to see us up. We are below VWAP. Can I donate in Doge? No thanks. I have enough. What are you thinking this baby? Yeah, so just yeah, anybody who's asking. Temporary bear pennant. I wouldn't call it like a bear pennant. I mean, I guess if you want to draw it, but it's really short. Like you want to do one of these. I mean, technically this is a like a downward descending, like this is a descending wedge, right? And so like this would break up. Like a bull, like a bull flag or a bear flag is like you have like two. I mean, you can draw it here, but I don't think that's what this is, just based on like this price movement. But like if this were to go here, and then that would be like a bull flag or bear flag. Sorry. I guess it could be a bull pennant. But I don't think it really fits a technical descriptor. It's chop. That's why they call it chop, because it's like a choppy ocean, right? Like you can't see a lot of price action in it. Jimmy, 1 million volume. Finally, 30 minutes in. I mean, 1 million volume 30 minutes in is better than our entire week last week. Like we were hitting 1 million volume at like 1 p.m. So I'm okay with this. This is better than before. Brokers opening up voting will influence the prices. I don't know. I mean, maybe if they have to call back shares so people can vote. Your thoughts on the MACD post? I went over this earlier. MACD crossover is good. That's a good thing for us. It's not Yeah, TTM squeeze is definitely giving out the signal. I don't even need to look at it to know. Like, we've just had like so many consolidation days that like TTM squeeze is obviously like what 5 or 6 dots in at this point. Down from yesterday by a lot though. Looks like we'll consolidate and break up. Yeah, probably. With volume. If we get no volume, like we're just gonna do this all day. Do you think GME were realizing shares into the market last week, keeping the price down? Possibly. I feel like that helped keep the price down. Maybe. And it's off. I don't know what's off. What's off, Cool Daddy? The signal from TTM squeeze. AMC not looking great. I'm gonna lose my money on these stupid calls. Doge dipping, SPY, new all-time high. That's probably gonna retest that or fall hard. September options gone for GME. Thoughts? What? I don't know. Maybe there was no interest on the chain, so they just like closed the like open orders and moved them to a different date. Did they open a new date? Like, did they move it to like November or something? That happens. Like, market makers can like, if there's no interest, they'll like close dates off if there's like no one's buying the options. Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't look out that far. My leaps are for August or July. Sorry, 7, not 8. 7/16. Just broke under 168. Okay, but is there going to be volume? Like, are we just going to go to like 166? It's not like, I mean, I'm not going to say this is looking like strong for an upside because it's not, but it's not looking very strong for a downside either. I'm going to update Reddit. I mean, if it continues to dip, yeah, we can hit that 162 that we were talking about. GTM screws went green again. Okay, September options gone for GME thoughts. I think we already did that. Yeah, it's definitely gonna go right. So basically, ATP always just shows gross volume. Velocity of volume? Yes, RSI. RSI is an indicator of um, the amount of volume and the direction it's pushing in. And you can, if you look at most people's RSIs, you'll probably see the 14. I use the 14 and the 6. 6 is just like a little faster, but they are both lines are used independently of each other for different things. You're taking all the MACD posts. So Zachary, we went over this. MACD crossing over is a good thing. If you go back to like earlier in the stream, I go a little more in depth into it, but like, yeah, it's bullish. It's not like the end of the world. I mean, we still have to have volume for that crossover to matter, because it could just like cross over again, right? The opposite direction. Just trying to read the questions more clearly. When are you going to answer them? Am I not reading the questions clearly enough for you, Hubbard's Handmade? I'm sorry. I will try to enunciate better. I mean, Garrett, their RSI and stochastic RSI are not all that different from each other. It doesn't matter which one you use. I think there's like 30 indicators that on WeBull alone that I never use, and some trading software has way more. Yeah, it's really a preference thing, I think. Is this where we ask questions? You can if you want. If you want to ask questions on Discord, you can. I may not get to them right away for the people asking, but I will get to them. I'm so confused. Is this like a Warden copy? Sure. I mean, we're doing similar stuff. I don't have all the same opinions as him. I'm just taking some questions from Reddit real quick. Okay. Nothing too interesting over there. Very positive. I like the positivity. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you. We're together soon. Thank you, Sugaban. There can be only none Debbie. What? Oh, okay, you're talking to someone else. Sorry. I just tuned in. Did I miss any action? Absolutely not. I mean, you missed me saying things, which is sad, but as far as the stock, no. Yeah, anybody in here new, if you want to like or subscribe, that's a nice thing to do. So is supporting the channel down below on Ko-Fi. If you want to use the same trading software as me, this is WeBull. There's a sign up link down below that gives me and you both free stuff. You're welcome, Guru. Too much C-Lab 2021. I've never seen that show. Yeah, we're just bouncing around with no volume. It's nothing crazy's happening. And I can say this much for sure. Nothing crazy will happen unless we get above VWAP today. WeBull is just Chinese Robinhood. Yeah, I mean, I hold my majority stake in GME and better brokerages, but I think WeBull, like, for day trading with no fees or like beginners, their paper trading, both of those are pretty good. I mean, I don't like their desktop software, but their web app's fine. Their phone app's great. It's like probably the best phone app. I like it better than Robinhood even. Some people have a hard time also getting like, don't forget, some people have a hard time getting level 3 options permissions on bigger brokerages like Fidelity and stuff. They require a much larger deposit, whereas like Webull and Robinhood, like as bad as either one is, they don't, like, it's much easier to get like buy call and buy put options and like being able to do like multi legs and things like that. So there is an advantage for some people to using them. Thinkorswim. I've never used it. I hate TD Ameritrade for a completely separate reason that has nothing to do with their brokerage. But I won't use their brokerage because of that. I hold grudges for a long time. What support resistance are we looking for? So our current resistance is going to be like upwards is going to be 170, 175, downwards 160, 250. Have you set a sell limit? And what's your exit strategy for GME? Um, I mean, I don't have a sell limit. I have no idea what the price is going to go to. I expect to. I would say that my exit strategy is very similar to Warden's. It's a tricky thing to talk about as like a streamer or somebody producing any kind of content for this because you can get into like some very sketchy areas as far as giving financial advice. What I will say is that yeah, Warden's strategy is very good. I like his wait for the peak. Um, I may try. I mean, I'm definitely exiting my position over multiple trades. I wouldn't be exiting all at once at any point. So I'd be exiting like 10% and then waiting, and then maybe 10% more and then waiting because I intend to see like what it's going to do after that point. But I don't have a price target. I don't think you can have a price target in a short squeeze because you just never know how high it could go. Um, only like volume can really tell you. Volume can kind of tell you how high it'll go because when the volume starts to die down, like that upward momentum will start to die down. But over a longer period of time, not like one candlestick's worth of volume, because like the volume could dip off for a few minutes and then pick back up again, right? But you like if you see a steady decline in volume over a significant period of time, then that would be an indicator. Cover 2 times the principal with one share and then let it ride. Yeah, that's it. That's I mean, everybody's gonna have their own exit strategy when push comes to shove. Um, it's your exit. Start planning it now. You know, make sure you have a solid. I would say this advice I can definitely give. Make sure you have a solid plan in place. Make sure you know what you're doing and stick to that plan no matter what. I'm gonna bag hold this to my grave. Yeah, so I have some shares that I'm not selling either, just because I want to see what happens. It's 1,000, which is ape rocket. We mess everything up. See if there's any questions on Ko-Fi. Reddit. Is the Mac Daddy still suggesting we jump? I guess. She's in the office. It's all good. All right. So, nothing too interesting. I say we, ironically, not as an organized thing. Yeah, it's the royal we. For anybody questioning that, I think you like read Chess Queen. Did like wrote a piece about that. It's okay to describe the community as a we, but we are not engaged in any type of market manipulation. We're just a community centered around an idea. Each individual is a shareholder of their own accord. That'd be funny. I just want DFE to play DFE in the movie about DFE. I think he's got the chops. I don't need someone else playing him. He has to choose somebody that like people love as much as himself, right? So it has to be like Keanu Reeves or like somebody else who's nice to like puppies. Crab dance in the 165, 170, John. Yeah, it's looking that way for right now. That'd be funny. Yeah, Keith Gill for DFE in the DFE movie about DFE. But I wanted to go back, like a full biography. I don't want it just to be about GME. I want the drama, I don't just want all upside. I want the upside to build throughout the film. So that way I feel fulfilled at the end of it. Paul Giamatti would be amazing as Kramer, but in my experience, when they use Kramer in movies, they just use Kramer, right? Yeah, Keanu for DFE is back if DFE feels that legally he can't represent himself in the movie. Opening night should be in Bulgaria, or like the midnight release should only be aired in Bulgaria for free to all the poor boys there. Documentary series instead, at least 10 1-hour episodes. I want both. I want the full drama experience. And like whoever directed The Notebook should come in and do it. Or wait, who was the director for The Big Short? He could do it. What about Keanu Reeves for Vlad? No, that won't work. You need someone that everyone hates. Like, who's that guy who's like way into, like, too into playing the Joker? I haven't seen any of his films, but he looks irritating. No, not Mickey Rourke. Mickey Rourke's amazing, even though he's like kind of off the deep end. Um, yeah, Jared Leto. That guy. That guy needs to play Vlad Tenev. And I want him to get fully into character. Like, I want him to go live in Bulgaria for an entire childhood and then stay there forever so I don't have to see him act again. Correlates. So I've noticed it's sorry, DA, I'm trying to read your question now. So I've noticed it's a reliable correlation between volume and upwards trends with GME. Is this common across other stocks? With GME, it's almost guaranteed volume equals bullish. Yeah, so no. Volume in other stocks can go both ways. Volume in GME generally goes up. And that's because short side is presumably over leveraged. And so buy side, like volume benefits buy side. Because buying is more valuable than shorting on GME at this point. John Malkovich as Ken Griffin. Mm, I could love it. I don't know. I'd have to see like the audition. Maybe like by then I'll be big enough that they'll be like, "Hey, can you come in here and watch these auditions with us?" And then I can help. That guy did a good job in Blade Runner 2049. Who? I bought some chimney. That might be your catalyst. They take 30 seconds after that to reach Mars. Jared Leto is the one who gets his face broken in Fight Club. That's awesome. I hope it actually happened. Job of the Hutt animatron, much better than Kenny G. Chris Walken is every Reddit mod. That's great. I want Jack Black to be all the Reddit mods. Like, you know, in Tropic Thunder, where he has that movie like Farts or whatever, but he's just all the Reddit mods in different costumes. That'd be amazing. Yeah, actually, no. You know what? I don't care if Kevin Spacey is a creep. I want him to play Kenny G because that way everyone hates him, right? Kevin Spacey's such a good actor. I wish he could just like act and not be a weirdo. But I guess you can't have both with that guy. Ryan Gosling, DFE. Ew. I'll pass. I will pass on Ryan Gosling. Hate Casey Affleck. Okay, he can be Gabe Plotkin. Yeah, that sounds fine. Any of the Afflecks can be Gabe. I mean, everyone knows that Christopher Walken was party to a murder, and they've known it forever. That's like not new news. Who's going to play Godpill? Who's the who's like the most awful person that you can think of? Macaulay Culkin, but we have to get him back on drugs. Cuba Gooding Jr. as Representative Maxine Waters. Yes, please. I mean, it's not like did he write American Beauty? I don't think so. He was just in it, so it wouldn't have like signaled anybody. Who's gonna play Adobit? I don't know. Carrot Top, James Franco, Harvey Weinstein as Godpill. Sure, yeah. Get Harvey Weinstein out of jail and have him play Godpill. Is Godpill really a part of all this? I don't think so. Did that guy lose all his money yet? Is he just like preaching sermons now to his audience? Does anybody know what's going on over there? I'm curious, but I also am not. So Shane, my Reddit predictions panned out on Monday. I'm still bullish. I haven't seen anything that changes my mind. I mean, we're still like if we go back here to the 4-hour chart, we're still up out of that where that breakout point was. We're still upwards of that, right? And so like if you look at like anytime you're in doubt, zoom out, right? Because like if you look, we're just like kind of consolidating. We haven't dipped back below our breakout, you know? So we're still in a good place. I'm still as bullish as I was last Friday when I wrote that. Christina Applegate for Sue Trimbath. Whatever happened to her? So we're gonna have a Damon and an Affleck in the same movie. Is Kevin what's his face gonna direct it? He is suing Trade Trades. He's suing Trade. Whatever. I don't care what he does. I'm glad he lost all his money. Idiot. He's like he's like one of the reasons I started doing this. Just so you guys know. So if you can thank Godpill for one thing, It's me being here because I saw the horseshit that he was spreading around the internet, and I was like, someone needs to step in here and tell the truth. All he does is read the Bible to 13 people. Yeah, typical. Kieran Culkin is Ryan Cohen. You're gonna get the whole Culkin family on this movie. This movie is like the cast is out of control. We're gonna have to fund it ourselves after the MOAS. Okay, so one of the other things that I hate that I'll share with you guys is the Red Hot Chili Peppers. I have met Anthony Kiedis in real life, and I can't stand him. And also, I can't stand the Red Hot Chili Peppers because I've heard them so much. I used to like them as a child, and then like over time, it's become more and more agonizing to listen to them. Someone lost 800K because of Godpill? That's hysterical. Godpill is an insane stock streamer that was like friends with Warden. It's just bullshit drama. He's nobody. That's who he is. He's nobody and no one cares about him. GP put up a bit of him boxing to prove he could fight. This is an Oscar-worthy cast. Dude, this is gonna just sweep the awards shows. Oscars, Golden Globes, everything. He didn't hurt my feelings. He just is nuts. He's like a crazy zealot. And honestly, like, their music's just all the same. It all just sounds the same. Like, pick a Chili Peppers song, it'll sound like any other Chili Peppers song. I love Flea is amazingly talented. He is definitely one of the best bass players in existence. But that's it. That's where the talent pool for that band dries up. Narration. Yeah, Morgan Freeman's definitely narrating it. And maybe like Liam Neeson also. Maybe we could have them both narrate like opposite sides of the story. Well, I mean, I guess if she can write off her losses, so that's good for her. 100% all of a sudden. Best part is every works. The drama, comedy, horror. Yeah, that's funny. Oh yeah, Robert Pattinson for Vlad could be good. I don't like him. I'm not even on the 1 minute chart. So technically, here's your technical analysis. This is a double bottom, and we should build a test. TTM is begging to squeeze up. I feel like it has been for like a little while. I'm gonna update Reddit. Just let them know that we got a nice little double bottom for the test. While you guys continue to cast our movie that we're making. Wow, the live charting has a lot of upvotes today. That's cool. Yeah, I feel like we're not getting a lot of visibility on that. I feel like we should be getting more. So, but we're doing great. We're doing great. Everybody's out there like upvoting that. Thank you so much. Um, Also, if you can, and I mean, obviously, if you're still in here, you like this, so don't forget to do that and subscribe, so I can notify you about the things I'm doing on your phone and invade your personal life. And then also support the channel at our coffee link below. Down there. That's right. Boop. Speaking of which, I keep telling people to use coffee and like support the channel, but I never check it because I don't expect them to. I should probably check that more often. Yikes. So you hate Red Hot Chili Peppers. What bands do you like? I don't know, man. My musical tastes are they're very just all over the place. I like to listen to music on momentum. And so like if I'm feeling something, I'm gonna listen to it. Like the last song that I was really feeling was Smooth Criminal, the Michael Jackson version. And that was good. And then that bled into me listening to like way too much Justin Timberlake over a 1 hour period, which then bled to me listening to Timbaland. And then Gloria Estefan. And then I was done being in my car. 7 signal dots on TTM. Thanks for letting us know. Yeah, that's bullish. That's super bullish. Let's be honest, man. Anybody who stayed in Godpill's channel for more than 5 minutes, except to like report him, was dumb. So yeah, if anybody out there was there longer than the time it took to report him, you've lost a part of your life you'll never get back. George Sherman can only play himself since he's probably looking for a job. Yeah, I mean we could get him in there. Yeah, I feel like he's made plenty of money though on his way out. Hey, Morty. I'm a financial pickle, Morty. Yeah, I love that. That's great. It was entertaining. I guess, yeah. I mean, I can only handle so much like mental illness in a time frame before it's like not funny to me anymore. So you're dropping around to a max pain of around 160? Yeah, probably. I'm just reading some questions from Reddit here. Thanks, good info. It's just a note, 163 is the price at which GME becomes eligible for S&P under the market cap rules. Everyone knows what happened when that happened. No, I don't. What happened? Well, maybe. Okay, so yeah, GME could, if it holds above 163 for long enough, and I'd have to double check the information on that, but yeah, it could be added to the S&P 500, based on its market cap size. Between the buried and me, oh, it was entertaining. And IB hasn't pulled any shares out for borrowing. Was it iBorrow Desk? People feel this is going down soon. Yeah, I mean, so I feel like they used probably some shares this morning. If you look here on the chart, wherever we had like a little bit of volume, if they borrowed any shares, they probably would have used them like here and here, maybe a little here, and they would have bought some back here slowly, so they can use them again tomorrow. It could be that they're just juggling around like the same set of short shares in order to keep the price like uninteresting, because we don't have a lot of like buy side volume. So if the 21-day FTD cycle theory is correct, We should be going sideways, downwards for the next few weeks. At what point do we confirm this? I don't entirely know, Victoria, because I haven't read the full DD. I've read about halfway through it. So I don't know what their like presumption is. On reporting days and release days, historically, the stock has climbed. Um, but yeah, I have to take some time, like today or tomorrow, ideally, and read through like a lot of the DDs that you guys are referencing because I've been so busy with all of this that I haven't kept super up to date on them. But I will assume because we know very little about FTD deliveries or the cycles or what short positions are held or what short positions are being covered, that the DD is mostly speculative and based on opinion and not fact. But I will look into it, and I promise you all soon that I will be well versed in what Reddit has to say about the FTD cycle. But the stock's sideways, so like it doesn't really matter what's going on behind the scenes because we're not going up and we're not going down. T plus 13 in that thread. I mean, the FTDs are like, they have to be reported every 21 days. Yeah, I mean, so anytime you take like past data and use it to form a hypothesis, it's usually gonna like it's gonna repeat itself, especially in like the stock market. Short stocks tend to bounce on reports. A lot of them will bounce on the short position reporting days. So it's I'm not saying the due diligence is wrong. I just haven't read it. Yeah, there is a 21-day cycle. That's like FINRA's reporting metric. I mean, okay, so like the FTDs aren't the only catalyst though, right? There's like so many other possible catalysts. And that's all the stock needs is a catalyst. Like it doesn't matter like the day they try to cover their asses to file a report matters, like because that can be a catalyst, right? But like you can have long whales buying and be a catalyst. You can use a gamma ramp as a catalyst because we have low IV. You can use an announcement of a new CEO as a catalyst. Getting added to the Russell 1000 to the S&P 500 as a catalyst. Oh, you can't share links in the chat. But if you want, you can like message it to me on Reddit SK or send it to me on Twitter. I think I already have it saved. I saved it. I just haven't got a chance like to read through the whole thing. Yeah, and there's a chance that like the institutions loaning this money out for these short positions can just margin call based on time, right? And that would be another catalyst. So like what I'm saying is that like I'm not saying the FTD thing is wrong. I'm just saying it's just one of lots of different catalysts on this stock. So, I mean, is it the one I want to focus on the most? I don't know. I mean, they just keep buying in the money call options to cover it. So, and SEC seems to be allowing them to get away with that for now. So yeah, we might have to wait till the next reporting. And I guess if the regulations from the DTCC and the SEC are in place, then we could see them actually having to report and cover their failure to delivers. And yeah, that would be a catalyst 21 days out. But we might hear about, prospective CEOs before then, or there's a lot of things that can happen between now and then, right? Oh, uh, thank you, Bineco, for the donation. Jason Schwartzman as DFE. Jared Leto as a boy from Bulgaria. Sam Jackson as Ryan Cohen. And Nick Cage as Ken Griffin. Rob Corddry as Kramer. I like it. I like it. Is that the consensus? Does anybody disagree? AMC looking to cross a VWAP. SPY dip down below after doing that all-time high. Las Vegas Sands running. Run. Run, Las Vegas Sands. No, I'm going to sell that right now while it's worth $9 instead of tomorrow when it's worth less. That was a stupid buy. And I bought it at like high IV too after their earnings. Homie sounds like a grown-up Eric Cartman. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. I'd rather sound like someone famous than someone not. How do we know what a grown-up Eric Cartman sounds like, though? Has he ever been depicted as an adult? Oh, yeah. You can also send it to me through the Discord if you want. Our bulls. Oh, so your question over here on Discord from Eddie Mayer. Thanks for doing this. Are bulls not comfortable with the entry price or concerned government intervention if it squeezes? I'm sure that funds handling other people's money would consider buying into GME with its current state risky. So like their responsibilities to their clients if they are long or want to be long on GME could inhibit them from purchasing the stock. Um, there's multiple reasons for that. GME's in a state of flux. From like a fundamental investment standpoint, GME is volatile and kind of risky right now, right? So when you have to explain that to your clients who are investors at a firm, that's a it's a kind of a different proposition than like an individual investor being like, this is my money, I'll do what I want with it, you know? You literally sound like California. I lived there for a while, but I assure you that I sounded this way before moving to California. I don't know why. My childhood was spent in New York and England, so um, and my mom's from the Midwest, so my accent's from everywhere where they speak English. I have the most true English accent, if you will. I lived in London and Sussex. I lived in Westminster in London and in Sussex. Got something over on Ko-Fi. Okay, so Garrett Couch, keep up the good work. Thank you, Garrett. Appreciate the donation. It helps out. All right. Looks like we're crossing VWAP, but on really low volume. Be aware of that. But I did say we would probably pull out from that double bottom and have some action, and there you go. I'm sure if you dig around in here, you can find like a reverse head and shoulders also, but I don't like that formation or using it. I find that like it usually will form a double bottom if it is a reverse head and shoulders, and if it's not, and like the price action doesn't dictate it, that like it never was one to begin with. Did that make sense, or did I just like back talk my own sentence? I don't know. I'm gonna update Reddit on us coming out of that double bottom, but I'm gonna let them know that there's still absolutely no volume on the stock. So yeah, I do think that keeps long whales from coming in. just to like finalize that answer. You got to remember that the people that could invest large amounts of capital into the stock do have obligations to their clients, and their clients may not agree with that. I could see a lot of millionaires being very angry if their broker invested in GME without their permission or without a consensus permission. Right, sorry, just updating Reddit, and all right, they're all set. Check Ko-Fi again. It's looking good. I think that's why FOMO won't go back in. Domo? Is Domo like a manager? I don't really know a lot about Domo. That's like another like several hour long AMA that I haven't gotten to be privy to yet. That's kind of the problem with doing this, is you tend to fall a bit behind on information. But tonight, I think I have everything in order, so I should be able to catch up on some of the goings on in the super stonk community. Although I do warn you all coming in tomorrow when you're all like, oh, what about this DD and this DD and this DD? I do find many of them to be speculative and not based in fact. So I have a very cynical outlook. Now, I don't have a cynical outlook on GME. I just have a cynical outlook on a lot of the DD that gets written for it. I appreciate the time and effort those people put into that due diligence, but sometimes I feel like they're pulling at threads that don't need to be pulled at. Like, you don't have to dig that deep, and like, not everything in the market is about us. Why do you think BlackRock and Vanguard are holding so many shares? I get that it may be total speculation. They're long. They're invested in the company. They own like a significant portion. They're long. They're growth capital. So they're invested for the growth of the company, and they're gonna stay invested. I also want to see the headline FOMO Origato on CNBC. That'd be funny. Good. Some of the DD is kind of wild. Yeah, well, you know what really got to me was like, when I first started doing this, everybody was like linking me DD, and they were like, here, look at this, discuss. And I'd look at it and I'd be like, okay, that's interesting. Like, you've clearly, you've got an idea here, right? And then they'd like, but like that DD would reference another DD as its proof of fact, right? And then like I would go look at that other DD, and that DD had referenced another DD, and then like down the rabbit hole you go, referencing like one DD after another. And that's oh, cool. That's like not a good road to go down, right? Like, if you're trying to prove something, you should be trying to prove it with facts and data, not prove your opinion with other people's opinions. You just discussed the current state of academia, I'm sure. It's like, I feel like I would love it. I would love it if the mods like instituted like, you have to write, like, you have to use the scientific method to prove your DD before you're allowed to publish it. So like it has to be written like hypothesis, experiment, conclusion, like retest the hypothesis. Is resistance at 170.50? No. There's resistance at 175. 175. I'll write it on the screen with my crayon. First step in scientific method is gather hard data. I think first step in scientific method is observe. Right. I think more observation needs to be done. Well, the observation's being done, right? But like the hypothesis being formed or not generally being formed off of the observation being done, or they've misconstrued the observation. I'll gather some hard data. I'm sure you will, Daniel. I am not a scientist. You can just prove a null is then support for your hypothesis. Science hates the word prove. Yeah, they do. But at least base your thesis in fact, right? Don't just base it on like someone else's unfactual opinion. All swans are white. Except this one. Oh. Hold on one sec. Sorry. Trying to see what's going on here. Can you say it rubs the lotion on its skin or else it gets the hose again? Well, I've said it for you. I hope you're happy. That was from Discord. 100%. We all know what they say about good intentions. Yeah. Just don't get too carried away in all of it. Use your better judgment. So in other words, rehypothecation of DD is bad. Yes, much like rehypothecation of short shares. Because then your DD becomes inflationary like the short shares do, right? And every DD will become less valuable than the one before it because there are too many DDs. Yeah, everyone's very hungry for confirmation bias. It's a good stock, man. What else do you need to know? Like, you buy it, you hold it till it's worth a lot more than you paid for it. And then, you know, at some point when you feel comfortable, you sell it. And then that's how stocks work. DD becoming a house of cards? Maybe. Maybe all the DD is short. Questionable. I don't know. I don't want to step on anybody's like creative intellectualism. You know, it's just like I don't read a lot into it. So if anyone's expecting me to come on here and be like, "Oh my god, guys, I just read this DD and holy shit," it's not going to happen. Yeah, I mean, regardless of anything that happens, I'm long on GME. I don't care. Squeeze, no squeeze, forever upwards momentum, like a 1 year squeeze, like the Tesla one. I don't care. I'm in it. Yeah, I saw the Elliott wave TA. Um, I've never really gotten into Elliott waves. They're interesting. Domo spoke with Ryan back in November, and they discussed how the stock can go to 1K on fundamentals, pivot to digital. That would be interesting if there was proof of that conversation, because that would. I'm not going to get into that, but I someone was supposed to send me a 169.69 screenshot, and they never did. The last time we were at that price, Domo tweeted about it back when it happened, or like recently. Like if it was a recent tweet, that means nothing to me, right? But like if he tweeted about it back in November of 2020, then that's interesting. Yeah, the market cap of the gaming industry is big. I mean, GameStop has hurdles to overcome. It's not, I mean, it's not easy to do a corporate turnaround. But I mean, I have confidence in the team they've hired. Kramer totally came up with all the ideas. Sarcasm, yes. Kramer didn't come up with any ideas. He's like a relic. I don't hate him. I don't like him. I don't watch him. But he's just like he's like a relic of another era of Wall Street. And outside of like the meme stocks that he's paid to shit on, he knows the market. I mean, I've watched Kramer in the past, uh, but after 2008, I think he like it really was obvious that like who he works for. So we're just gonna retest VWAP, guys. We climbed above on weak volume, and now we're just gonna retest it and hopefully bounce. I don't want to dip back below VWAP again today. Just let you guys know what's going on with the actual stock. Is AMC doing anything? Never, ever, ever should buy calls on this stock. It never does what I want it to do. Does everyone not realize that Kramer is always coked up? Or I think he just has like that psychosis you get from doing too much coke. I don't think he's coked up anymore because his heart would explode, right? Because he's an old man. But I think he's just like he's got stimulant psychosis. Like he's did so much coke that like his brain's just fried at this point. Microdosing coke. Maybe. Maybe he's just on Adderall now. He's like coke light. Um yeah, so SK was because now I'm curious. Like, did Domo tweet about that in November? Like, oh, like just got off the phone with yeah, stimulant psychosis is a real thing. You can look it up. Like in November he was like, oh, like I just got off the phone with Ryan Cohen. We were talking about stuff. Because if he didn't, I called like nonsense on that. Because if he's just like now, like, oh yeah, I was talking to Ryan back in November, and like, sure you were, because that's what billionaires do. They talk about their leveraged buy-in plays with other people besides their direct fiduciary team. Not. Yeah, so that means nothing to me. If he'd said it in November, then like, okay, so if he said it in November, I'd actually be concerned. One, I would think it was true. Two, I would be concerned. Tweet me the 169.69 screenshot, Daniel. Because the last one I got was kind of ugly. And I want a prettier one. I'll use it in the Reddit post tomorrow. And I'll tag you in it. And you'll be famous like me. Look at all 200 people watching this or whatever it is. Feels good to be king. Um, no. So the reason I'd be concerned if he tweeted back in November, right, is because like that would mean that they're discussing like if Ryan Combs and him had like agreed in November that GameStop could be worth $1,000 in X amount of time, then that's like discussing a pump and dump, right? So he's accusing Ryan of this is how I see this. He's accusing Ryan of setting up a pump and dump scheme on GameStop, right? Does that make sense? Because that would be he is stating that there's collusion, which I don't think he realizes he's stating, but that would be what that statement means to, authorities. And so since the tweet was on March 22nd, I just think it's A, not true, and B, just like so it's like a lot of people just trying to be famous off this. Thank you, AJ Patel. Appreciate it. I had a friend named AJ. He's a cool guy. Jomo tweeted the combo with Ryan last year that the price could go up to 1,000 without a squeeze. I need to reread that tweet. Yeah, please do. Someone like give me more information on this because this is like far more interesting information than my friend named AJ. He did not die, Ricardo. He is alive as far as I know. I think he's like a doctor or something. It was trying to state that the fundamentals are solid if they went to e-commerce. I mean, those are very different conversations. If he was like talking to Ryan Cohen and they're like, hey man, GameStop's like a cool stock. And Ryan Cohen's like, yeah, that's a cool stock. I like it too. And then that was the end of the conversation. Cool. But if like there was a conversation between Ryan Cohen and Domo Capital that involved like, oh, if I buy into GameStop at X price and do XYZ with the company, we could get the stock to $1,000 valuation by next year. Unless Domo Capital was like a direct fiduciary or they were making a financial plan, that seems like insider information. I mean, there's just so many like I'm not a lawyer, but there's legally I can see a lot of issues with that conversation having taken place. I'm sure if there's any lawyers in this stream or on Reddit, they could weigh in, but I don't think that happened. King Pyrex trying to send you. Where are you sending it? Turn on Twitter DMs. Oh, how do I turn that on? Is that not on? So I don't use Twitter. Just so you guys know this about me. I don't know how to use Twitter. I don't tweet things. I have things set up to like auto tweet, but I don't really know what I'm doing on there. Social media is not really my thing. I will go to my profile, edit profile, maybe. No, that doesn't do it. More settings. So like, there we go. Settings. Let me see. Privacy, I'm guessing. Other people, let's see. No, I don't want to do notifications. No one can prove it. I think they were just discussing the value that GameStop could have if transformed to e-commerce, which is innocent enough. This is the tweet, Jim. I've been heavily involved in GME for several years and have one-on-ones video call with Ryan Cohen for over an hour in November. I had conversations with CEO, CFO, board members, and highlighted in 2020 how shares could go to $1,000. GameStop Performance Center looks fire, ready for esports. Oh, that's totally irrelevant to the other thing. Sorry, I'll get back to that, Noodles. I'll have to look more into this. Privacy direct messages. Privacy. Ah. Oh, there we go. Why wasn't that turned on? Cool. Now people can DM me on Twitter. Yeah, slide into my DMs on Twitter, everybody. No, don't, because like, that'd be a lot. But yes, I can now accept direct messages on Twitter. Oh, by the way, if anybody wants to like the video, subscribe, or support the channel, all of that can be found below in this area underneath me. And if you don't like the channel, go away. Go find something else to do. Don't waste your time feeling negative. We're just here to watch our stock move around. I want to get back to Noodles. Noodles, yes, their performance centers do look like fire, and they are moving into the esports category, which I see big potential in. Because I'm tired, like, I don't like football. Do you guys like football? Let me know. I just don't care anymore. Like, they took away the concussion thing, and now I don't even get to see them get injured. And that's not as much fun for me. Just get by doing stock value of 2000. I don't think that's colluding. I mean, it depends on the level. I mean, I feel like the SEC would be very interested in that conversation if it occurred. I think they'd want to know all about it. They would definitely want to investigate it, right? Like there may not have been any collusion, but that's definitely like a big red flag to regulators. Dance for people. Nah, Overwatch League, I agree. Dip bot. What? Oh, I mean, like, we're under 500, dude. Everything's a dip. I'm definitely not the traditional sports demo. Rocket League all day. Yeah, there's usually a lot of Rocket League fans invested in GME. I feel like there's a correlation there. I want to do a poll on how many people in here play Rocket League. I loved watching StarCraft 2 leagues. No fun without being able to watch the concussions. I mean, I feel bad for him, but like that's what you sign up for, right? Like I used to do MMA, and the reality of me getting a hit in the head really hard became more and more apparent as time went on, and that's why I quit. You know, but like I'm sure if I stayed in it, like I'm a big dude, I probably could have had something or just, you know, got my ass kicked. Rocket League and Apex Legends. I played Apex when it like first came out, I think. Like some of my friends are really into it. Got a message over here on Ko-Fi. Flying Hawaiian. Hope this makes it an even 69 donations. Bro, that's awesome. Thank you so much. Hawaiianish. Flying Hawaiianish. That's very kind of you. Support is always appreciated. You guys are the best. And just so everyone knows, if you weren't here yesterday, you missed the show. I set up a Discord for the channel. There's like a subscribers section, but I don't really know what to do with that yet because I don't feel like I have nearly enough people to even worry about that at this point in time. But there's some chat rooms in there. There's one for like AMC, one for GME. There's like a general chat. And then I also have live audio from the stream in the Discord. So if you're like driving to work or something and you can't watch a stream, I mean, I just watch YouTube in my car, but I'm like a really irresponsible person. Don't do that. But yeah, that's available for you guys. I hope you enjoy it. What a save. It's like lingerie football. We don't watch it for the game itself. There's only one sport I watch. Super Mario 64 speedruns. That's like intense for me. And I'm pretty intense into games, but like those speedrunners, like speedrunning's cool. I just don't get it. Like I guess it's just like a skill set that you can show off in that type of game, like Mario or like the one with the dragon, Spyro. Like I think I saw a Crash Bandicoot speedrun one time. But it's like platformers. It's like the skill cap for platformers. I I like more like strategic games. Right now I'm all about team fight tactics and auto chess. So that's like my current gaming realm. Previously I've played League of Legends and Magic the Gathering. I love sideways trading. It makes me feel full. Sure, by June 18th, 20C call for AMC pays off. Well, I can tell you one thing, Peeler. My April 30th, 1250 call is not making me money right now. As a matter of fact, I'm just going to get rid of them. Because I don't like them. So the $80 I made on AMC, or $180, the money I made on AMC the day previously, I lost half of buying more AMC calls. I thought it'd run. I thought all the AMC apes would be all excited because like their company was only selling 50 million shares and not 500 million shares. But I guess not. I guess that's how excited they were right there. We are still above VWAP and chopping. Oh, I played Street Fighter, like a lot of Street Fighter. An unnatural amount. Same seat, just squeeze the shorts. I feel that stock company has nowhere near the same potential as GME. Thoughts? So I'm not like bearish on AMC. I think they're not too dissimilar from GME. But I do feel like there's like GME, the underlying is like a Buffett-esque value investment, right? So like when you buy into GME, you're buying a valuable company with future growth and potential. But I feel like when you're buying into AMC, you're just trying to squeeze shorts because I don't think AMC has that same future potential. Although recently some other movie theater chains have gone under, but my prediction as somebody who hates movie theaters is that they're all going to go under and people will just watch shit at home. Because going to a movie theater for, I think a lot of people, at least in my generation, is like an inconvenience. Like you have to go somewhere, you have to wait in line. There's just been a global pandemic, so now I just think everyone around me is dirty because I was pretty narcissistic to begin with. So just assume everyone's diseased. And then, so there's all that. And then I gotta buy popcorn for $18? Like, are you kidding me? I'm not buying $18. I'll go to Trader Joe's and buy like 7 bags of popcorn for $7 and a 2-liter of Coke. And I'll sit on my couch in the quiet cleanliness of my own home and watch a movie on a screen with much better definition and sound than anything AMC can offer me in a recliner that hasn't had somebody's ass sweat all over it. And that's my 2 cents on AMC. But I mean, hey, if you can squeeze them, squeeze them. But I own AMC. I will say that just for clarity. I own AMC. I'm invested in it. And the AMC I own, I will never sell. So that is my support to the apes that are interested in that stock. I don't pay that much attention to it, though. Yeah, they have problems. They have fundamental issues. Quackshot Streets of Rage for the win. Movies are fun for dates, though. I mean, yeah, if you don't want to talk to your date, right? Renzor. That confirms my bias. Lol. They were dying before COVID and have no plans to change much. Yeah. I mean, GME, like, I think if all this shit wasn't going on, like, GME would be a stock that, like, people like Warren Buffett would be interested in because it's undervalued. Should releasing direct to streaming is viable. Yeah, I mean, like, everyone's like going on like, oh, AMC is debuting Mortal Kombat, and I have HBO Go, and I'm like, I have Mortal Kombat on my phone, iPad, computer, my living room TV. Like, Why am I gonna go if AMC like and HBO Go costs me like $14 a month or $15 a month, and then like I'm gonna go give AMC $30 for like me and my girlfriend to go watch Mortal Kombat on a big screen with a bunch of other people? I don't think so. I mean, even before coronavirus, like if things didn't come out on streaming, I would just be like, oh, I guess I'll watch that in 2 years. My friends would be like, oh, did you go see this movie this weekend? I'm like, no, I didn't. And I'm not gonna. I'll just wait and it'll be on Netflix 2 years from now and I'll watch it then. Having a family makes buying a Blu-ray cheaper than going to the movie theater. Yeah, I mean, we're here for value, right? We're investors. We're here to make money. And going to a movie theater is a waste of money. Is that GME forming a little bull flag? Oh, I love these questions. Is that a little bull flag? You could. So we can draw some lines on this if you guys want me to. I know you guys are here for you pretend you like me, but you're really here just for the technical analysis. There's a little bull flag. I think we've already maybe broken out of it, but maybe not. Hold on. I got to move everything back around so it looks right. There we go. So it's not a bull flag, by the way. That's a pennant. It's like a sideways consolidating channel as opposed to a downward. Bull flags point down. Bear flags point up. Yeah, they make I know they don't make any money off the ticket sales. They make some. I heard they make more on IMAX. Because the premium charge is higher, and IMAX but IMAX takes part of that too. We love lines. Not here for TA, here for confirmation bias. Well, Peeler, I hope you're getting some. I ain't got shit to do. I'm here for the TA and just to hang out till my next class. Thank you, Jacob, sorry. I think I just TTM squeezes red AF. It's gonna do that. It does that when there's no volume and the stock's trading below its previous level. Is AMC in a bull flag? I can look at that for you. A bit. One is forming. So if this peak, I don't actually like drawing lines with my crayon because you can't really see them, but if this peak, nope, that's horizontal trend line. Hold on. So if this peak comes down, but no. I mean, it didn't technically run long enough to be considered a bull flag, but on a day trading level, yes, because you're looking at shorter time frames. But it's kind of just a double bottom, right? If it climbs back out. Or what is trades like to call them? George W. People seem to like that terminology better. I want to write my own articles. I wish Investopedia was open source like Wikipedia, so I could just go in there and make up my own signals. If you go back through my DD, I have an excellent signal called the Carly Rae, and it's based on the singer Carly Rae Jepsen. You guys can check that out, though. I'll leave that Easter egg there for you. I hate movie theaters too. The argument pre-2020 I've seen for movie theaters is their theaters are for extroverts who need other people around them to enjoy a movie. They can't otherwise. I don't understand those people. So is most of the time I don't want to be around people. Haha, of course I am. Good. I'm glad you're getting what you need. I'm gonna go back to GameStop though because it looks interesting. You notice how zero volume and the stock just climbs. We are not climbing on volume here, people. I want you to know that. 2000, we broke resistance on volume of less than, hold on, let me go to a bigger time frame so these are easier to count. We're breaking resistance on a volume candle of less than 160,000 on the 30-minute chart. Think about that. And that's this whole section here. Just so you guys know. So that's like less than 160,000 volume with that much price action. So from a low of that's a $4 price action in the upwards direction. A $40 fractional share, and it went up. So I mean, who's the real hero here? I mean, whatever you own, man. I have a friend who invests like $10 a day. He's a server. And he just like puts $10 a day on his tips into GME because he's like just wants to buy the stock. Endgame in theaters was fantastic, but also kind of an exception. Yeah, I mean, most movies don't have that kind of budget. Like that, but the budget for that movie was bigger than like multiple action movies combined. I could understand that, right? But like, that's why we own GME, so we can have our own AMC in our mansion one day, right? Um, let me double check. I think make sure. Obviously, I would never. Oh, sorry, Mike. I just got to your Ko-fi. I didn't see it pop up. So for thank you for the support, Mike. Obviously, I would never buy options, but hypothetically, if you were holding a 172.50 and a 180 with a 5/7 strike, would you hold it or roll it? 172.50, 180 for GME, I'm presuming. I hope that's right. Let me see. 5/7, May 7th. I mean, your 170 is like should be worth money right now. The volatility's low, but 170 and 180. Oh, those are puts. Idiot. 172.50, 180. I mean, these should both be like you should be up on these, right? Depending on when you bought them. Um, if you want to roll them, you have time to wait for like some upward price action to bring the value up. So like if we get a big spike, the implied volatility will go up and the value on the options will go up. And usually that's a good time. If you want to roll them, that's a good time to roll them or a good time to sell them because you don't want theta to eat away the value of your option. I don't think buying options is bad. It's just a leveraged position. I know like buying way out of the money options is bad. But like you're not way out of the money. So I wouldn't feel like you're working against, the squeeze or anything at that point. 3D movies, the biggest waste of time. They just give me a headache. Pickle, you think my Tesla 430 910 will print? No. And if you didn't, you asked me about this like 2 days ago. I don't know. If Tesla gets real volatile, it might be worth some money, but unlikely. Let's let me look at Tesla. What's Tesla doing? That's like a big market mover. Everyone should always pay attention to Tesla. Tesla's looking like absolute crap right now. Probably because like Elon's throwing his like oomph into supporting Dogecoin right now because I assume he just has a lot of it and he wants to sell it. All right, we're starting to climb up. I'm gonna let Reddit know because this is good. This looks good. We'll see. We have three ascending candles, three dojis, and then more ascending candles. So this is like a on the 1 minute scale. This is a strong uptrend. This is like the kind of thing that buyers would be looking for as a purchase point in order like longer whale buyers look for signals like this. So let me update Reddit real quick because nothing's been happening. I'm sure they're bored over there. One sec, guys. Just updating Reddit is low, but the right. Save. All right, cool. Just wanted to get Reddit updated. Back to you guys. I think 3D movies are still a thing. Yeah, VR also is kind of positioned against movie theaters as well. In that, like, as VR technology becomes better and better, like, watching movies in VR is going to be way cooler than watching them in movie theaters. But there's still a lot of issues with VR. Yeah, so usually when you're buying like way out of the money call options like that, Nenya Biz, or Digital Good Time, sorry, like you're waiting for the volatility to spike, right? Because like you predict a move, but you want to buy cheap options. So you want to spend a small amount of money to realize large gains. And so like usually you want to sell them like when they're profitable because they don't generally have a long window of profitability. We're still looking good on GME, by the way. Are you a full-time day trader? Normally, yes. I've taken a step back from that in order to do this. Because, well, I'm still not sure why. I like doing this, I guess. It's fun. I like hanging out with all you guys. I spend most of my day watching GME anyway. I only day trade like for an hour. I'm still currently day trading, but like in the pre-market before I get on stream. I usually do like one or two trades, just like pay bills or whatever. Um, and that's why your support's so important. Because, yeah. AMC climbing back with us. Yeah, probably. I've noticed you don't use Bollinger Bands. I've heard a bit about them, read a bit about them, and they seem to be useful, fairly accurate. Is there any reason? I mean, I can use them. I don't. I mean, you want me to turn them on for a minute? We can look at them. I don't think anything's happening on the Bollinger right now, so I'm just gonna leave the screen clear so people can see it. But first of all, they take up a lot of screen real estate, so they don't look good on stream. And then B, I don't need them. There's a lot of indicators which like you'll end up just not needing as time moves on and you are more experienced in the market. Especially if you're watching the stock, like we're watching GME. Like if you're watching the stock like this one, you know its movements and you can see what it's doing pretty easily. They can be useful though. I have other ones that I prefer above Bollinger Bands, like Cloud, which is this one. I prefer Cloud because Cloud is actually predictive, whereas Bollingers are a following indicator. Cloud's one of the only predictive indicators that you can not pay for. Um, it's been around since I think like the 50s. If you learn how to use it, you can trade on it. There's a lot of information on Investopedia without me going into like the whole textbook definition. So much VR and facing the wrong way the entire movie. That'd be funny. I'm a member of my local independent movie theater. Am I a boomer? No, I mean like that's different, right? Because like sometimes like the content shown at an independent movie theater like that can like it's stuff like that's not available in streaming. You know, more like art house movies or classical film that you know may not be highlighted by a streaming service. If I counted right, the next. So I actually think there's value in like an independent movie theater. I just don't think there's a lot in like a corporate conglomerate movie theater. If I can write the next T plus 21 trade day, you can just look at FINRA's website for the schedule. So like, I'll just show you guys. So you just search FTD reporting schedule. FINRA. There we go. So the next one should be on May 11th. It's reported on the settlement date. So the day they're reporting is April 30th after market close. The due date is May 4th. That's when the report has to be submitted. And then the exchange receives the report on May 11th. So I hope, were you guys able to see that? Yep. So this is the next like FTD cycle you're seeing right here. So I hope that helps everybody. I have a question on Discord. I have a 169. Oh, please. That's awesome. Let's... Is my washing machine running? No, it's my air conditioner. I have terrible allergies. I have noise suppression on, but it doesn't always get rid of all the sound, especially if I'm not talking. IB is getting shares returned back and not dumping out. In my opinion, that's a strong sign we're headed up and not sideways. Just my opinion. I'm a financial advisor. Oh, haha. Yeah, I mean, the stock's bullish right now. All the indicators show it's bullish. Cloud, I did not see it on WeBull. It's on WeBull. It's IC Ichimoku Cloud for charting formations. It's, you might have to go into all indicators and find it, but its abbreviation is IC. It looks like this. Watch a video. Yeah, cloud indicator. Yeah, it's also known as cloud indicator. There's a few other names for it. There's a few different versions of it as well. The WeBull one's not my favorite, but it's fine. It's fine to trade on. And if you want to know how to use it, maybe I'll do like a video on how to use it, or like, I don't know how much information's out there on how to use it that's not in like book or written form, but there's a lot of like information on how to trade cloud on like Investopedia and stuff like that. So low. Yes, Ichimoku Cloud. Yeah, volume's just crazy low. I already got rid of my AMC calls. Sorry, AMC people, but I don't think it's gonna like do the things I want it to do by Friday. Or it will, just to like spite me. Let's see if there's any messages on Ko-Fi. Okay, so we covered Mike's options. Yeah, by the way, if anybody wants to like, subscribe, those are down below. Donations are on the Ko-Fi link. And if you want to use this charting software, there's a link below to sign up for WeBull. And I think if you use it and deposit $100, we both get free shares. But I haven't gotten any, so I don't know if it actually works or not. But I think it's like $14 of free shares or something like that if you deposit $100. I actually got a Starbucks one when I signed up, so I got lucky, but not everyone gets like, I've heard most people get like G&W Financial, which is worth like $3. Although I know, like, I was watching another streamer and like one of his viewers got Tesla. So Do what? What do you want me to do, Robeer and Watcher? I got AMC at 9. I made a bunch of money on AMC in January and also on its run up to 14 in March. I think it was. Tax implications of putting your entire savings into Starbucks gift cards. I don't know. I'm not a CPA. It could be a loss. GNW and ADP. Oh, you got AMC from WeBull? That's awesome. In March, I made like $50 from AMC. So I had a bunch of like beginning of April calls at like $9 strike when AMC went up to like 14. And then like the morning I sold them, I listened to like Bruce's whole like I guess AMC people call it his like shill speech on why AMC was a bad company. And I just fully agreed with everything he had to say. And so I sold my AMC at like $14 and then it just dropped like a rock after that. So I have to thank Bruce, Stocks with Bruce, Uncle Bruce, for that tip. He was on the money. Make a cloud indicator video. I guess I could. Yeah, if people are really interested in cloud, it's like it's hard to read sometimes. It's hard to like customize it the way I like on Webull, but it's it's I think it's a good indicator for especially for day trading. I don't know how good it is for like swinging or like on longer term time frames because I've never used it there. AMC is no good, lol. I don't know about that. I mean, it might squeeze again. Just because I don't think the company is good doesn't mean like I think the stock is bad. I just don't understand all these people who are like, oh my god, AMC is like the best corporation ever. Because like on paper they suck. Like if you look at AMC and like the YouTubers that tout, I'm not gonna say who they are, but everyone knows the YouTubers who tout AMC are just like lying. If they know anything about the financial markets, they're just like blindly lying to their audience in order to accumulate more followers. Because they're all like, oh, no more shill talk, like look at this news, like AMC is not going to sell 500 million shares at market, they're going to sell 50, this is great, we're going to the moon. And it's like, dude, selling 50 million shares at market is not good news. Like, you got a company that's already just so diluted from the last year, and then they're going to sell 50 million more shares. I mean, everyone buying into AMC should remember that the last time the company squeezed, they released like 200 million shares onto the market. So they just killed the squeeze. So they screwed all their investors over. And that's the reality of AMC. I'm sorry if that doesn't like fit into your confirmation bias, but I feel like most people are in here for GME anyway. And to the YouTubers that are like whatever doing whatever they're doing with AMC, it's not cool. It's not cool to convince. It's not releasing the 500 million shares. Get up to date. I already said that. Crayons. I know they're not. They're still releasing 50 million, which is a lot of fucking shares, man. I don't think it's a distraction. I think it can squeeze. I own some AMC. Again, I will hold it forever for the people waiting for that squeeze because selling it isn't worth anything to me. I think I bought it at like $3 a share. So, like, I'm just gonna hold it in solidarity because I understand why the apes that are in AMC are in it. Um, and I wish them the best. I just don't like people like trying to say it's like a finance, like don't talk about AMC for anything more than what it is, which is a squeeze opportunity. if you're saying like more things about AMC than that it is a squeeze opportunity, if you're trying to like talk up the fundamentals of the business and say it's like a value play, like and like I hear them say things like, oh, the stock was like $40 a year ago, like a year before the pandemic, and it's like, yeah, but they also had, 300 million fewer shares in their float at that time. Yeah, I mean, I put all the money I made on AMC into GME. I think, and ultimately, I think the company, like the stock, has a hard time sustaining a price above like $20. AMC will go to 100K. My ass. Never, never. Quote me now. I'm predicting the future. Not in a million years will AMC be $100,000 a share. Honestly, if the stock gets to $22, they're just going to release more shares into the market. They're so like like teetering on a cliff of bankruptcy. It's not even funny. Yeah, it might hit 20 again. I don't see it getting much above that. If AMC's 100K, then GME should be a trillion. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, well, I mean, it's not just that. It's the honestly, like, I don't think movies don't have a future at all, or like they're not a sustainable business practice. I just think that like AMC is not a sustainable business. Like not every short position is wrong. Like I don't like all this like, oh, we hate all shorts, because that doesn't lead to good things either. Shorts have a beneficial effect on the market. Some companies don't need to continue to exist. And that's capitalism, right? Like, look at what the bailouts, like all the banks in 2008 should have failed. We should have let them fail, because that's good for capitalism in the long run. But like, we bailed out AMC. We like, not we personally, but like the meme stock community saved AMC from bankruptcy. Think about that. Like, we didn't save GME from bankruptcy. GME was just like worth $5 because no one saw any future value in it. But GME wasn't going out of business. Even then, they had a ton of cash on hand, and now they have even more. Prediction price? I have no prediction price for GME. The moon. And I'm not selling until we're there. And then some of it, I'm not even going to sell once we're there. I'm going to just hold it forever because I'm long on GME. Yeah, I mean, I think we're just like, we're only 2% down today now, and on no volume, 2.5 million volume, and we're just chilling. Preach. Thanks, Mark. I'm not preaching. These are the facts. If you don't like facts, I can link you to some other YouTube channels where you can hear whatever you'd like. That's why I started doing this, and that's why I've continued to do it, is because I'm tired of hearing the misinformation, because people want to make money off this and they don't appreciate the people they're hurting on the way up. There are people that are investing their homes and life savings into these stocks because they believe in these stock market influencers, and these people don't care about you. Just remember that everybody in the stock market's out for themselves. Always be suspicious of everyone, even me. Don't take the things I say as gospel. Just look them up yourself. Make your own decisions. Don't let other people influence your decisions in anything. Okay, Ed Block, cup and handles don't form on the daily. They're a terrible short-term indicator. They form over 3 to 6 months, And you usually want to look at them on like a 4 hour or longer chart. If you want to see a cup and handle, I can show you one on the 4 hour or even on the weekly. Weekly is probably a good one to show a cup and handle. Here's GME. And this is a cup and handle. And usually these correct upwards to about 1.5 to 2 times the price. So that's a cup and handle. A very nice one, actually. But they don't form on the intraday. So don't look for them as like an indicator. They're not reliable. Jordan, thank you. Yeah, I felt like Warden was giving it the straightest back when he was doing this. And I feared him leaving, and that would leave a space for there to be very little factual information being streamed or talked about. And that's why it's not like I colluded with him to pick up his slack. I just did it. And that's why we're here. Yeah, I agree with you, Teddy. Price is what you pay, value is what you get. Yeah. Really, real talk, no hype. You're welcome. I try to just tell you the truth, do what I know, be transparent. We're all real people, and we're all in this, and we should all be privy to as much factual information as we can find. Thank you, Garrett. How long have I been trading? 5 years. You're welcome. Yeah, and if anybody feels like they would like to hit the like button or the dislike button, do that. I don't care. I'm not gonna hurt my feelings by disliking this channel. But leave, don't hang out, and subscribe. And if you want to support me doing this, I have a Ko-Fi link down below, and it's always appreciated. But don't feel obligated. It's silent. Although everyone knows to buy and hold, it's just nice to, yeah. I mean, it is nice to chill. Everyone knows to buy and hold. That's what you do with value investments, is you buy them and you hold them. And if they squeeze, awesome. But I think GME is worth money if there was no squeeze play in the cards. I mean, I bought this stock back in January back in December, actually, based on its fundamental value. That was my first purchase. I purchased more in January, more in February, March. I've purchased more in April. And yeah. All right, so it looks like we're weak, and we're going to test VWAP again because we're not getting the volume we want. Also, there's some volume on this down. So this could be day traders hopping out that bought in and maybe just cutting their losses, or like swing traders. That's interesting. Okay, yeah, let's go to re-extend. So we're going back down here to VWAP. If this next candle has volume, so this candle that's going to come in here, if this has volume coming down, we could dip below VWAP again. But I don't think we're gonna. We're probably just gonna bounce or chop. Ooh, that one actually is. Oh, hold on, let me zoom out. I'm gonna update Reddit too, because it's been a little while since I've been over there. I don't want to leave them hanging. Sorry about that, guys. For anybody who's in here who doesn't know, I have a live like text feed that you can follow too if you can't be on the stream or on the Discord. And the link for that is going to be on my Reddit profile down below. I post it every day, and I try to keep it updated. Not everybody. Some people have like delayed broker information and stuff, so not everybody's like super up to date on what's going on with the stock. Some people are just busy, and so I try to make sure that everybody's got some of that. Also, big shout out to everybody on Reddit who's been upvoting the post. Thank you so much. I think this is our highest upvoted live charting on Reddit so far. That's awesome. And yeah, thank you all so much for trying to get it more visibility, because I think I keep reading like a lot of comments where people are like, oh, I miss Warden, like no one's doing live charting anymore, and it's like, but I am. I'm not Warden, but I'm doing live charting, and I'd like to think it's just as good. Maybe it's better. I don't want to toot my own horn. You guys can do that for me. I bought in January and have other bits and pieces. Cool, man. Yeah, a lot of people bought it in January. Thank you, Elon. Let me see if there's anything on the Ko-Fi or the Discord that needs responded to. I don't think I had anything on the Reddit immediately. Got some chats. I guess I could check out the chats. Who's chatting me? Nunya Biz. Hidden chat. Sorry, I didn't hide you in chat, bro. If you're still there, I definitely didn't hide you. Yeah. And there's no mods, so you should be able to chat just fine. I'll double check. I definitely didn't hide you. No. Yeah, you're not hidden. Yeah. That's it. I held through 480. Yeah, I held a lot through 480. I sold some on the way up. And I had calls on the run up to 350 that I sold near there. And the worst thing that's happened to me throughout all this was I had trailing stop loss on that run up to 350 for not all of my GME shares, but like 20% of the ones that I held at the time. And those got sold on the way down. I didn't have time to back out of the order. But thankfully, that money, that profit that I made on those went directly back into GME at the dip, the next available dip. I bought like literally bought back in within like 15 minutes, I think, when it went down like in the like below, what was it? Try to see. Maybe I can look. I think it was just want to make sure I'm right about this, but I think it was like right here. So I bought back in at like 245. So I ended up with like more shares. But then I still had another stop loss in place here on 315, and that got triggered by that one. But I bought those back at like 116. So I have significantly more shares than I had back then. But it's really hard for me not to set stop losses because I'm so used to day trading, and they're such an integral part of that. Well, thank you, Alyssa, for the like. Whatever you've got is appreciated. Silver reward. Thank you, Brad. Shills. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, if I knew what was going to happen with Robinhood, I would have sold more then and then bought back. I mean, I bought a lot back in the when we were at like 40, 38 and 40 when DFB like upped his position, DFE upped his position. Actually, that's like when I got my calls because I saw he'd gotten calls for, and mine, I got mine a bit further out because I was less sure of the timing, but I do have some calls from back then. Mine weren't as deep in the money as his, however. Yeah, that's a good run. Can you look at, I think 310 at 12:30? Like the date 310 at 12:30? That would have been like here, right? What about it? That's when the stock like they shorted the hell out of it in order to, so what they do is they short it really hard, right? And that starts triggering stop losses, which drops the price more. And it's just like it's like a cascading effect. It just keeps building momentum, right? Yeah. After literally after DFE testified at Congress, I was like, I'm buying more of this stock. I'm not done with this yet. Who knew Robinhood would do something illegal? I mean, I assume that any financial institution is willing to do illegal things. It's just, it's how they get by. I didn't see your message, Alyssa, but I guess that was the point. True. Yeah. Bum, bum, bum. Is there anything to update on? No, not really. Let's go back to the 1 minute and watch our daily action. So this is good. This is a good sign. And we're going to see like a lot of these, like I said, because the stock just overall is doing well. But like we didn't retest VWAP at all. We're just moving back up on no volume. Um, that's it. This is like a good signal for an uptrend. We had some consolidation here, and now we're picking up to the upside. So if at any point we get volume now, or as long as this upward trend continues, then we can push through this sell wall that they've put in place of 2,000 shares. SPY drilling, we're flat. I mean, the SPY's not drilling, it's down like 0.08%. I wouldn't really say it's drilling. If this drops to like 415 or something real quick, then we'll see some. Well, GME will probably see some downward action if that happens. And I know people will say like, "Oh, GME doesn't move with the market, and the markets don't move GME," but that's not true. There's people who own this stock that don't care about your, moon landing plans. They just own the stock, and if they need to cover other positions, they'll sell it in a heartbeat. Not everybody who owns it is part of our communities. Just remember that. Especially day traders, swing traders. This is a very easy stock to scalp and day trade, and so it's most likely next catalyst if you had to guess. I would say naming candidates for CEO is the one that I think will come up soonest because they'll want those named before like the voting commences or like the voting's fully commenced. That would also be good too because naming candidates for CEO will encourage the long holders to call back their shares because they'll want to vote on the CEO. It's like a very important vote. Unless it's just Ryan Cohen and they're all kind of in agreement that Ryan Cohen's going to be the CEO, in which case, like, they may not call back their shares because if he's a candidate, it's like 100% he's going to be the CEO, right? But if he's not a candidate, that could be really interesting from a catalyst perspective, at least. But yeah, I mean, naming him a candidate will cause some FOMO and some buying in. I don't know if it'd be enough to rocket us, but because I think everyone kind of expects it. It could be, excuse me. Sorry for the yawnings. I'm starting to get tired. I need my intraday coffee. And some water because I'm getting hoarse. Just looking to see if anybody sent us any other messages anywhere else. Any questions I can answer? Yeah, stocks don't normally behave like GME. Lots of MACD questions. That's clearly popular on Reddit. For anybody who didn't hear me earlier who's wondering about the MACD, it crossed over. Nothing's happening. It's bullish, but don't worry about it. Everything's bullish on this stock. I can name 7 indicators that give a bullish signal. I don't want to. It's a big waste of time. Kyrie, hello. What's up? Jeff Bezos, next CEO. Got to poach that Amazon talent. I mean, he's retired, right? Like he's available. They could hire him. I highly doubt he would do it. People like that kind of money, they just don't care. Like he just doesn't want to work anymore. Probably. He wants to take the half he has left over after his divorce and just go enjoy his life. The guy turned a bookstore into the largest company in the world. I think he's ready to lay down. Is it late now to invest? Ahmed or Ahmed? I'm no. I don't know. That's like if you think it has the squeeze happened? No. Is the stock looking bullish? Yes. Can I tell you when to invest? Absolutely not. And that's my answer for that. So, is it a good stock? I like it. I bought some this morning. That's all I'm gonna say. So you guys know what I did. That's just for transparency and entertainment purposes, of course. This is not financial advice. I am not a financial advisor, and you should only trust somebody who has a fiduciary duty to you. And even then, only so much. His ex-wife had the best exit strategy of all. She totally got out at the peak. Um, but I don't think she knows what to do with the money. It looks like she's just like floundering with all that money on her hands. I think she's just donating it, which is good, but I don't know. Charities are suspect. I don't trust charities to like do what they say they're gonna do. I'd rather just like give the money directly to a cause than to like trust a charity with it. I don't want to pay some like non-profit CEOs $15 million a year salary because they're just like a tax haven for rich people and they don't actually do like 1 penny of that money goes to like the actual cause. I think the GME squeeze will tank the broader market? Yeah, I do. I'm not gonna lie. It's if it's anywhere near the proportions I assume it is, then yeah, I don't know if it'll tank it, but it'll definitely have a massive effect to the downside. And remember, like anytime stocks start getting sold and things start going down, that the like rate of downward movement accelerates and like it gains momentum and it keeps like a large downtrend will create more large downtrend in its wake or it will head into it. Charities of CEOs that make billions. Yeah, it's bullshit, right? Like I think like Bezos should go run a charity because like everybody knows like if he's like the CEO of a charity, then he's not in it for the money because he's already got enough. Although people like that live for the money, like that's what it's all about. It's like a scorecard. His eyeballs probably have a hard time not rolling back to his head every time he sees how she spends all that money. Maybe, yeah. I suspect Bezos, like most multi billionaires, is in competition with other multi billionaires to be the richest. I mean, I'm stoked if GME takes the broader market down because that means that like I get to buy a bunch of stuff really cheap. Like there's going to be a big like you know how we have flash sales on GME and dip buys. There's going to be a dip buy all over the market. So you just go buy up like whatever company you want or you like. APWS should short stocks during MOAS and then put all that money back into GME. Apes. Yeah. Um I suppose that's a strategy if you think that's what's going to happen. GME could spike with not a lot of effect on the broader market. I don't know. We don't know until it's happening. It's had some effect on the market in the run-ups we've seen so far. Probably just because the amount of capital flowing in on the upside of the short squeeze, right? All that liquidity just being driven into like this tiny little stock. This work for charity can confirm a lot or waste. Can also confirm a lot or not. It's about to. Yeah, you do have to do your due diligence on who to donate to. I just don't like. I don't trust any of them, right? So that's my initial take on any charity is I don't trust them. Like I'd rather go just like hand out briefcases of cash to homeless people than to like donate to a charity that helps homeless people. Now, if those homeless people want to turn their lives around with that money, awesome. If they want to go buy drugs, cool. I don't care what they do with it. How to beat inflation after taking a few hedge funds will affect the market. Yeah. That's what I've been telling my family to get ready for instead of telling them to buy anything specific. I mean, the market, honestly, with the way the market's been acting, I could see it crashing without anything from GME at all. I can see it crashing. It doesn't look healthy. Could be. Wasn't Bezos worth like $1 trillion for a second or something? Like at the peak of the pandemic? Or Amazon was worth $1 trillion? You think NSCC 2021-801 gets passed? Seems like there's a lot of people waiting on that. I don't know. Those regulations are not really like transparent with with like the public with when they're going to be put in place. So, yeah, it would have an effect on people's positions on this stock. Yeah, I mean, like, I feel like if what they want to do is not turn their life around, that's their choice. Like, and if they do, okay. Like, I'd rather just give them the choice than like let someone else like go around making decisions for them. I feel like a lot of like social capital is spent making decisions for people that would rather make those decisions for themselves and just have the capital to do it. How is the market not looking healthy? Well, I guess I can show you guys because GME is kind of just doing exactly what I said it would do. But the market isn't looking healthy because of this. So this is like the trending support line for the market since the pandemic, and see how it comes off and then it corrects, and then it'll rise off that trend line and correct and correct. Well, we're way off the trend line again. And so anytime this happens, it's like kind of just running out of control. Also, look at this momentum since it crashed in 2020. And like our economy is not recovered by any means. Like this is just out of control speculation based on massive amounts of capital entering the market. And like this should not be this high. Companies like Tesla are just wildly overvalued. I don't care what Kathy Wood says. Um, there's so much money in these companies that don't actually produce products, and like that's gonna come around and bite everybody in the ass eventually. That's just economics. You can't have bull runs that go on forever. Yeah, I'm not against UBI. I grew up poor. It's all built on margin debt. Probably. Too many white collar workers, nothing better to do with their money than dump it in stocks. Yeah, it's true. It only costs so much to live. I think we should just have like a wealth cap. Like you can make $1 billion and then everything above, like every year you can refresh it back to a billion, but everything you make above a billion, you just get like a token. Like you get like your own crypto, right? Like give them one coin of like the billionaire crypto, and that indicates like they have earned another $1 billion, but that money just goes back into like public works, schools, education, jobs, infrastructure. These people don't need to sit on all their money like dragons. It's as somebody who loves money, it's just stupid. It's just stupid how much wealth is tied up. Yeah, just give them like a billionaire NFT token for every like Jeff Bezos and his children and his grandchildren can happily live out their lives on $1 billion very, very comfortably. The other like 170 billion could be put to better use than sitting in a bank account, making other rich people money. You won capitalism coin. Exactly. Why would anyone try? I mean, that's the argument, right? But like, you want that billionaire NFT, man? Just turn it into a video game, right? Like, I like make competition the goal, but don't make money the measurement of winning. Yeah, it's pretty cool how GM. Well, GME is less dense than the water it sits in. So anybody who took chemistry or physics or any science in high school would tell you that it will have to float to the surface, won't it? And it may just do that. It may just keep floating up. Money can buy happiness. Absolutely. More people should have that option, though. Is doing what you mean. If you see a monkey hoarding bananas while others starve. Yeah, I read that post. It's true. Go into safe man. Turn school into a true life experience and let kids earn money early with social currency. I mean, there's a lot of like different things that can work, but I think the first thing America needs to do is step up its educational system. I think that's step one. I think we need to put way, way, way more money into education than we currently do. I think we need to pay teachers more. And I think we need to encourage. Yeah, of course not. Because why would you want the masses to be intelligent? Which is funny because the class of billionaires before the current crop, right? Like you go back to the industrialization age and you look at like Rockefeller, Carnegie and Mellon, and even JP Morgan. Like these guys were worth as much as like Bezos if you account for like inflation over time, right? Like Carnegie was worth like 300 million back then, which is like Bill Gates, more than Bill. He's like I think the richest man in history if you account for that. But like he took all that money and he put it towards educating the public, and there was a good reason for that. He put it towards libraries, schools, um, infrastructure, communities. And I know like Warren Buffett and Bill Gates are doing that, but I think they're doing it in a way that's just going to benefit a lot of charities. Like his was more direct, and yeah, I mean all those like yeah, if you account for inflation, there's been like the Dutch East India Company is like the most valuable company of all time or something. Yeah, I mean like I lived in New York City when I was little. We had Carnegie libraries here, um, but the goal was to educate the working class, right? And like now the goal is to keep them dumb and fighting with each other on social media. I don't mind talking this side of politics. I just don't care about the candidates. In my mind, they're all just useless. Mansa Musa was the richest. You know, 1/3 of all the gold at one point. Um, I think I've read about that. Yeah, but like, didn't someone just steal it from him? So who stole it from him? Like, was that in like West Africa? There was another one that was like super wealthy, like one of the like West African chieftains. And MNMD is humming along nicely compared to yesterday. Is that like MedMind? That's I mean it's interesting. I don't think the legalization's broad enough. I'm waiting for like FCC confirmation that they're going to allow like psilocybin into antidepressants or whatever like clinical trials are on the line to start coming to fruition. Before, biotech's weird. Biotech you have to wait for and invest on fundamentals. Like it's biotech is actually one of the few things that I will chase if it's running up because I'd rather have the news than be waiting on the speculation of it. It's a different uh type of investment. Like you biotech investors know how to invest in biotech, and it's not something I follow super closely, but I do think it's very profitable. Yeah, depression, PTSD. Um, he died and the empire collapsed. It was the Middle East. Oh, okay. I know there was like I think it was Ghana or something like that, and like the value of the gold stores in the country were just like absolutely unreal. And one of like the chieftains, like he's also rated as like being possibly one of the richest individuals in history. But I mean like in America in history when I'm referring to Carnegie. What's your opinion on uranium stocks? I don't know. Are we gonna build more nuclear reactors? They're supposed to be safe after Chernobyl happened, but I think long term they present more problems than they solve. Solar and wind are probably better, except for the rare metal issue, but we'll have to find workarounds for that. It's called Mali. Yeah. Thank you, Tim. Yeah, I knew it. I like read it somewhere, but I don't remember all the details. Jimmy's looking nice. I like where Jimmy is now. We're testing so we're actually testing 175 right now, and I'm gonna update Reddit on that. But like, it looks like we're getting rejected. So 175 test. So I said that was gonna happen like a couple hours ago. We just don't have the volume to push through. I don't think. Ugh. Let me update Reddit real quick, guys, and I'll get back to your questions on the stream. All right, cool. Reddit's updated. Again, thank you for everybody upvoting over here. It's got a lot more visibility today than yesterday. Although we didn't have the crash today. Like Reddit had an issue yesterday with like karma, and it was like deleting posts all over the place. So let me try to catch up with you guys. Oh, by the way, if anybody likes the content, hit the like button. It's not a lot of time out of your day, and I think it helps out the channel. And if you don't like the content, find content you like. Stop watching me. That's weird. And if you want to support the channel, there's a Ko-Fi link down below. I don't want anybody to feel obligated, but it does help out a lot. Helps me keep doing this for everybody. Into run Sol for a long solar stock. But I expect nuclear power to become a new thing for the Biden admin. Government likes to push nuclear power because it creates a lot of jobs, and it creates a lot of construction jobs. Solar doesn't take that long to set up. It takes up a lot of space, which I feel like the US has plenty of, but like if you drive across this country, most of it's empty. For studies here, so keep listening. Yeah, I'm paying attention to MindMed. I'm just like waiting for broader acceptance. I actually have a friend who has severe depression, and he's self-treated with like microdose psilocybin, and it changed his life. So, I do believe there is some truth to the efficacy of it. Speaking of rare earth, thoughts on MP materials. I don't like investing in mining companies. They're shady as hell. I'll let the penny stock guys do that. Penny stocks present high risk to reward ratios, so you can make like 15,000% in a run up, but you can also just lose all your money. It's like true gambling. Should they make an announcement the best structure to farm wind with instead of large wind turbines? I've seen a lot of like different tech for like wind and solar farms. Nuclear is the best option to solve the load balance issues. Yeah, I've read about that. Rad. I don't know. Hydroelectric's also, I think, pretty good. Nuclear is lots. Also, tidal. I think tidal power, which is like another type of hydroelectric power, which works with like the tide flowing in and out. Nuclear is a lot safer than it used to be. Yeah, it is. Save money on you still sell it to consumers like solar and wind. Like, subscribe. Thank you so much. Charcoal and the purpose of it. Which one? I have the MACD here. It's a trailing histogram on volume and moving averages. And then I also have which I'm going to close. And I also have the RSI here, which is a relative strength index, and it just shows momentum and volatility. So right now the RSI is kind of flat, and if we got a bunch of volume, the RSI would go up. It indicates if the stock is overbought above 70 and it's oversold below 30. So it kind of shows you turnaround points for a stock. As I day trade, so that's useful information for me normally. On GME, it's interesting. I think on GME, it's more relevant at like the day level. So like today is kind of a low strength day, but it's picking up. And you can see this like last week was very weak. And then if you look like last month, and if you look like here at the spikes, you can see how it flows into the overbought territory. Or like a January, like way overbought. But dips in the RSI can show you dips in the incoming volume. What kind of car are you getting post squeeze? I have a hybrid right now. I'll probably just keep that. I might buy a Porsche. Porsches are cool. I don't like I had family members that like worked on Ferraris and Lamborghinis, and I don't think they're like a valuable or quality vehicle. Sorry if there's like a lot of background noise right now, guys. Ape love pickle. Thank you, John Donaldson. It's appreciated. Oh, I should check the Ko-Fi. Let's see here. I'm glad for you, man. Honestly, like if you found help with like psilocybin or LSD microdosing for depression, that's awesome. Porsche S Turbo or GT3, Turbo S or GT3, GT3, or I'd get a rough. Rough are cool. It's RUF. They're like a custom Porsche mod company. I would maybe get one of those. If you buy a car, buy German. If you want engineering most. Actually, Porsches are really reliable compared to other German cars. They're like more reliable in reliability tests than like BMW or Mercedes, which are not reliable at all. I've owned both and they're terrible. And now I just have like a cheap hybrid because it's good on gas. I didn't own like brand new. I'm not like some rich douche. Like I didn't have like brand new BMWs or Mercedes. I just had like used ones, but they sucked. Yeah, American cars were great before 1976. And if you can buy the ones from before 1976, they're still great. They just aren't anymore. With the exception of maybe like the F-150, I think is moderately reliable. It has to be though. They'd lose their buyers if it didn't have a decent amount of reliability. Smoke everyone, lol. Yeah. The 918, I think it is, looks really cool. Like that, like the like hybrid Porsche. That one looks dope. That's like a supercar. Solar panel close, one of my favorite things. Yeah, that's smart. They should just put solar panels on top of everything. Do you think Powell speaks today? It could if it brings the market down. Every time that guy opens his mouth, the market comes down, even if he says positive things. So I just assume that, yeah, if the market comes down around the time of Powell's speech, you can see GME dip also. It's going to be like Need for Speed 2 all over again. The squeezes, I'm going for an Audi. I had an Audi A8. It was garbage. That's just a secret for you. Just for you, Cool Daddy 3. They have massive amounts of electrical problems. I mean, if you're going to lease it, that's fine. Because you just like be like, I don't like this car anymore and give it back when it starts falling apart. But if you're buying one, all Audis are garbage. They all have electrical problems. So BMWs have them eventually. BMWs are probably the most reliable out of the three like major luxury manufacturers. That's on a Model 3 or Model S. I don't know too much about their I presume they're reliable because they don't have a lot of moving parts. The BMWs were super good up through like the super early 2000s, like 2002, 2003. After that, they started to kind of like the quality of their components and stuff kind of started to fall apart. Now they're just like very they're prone to, I think mechanics like to call them gremlins, but they have like, and that's why like Japanese cars you don't really see a lot of like, they're very Spartan because they build them for reliability, and so they don't want a lot of like electrical gadgets and doohickeys because they just like they aren't a real, anyway. I don't want to speak too much on the value of cars, but if you're a billionaire, buy whatever car you want. I don't care. After the squeeze. I'm just telling you that I would never buy any American car because they make them all in Mexico. So it's not like I'm supporting the American economy. Um, all the Japanese cars, I think, except for Honda, are actually made in the U.S. And then I wouldn't buy any German cars besides Porsche because I think they're super unreliable. And Italian cars, I don't just think they're super unreliable. They are. They're just pretty. AMC bag holders looking mad salty. What software is what? WeBull. If you want to sign up for it, there's a link down below. And if you use it, we both get some free stocks. So that's cool. Me and you both get free lunch if you use my link to sign up for WeBull. But I actually use it because I think it's like the best free software with open options. So if you don't have a $25,000 day trading account, Webull's where it's at. Yeah, they're a lot easier to repair and cheaper to repair if you live in Europe. But they also have like more economy models there. Like they really only sell their luxury line here. Yeah, Honda's in Marysville, Subaru's in Indiana. I think Toyota's in Ohio, and they have one in California. Um, Japanese cars get made in the U.S. U.S. cars get made in Mexico. Mazda also gets made in Mexico, and then German cars are, I think, usually imported from Dusseldorf. Also, when I was going to school, I briefly had a job as a car salesman for BMW, as a matter of fact. So I do know a bit about them. South Carolina, okay. Yeah, probably an assembly factory. I think the parts still come from Europe, though. So they probably assemble here, like certain models. Munich. A lot of the Japanese cars are the same way. Like their parts are made in Japan. Like I think all of the Scions are made in Japan, and then they ship the parts here and assemble them here. I think it saves on like excise tax or something. We're looking good. We're above 175, moving up to test the 180 resistance, and we actually are picking up a little bit of volume. This is a ascending channel. This is especially if this touches here, that will complete it. Heading to test 180. I'm going to update Reddit on that just so they're aware that the stock is actually doing something. And then it's not doing a lot. Don't everybody freak out or anything. It's just, but it is, the things it's doing are good. Not everybody like losing their shit because the stock's up $5. That's not what we're looking for. If you get excited on a $5 jump, you need to calm down because the MOAS is gonna tilt you out of your mind. It's looking strong heading into power hour. All right. Just updating Reddit, everyone. Let me check our Ko-Fi. back to everyone over here. See if I can catch up with you guys. Baby, yeah, we are green. Being green feels good though. Let it fill you with hopium and ease that it's not down, but it don't get too carried away with this like small price action, you know? Like this is good practice. It's good practice for the stock market. You want to be cool and collected. I've been doing this like a while, and I guarantee you that I will not be fully cool and collected at like the peak of a MOAS. I am going to be losing my shit entirely. And I have had stocks run hard, and it's still like every time it happens, it's just like the psychology like behind staying cool in those situations. It's very difficult to overcome. I don't think it won't affect you if you've never experienced it. Thankfully, GME's had some crazy up and downs to prep people a little bit. Actually, yes, there are several theories. Neonixian. That yeah, that's why they have financial engineering. You know, I hope you know that. There is a I mean, they usually design systems for markets and stuff, but there's a lot of physics and stuff involved. The problem ultimately with the market is like it would be very easy to track scientifically if its overall um, system wasn't ruled by emotion. If it was just like if people were removed, it would be a very predictable system. But unfortunately, people complicate it like so many other things. Uh, you feel like a god? No, no more than usual. Planning to stream during OS. I'm still thinking about it. It presents some legal complications that I am aware of, but I'm trying to think of a workaround for that for you guys because I would like to be here to support everybody. You know, unless my like internet or something goes out. Make sure you guys have a. Here's a good thing to make sure you have. Make sure you have a backup internet connection, whether it be like a hotspot on your phone or something like that. I would make sure I had a backup internet connection during the MOAS. Yeah, January was good practice. The drop from 350 was good practice if you held through that at the end of yeah, like March 10th, I think it was. So with Fidelity, I specifically know this problem because I have an account with Fidelity. With Fidelity, the way you want to handle it is either have an account that doesn't impose those limits by having like a lot of money in it, or or two, you set below the current price at a price you want to sell, or you sell at market. So like say the stock's at 175, right? And you set a limit sell for 170. Um, not a stop loss, but a limit sell at 170, then the stock will just sell at whatever the like closest price to that is immediately. If the limit sell is below the current market price, then like you'll sell at the next available block. And so like if even if your limit sells like 170, you'll sell at like say 172 or something like that. Trying to catch the falling knife is hard. If you're trying to like limit sell on the way down, like when it's like hard coming down, that part's difficult. That's why you want to sell Warden was saying, like those triangles that he showed everybody, like because those are more stable events than the fall between them. just came back this morning, recovered quite well. Yeah, yeah, we had a gap fill, man. Everyone likes a gap fill. I thought we'd get it yesterday, but no. A tiny bit of correlation on the daily, maybe hourly. My current settings are 20, 60, 30, 120. It's on TradingView. I don't know which version of it TradingView uses, but I can tell you that my settings are 9, 26, 52. So my conversion line is 9, baseline is 26, and leading span is 52 for Ichimoku Cloud. There's different settings for it depending on the intervals you're trading at. Also, just Gherkinit, so you know that. Phone hotspot, yeah. Just like make sure you have something, right? Like a backup internet, because I think that would be one of the easier ways to kill the squeeze. Or for somebody to have just a problem with the squeeze, right? Like, say if you live somewhere urban, there might be a lot of people around you trading, right? Yeah, uninterruptible power supply could be a good idea too. Expensive, but they won't cut the US power grid. I don't think it'll go that far, because that would cause far more far-reaching damage. Because then they're going from like robbing people to murdering people. That has a different effect on the public opinion. What happens if you sell it market on the way down? What's your plan? Sell it market on the way down. You don't know what price you'll get if you sell it market, because those candles fluctuate in price so greatly. Like, you could get a price lower than what you want. That's why you use limit sells. What's your plan for the MOAS stream? I think I covered that for everybody. If you missed it, I'll go over it again in the future, but nothing is worthy of being on the app if not buying or selling. I don't know what you mean, Jacob. 170. Yeah, well, 180 was a tough resistance yesterday too. Could you do a Discord audio line during the MOAS? Again, the issue isn't streaming the MOAS or like, I mean, I have my own concerns during the MOAS. So first and foremost, remember that you guys will, like, unfortunately, as much as I love you all and appreciate your support, like, everybody will be secondary, right? Like, I have to look out for my own investments during that time period. And I also have to avoid giving like any key financial advice, which in the heat of the moment could be risky. So like Warden's plan was he was going to mute himself and just occasionally like draw on the chart to indicate signals. And as far as I know, he still plans on streaming if a MOAS occurs, but I haven't heard from him on that point. I have options this Friday at a 175. Think might be best to sell today. I don't think I'll go past 180 this week unless there's a catalyst. I don't know. I can't tell you when to sell your options, man. Your theta on Thursday and Friday is going to decay a ton, though. So your options are going to be infinitely less valuable tomorrow. But today is still looking bullish. Like today's, we're already moving up to test 178. We have essentially no volume. If we get above 180, I could see a volume push higher. So that's my prediction for the stock. What you choose to do with your options is up to you, man. But they could be worth more today than they are right now, and they'll maybe be worth less tomorrow. But I don't know what the price is going to do today. GME is still highly volatile, and some of its actions can still be very unpredictable. So I hope that helps you. But if you want to roll, usually you would roll earlier in the week. So I'm guessing you expect these options to expire, in which case, like, you're running out of time. Theta is eating away at them. So yeah, I hope that helps in some way, or that educates you. I use it for crypto. Just thought since HF aren't playing by normal rules, so to speak. I got to go back to your other post. I don't remember. Oh, okay. Ichiraku for cloud. I'm not sure how it applies to crypto. Is this a bull flag? It's so flat. Yes. It's a bear flag, but it's not flat. It's up. This is bullish. It's a bullish trend. It's an upward trend. These can run on for a long time, but when they break, they usually break down. How much down? No, it's not like a lot, but like they will break out of their upward momentum when they reach a level of resistance that they can no longer push through. Because there are 1.7k contracts at 180. I was hoping for the price to climb over 200. Yes, but it got shorted. Well, we hit 200 in after hours. Unfortunately, you can't sell an option then. 144.21. That's super low for GME. Yeah, our implied volatility isn't crazy high right now because we're still mostly sideways. So options are cheap right now. I mean, relatively. Not cheap versus like the broader market. How do you say Gherkinit? Gherkinit, like gherkin and it. Gherkin is a type of pickle consumed here in the US and I believe abroad as well. And it is the action you take with your gherkin. That's all I have to say. You said Ivy is high. Implied volatility? I mean, it's high compared to like what a stock normally is. It's low for GME, if that makes sense of anything that I may have misspoke. My son loves gherkins. Asks for them by name. Dope. Pickles are awesome. I like dills, especially fresh ones, and a little bit spicy. Shroom Gang, 18%. Yee. Good job, man. Odds they cover their FTDs at the end of the day like they did 224. It's a lot of speculation, but worth in the T19 to T21 range right now from the last. Make sure we're all pickles. We are. We're all here in my pickle jar. This is the pickle jar. Welcome. Enjoy swimming in the brine, the briny, salty sea. If I first read it at Gherkin IT, which would be a great name for a tech company. Shrooms. Smells like vinegar. Just so everyone knows, if you haven't yet and would like to, you can like the video and subscribe down below. I'll be doing this every day during market hours for the foreseeable future. I will let you know if that plan changes. And if you want to support the channel, there's a Ko-Fi link down below. It's greatly appreciated. You can also check out our Discord, follow us on Twitter, follow us on Reddit. And I think that's all the stuff that I'm supposed to say to you. I did it. Well, Fidelity told me this morning proxy materials won't be out until middle of next week. Requested in a particular format, and GameStop will take their time. Yeah, I mean, it can take a while for proxy materials to come out. I've experienced similar issues with other stocks. Most happens any drop can look. You can call them and get your. There's like a number you can get from them, so you can vote. I forget what it's called. Most happens any drop can look like the other side of the peak. How not to get paper hand. So not any drop, because you're looking for a drop with like descending volume and price in a relatively stable fashion. Like sharp drops during the squeeze up are just to be expected. You have to be patient. Wait, watch the price action of the stock over time. And if you believe it has peaked and is seeing a descending trend, then look for indicators of that descending trend. So lower volume, lower and lower price action. Usually you're looking for another spike to end lower. So you're looking for lower highs, concurrent lower highs. So you have one high of like 10 million, and then the next high is 9,800,000, and then the next high is 9,600,000, all on progressively lower volume, is going to indicate that the stock is now in a declining position. It is not continue. Now it could, yeah, it could go up above that, right? But like, that is bullish, right? That is a bullish sign. That's what Warden's talking about in his post, is you're looking for those lower highs. So you've hit a high, and then the next high is lower. And those are signals, right? Those are signals that the squeeze is complete. I mean, don't sell if you have a larger position. Don't sell your entire position at once. Walk at that point. You're going to want to walk like out of your position incrementally. So if it does spike up again, you don't miss that opportunity. We love being in the pickle jar. Awesome. My mom just got 2 decks, and their names are Pickles and Quackers. That's awesome. Their nickname Gherkinit. So, it's Gherkin. My gamer tag was like Gherkin on a lot of things, and then if Gherkin was taken, which I don't know why it was ever taken, but sometimes it was, I would use Gherkinit because it sounds sexual, but it's really just because I love pickles. So it was like I got to have fun both ways. Also, there's like that old saying, like, jerkin, you're a gherkin, right? So I thought that was funny. Wait for second lower peak at least. Yeah, that's kind of like that's kind of what Warden's talking about when he references that. How can I see volume of a candle? You mouse over it, and on the top left, so like if we go look at this candle here, in the top left, you'll see where it says volume 17,438. That's the volume of that candle. I can tell you how to do it on WeBull. I don't know how to do it on other apps. On Fidelity, it's the same thing if you're using like Active Trader Pro. I don't know if you can even see that on Robinhood. Maybe you can if you use like the candles. Or maybe if you're like on PC. I haven't used Robinhood on PC. Yeah, TD Ameritrade's probably I think is the same. If you hypothetically, so if my friend owns 40 shares of GameStop, yeah, why wouldn't you sell in blocks? I wouldn't sell like all 40 at once, even if it was if I had 5 shares, I would break them up over the amount of time I sold them off. As we use stop loss and trailing stop loss. Okay, I think I got a question on Ko-Fi. Let me check that out. No message, just donating Ryan Mish for Michigan. Thanks, you Gurk. Appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. The donations really do help. I don't expect you guys to do it, but when you can, that's super awesome. So big shout out. Robinhood doesn't have candles on PC. Are you serious? What a shitty trading app. Ugh. Don't get me started. After weeks of no volume. I wasn't home when the January squeeze started. So, and I only had Robinhood on my phone at the time, and like Fidelity was just being like a pain in the ass. So I tried to buy more stocks. Like I tried to FOMO a little bit when GME started to go up. Like I already had shares, but I wanted more as it started to climb. And Robinhood wouldn't let me buy. And they sent me this stupid email like, "Oh, sorry, we had to cancel your buy order." And I was like unbelievable nonsense. And that was like in the morning, like before the peak. Before it peaked, they still wouldn't let me buy. And then it like the problem became more and more apparent, and like people started talking about it. But I think I still have like a picture of the email because I wanted to sue them. The first red candle 5 minutes ago is 6:30 on TradingView. This says 23,304. They all like TradingView has like weird data. TradingView's data is not live. It's got like a delay and it takes time for it to fill. I forget who their data source is, but it's like TradingView's fine, but it's just not like the perfect tracker for like live trading because I don't think it's super up to date. Peaked at 512 pre-hours and downhill from there. Yeah. I know RH might doubling down of shares that, yeah. I think RH pissed off a lot of people, and like a lot of people that are in GME now are, it's just because like Robin had pissed them off. So like they saw the like collusion and like the scams happening around them, and now like they're even more confident in the stock than they ever would have been otherwise. Big 180 sell wall. Yeah, is there? I don't see it on level 2, but I mean they're gonna try to prevent 180, right? Got a message on Ko-Fi. Somebody bought anonymous bananas were purchased for Gherkinit. Oh, thank you, anonymous. Or is your name just somebody? I don't know. Thank you though. The donations are always appreciated. They help the channel out. And me. Your favorite pickle. DD on Reddit says hedgies are borrowing a bunch of stocks to create the sell wall and then returning the leftovers. I mean, I don't even know if they need to borrow anything to create a sell wall. They might be able to put the order in without like it's questionable. Sell walls are irrelevant if you break through them. The idea is that you put the sell wall high enough that like the stock gets caught on resistance below the sell wall. Like you don't actually want to sell your shares. You just want to put downward pressure on the stock because you want to use those shares again later if it climbs through that resistance. Thanks for the answer. Can you recommend a better platform that's also free? WeBull. Europort. Europe has different brokerages than the US. I'm not sure. Maybe check out like Google or Reddit and see like read some reviews by users. Like not don't read like the public reviews, but read some reviews by users on like brokers available to you in Europe. And like find one that you think aligns with what you're trying to do. I think there are people convinced we're still inside the wedge and we're being kept inside of it on purpose. No, we're not. There's no way to draw that wedge where we're still inside it. We've already broken out, but we are consolidating. I went over this earlier, but just so there's no confusion. This is where like the wedge ended. I'll just draw like the end because you don't need to see the whole thing. It's irrelevant. But that's where it ended. And see, we're out of the wedge, right? And we hit resistance and it's just like the daily chart, right? And we're consolidating and we're going to test resistance again. And that's just like, that's how stocks move. This is just natural stock movement. There's nothing weird going on here. We're not being artificially suppressed into the wedge. We're already out of it. Everything's looking bullish. Everyone just needs to calm down. Stop trying to find reasons to freak out over nothing. We're up. This is good. There's no, when you're up, it's never bad. Whether it's 0.01% or 1,000%, up is good. I want to host an AMA after rugging everyone on Doge. Yeah, they screwed everyone on Dogecoin too, if anybody doesn't know that. Like Dogecoin hit like almost 50 cents and they wouldn't let people sell it. Accidentally turned play speed to 0.75 and then thought somebody shot Girk with a tranquilizer. No, but I am a little slow today. I need more coffee. I need to take a break, and I wish the stock wouldn't have picked now to do something interesting because I want to go to the bath. You know what? I might just go to the bathroom and make myself a coffee, and you guys can watch my predicted breakout of $180. You should have an animated pickle as your stream avatar. I don't know how to do any of that stuff. If anybody's like super experienced with like making this all look better, reach out to me. You know, I'm always interested in help. When do you think it'll start going up? I don't know. When someone buys more of it. Devonte, go now. Yeah, I'm gonna go now. I'm gonna grab a cup of coffee and use the restroom. And I mean, I should have done this an hour ago, but this is my prediction. We'll see if it follows that trend. I'll be right back, guys. And we're back. Ah, everything fell down. All right, cool. What's up, man? Hey guys, did I miss anything fun or cool or nifty? Uh, so first thing I'm gonna do now that I'm back is update Reddit real quick and just let them know what's going on vis-a-vis this current trend. Remember, it's still like midday, so don't expect like crazy upward movement besides like the crazy upward movement we're experiencing. Um, 10. That's right. That's Reddit updated. I just trying to stay on top of that, so forgive me if it's causing me to be even more behind, but let me check Ko-Fi. Ko-Fi supporter. Mr. Gherkin. Ko-Fi is pronounced like coffee. Oh, okay. According to their Twitter. Sorry for being a pedant. Thanks to the hard work you're doing. Thank you, coffee supporter. Um, why use the hyphen then? You can't just make up words and then tell people how you want them pronounced. RDK, greetings from Denmark. Please keep up the good work. It's much appreciated. Thank you, RDK. Right. Let me see if I can get to some of you in chat over here. Nothing going on. Oh, we broke through? Hey, look at us. Told you guys. We did it. Yay. Okay. That's cool. That's where I want us to be. Let's hope we stay through. Let's chat. Thanks for the answer. Can you recommend a better platform? Okay, I covered that. Where am I on the chat? Go now. That's where I left. It's gonna squeeze while you're gone. I don't think that's gonna take like a long time to happen. Just so you know, there's circuit breakers. So everybody should know this. Anybody in chat that doesn't know this, pay attention. There are circuit breakers every 5% climb. So what'll happen is NYSE will stop all trading on the stock for every 5% increment that it climbs. So right now, if we were to climb 5%, that would be, let's see, 10% is 18. So if we climbed $9 all at once, they would put a stop. Wait, is my math wrong? I feel like my math is way off. Yeah, no, $9. A $9 immediate rise, like in one candle, would cause a circuit breaker to trigger, and that would stop all trading on the stock for 5 minutes. At which point they would resume trading on the stock. Do not panic when those happen on the way up. They are going to happen, and they're going to happen frequently. Remember, 5% is compounding, so the amount of price covered will increase every time as long as it continues to climb. So, like, if we were at 250, 5% would be $25 more, right? So it'd be the next circuit breaker would be at 275, and just try to think of it like that. Maybe keep a calculator handy so you can do the math and see when the next circuit breaker is coming up or when to expect it. But it has to climb that amount in a certain given time frame. I think you can look up the specifics on NYSE, but don't panic when those happen. It's perfectly normal part of trading. Oh man, I'm way behind on the comments here. Sorry guys if I'm not keeping up. Toxic slime, Mr. Hanky. He's also in a banana peel, if you look closely. He's popping out of a banana peel. I've combined my memes well. Yeah, WeBull gives you 3 months of level 2 for free. Although I think it's useless. It's there if you want to look, if you like looking at the little lines. What is he showing? Digital cut time is TradingView like what he is showing. TradingView is just like it's not as real time. So just try to think of it that way. Thinkorswim should be. Do you know about the conspiracy of the first post on our GME? I look rested. Thank you, Rocket Dodger. I'm not, but like more than usual. You could probably minimize order entry tab by right clicking for a better view of the chart. Can I? Yeah, that doesn't actually do anything though. So it doesn't, that doesn't help. As a matter of fact, it usually messes up far more than it, yeah. Usually messes up far more things than it fixes when you don't mess with things in Webull, is my advice. So much to learn. Yeah, take your time, absorb what you can. I'm going to be here every day, so you can just hang out and keep learning, Brad. Devontae. Stonks is green. Yeah, green stonks are nice. Yes, actually, TD's paper trading, which is trading for free. It's like a video game where you trade stocks, is one of my favorite. Although I think you should use paper trading on whatever platform you intend to trade on. Long Johnson, where? No, there's no Long Johnsons on this chart. This is 111,000 volume on this up candle here. You all need to calm down. That's nothing. We traded 68 million on one candle during the January squeeze. Think about that. 69 million over like an hour period. That 10K at 181.37 ask is gone. Is that normal? Was there a sell wall? Yeah, that's perfectly normal. I do recommend paper trading before you trade with your own capital. If you're looking into day trading or swing trading, get a paper trading account and, figure out your system that you want to use. Figure out your risk management, how you're going to handle those things, and learn to do it precisely before you actually trade real stocks. It's a Vienna sausage candle. Yeah, it's like half a Vienna sausage candle. Tony. Probably, yeah. If you're asking for financial advice, I suggest you find a financial advisor. They are registered with FINRA, and they have an obligation to not give you misinformation. Also, they're insured if they do. So you can sue them. What price? Elon Musk was gone? Everything's fine, Elon. Don't worry. Tesla's, I think, still down on the day. Stop boosting Doge and talk about your own company. We're thinking about, do you initially diversify? I don't believe in diversification. If you're diversifying, you don't know what you're investing in. So you should be investing in companies you believe in, not trying to protect your investments in companies you don't. Because that's what diversification is. You're hedging your own investments because you don't have faith in them, which means you haven't researched them enough. I mean, I learned that from Warren Buffett. Just in case anybody's like, oh my God, he has the same thought Warren Buffett does. No, Warren Buffett had that thought long before me, before I was even born. But I fully agree with him on that front. He is definitely, not that my fucking opinion on Warren Buffett matters to Warren Buffett, but what's the normal trading volume of GME daily? We're currently low. If there's a squeeze going on, a lot. Like more than any other stock on the market by a long shot. I have one stonk and one crypto. If you own GME and Doge, I like the bandwagon you're in. Recently volume has been less than 10 mil. Yeah, we've had pretty low volume the last couple weeks. Warren Buffett, the creator of the buffet. Different things. No, he's the owner of everything. Berkshire Hathaway is like a massive shareholder in most of the companies that are valuable in America. Jimmy and Doge holder gang. Yeah, that's what I've done with my diversification. I have GME in several brokerages. It's going to be very hard for me to sell out of all my positions, and I think like there's ones that I don't remember where I put them. I have GME shares somewhere that I can't find right now. I'm missing 27 shares, and I don't know where they are. They don't appear to be any of the accounts I actively use, but I have a record of purchasing them, and I can't find an email or anything. So like, it's been a nightmare trying to find them. Sell, huh? I don't understand what that means. Yeah, just or if you have a real selling problem or like a paper hand issue, I think WeBull allows you to remove your sell buttons. Don't be like that guy with the missing Bitcoin password. I don't know. It could happen. I went on like a GME buying spree when it was down at $40, and I was trying to like spread it out across as many brokerages as I can, but I can't seem to find those last like 27 shares. It's not in my dryer. No, because there's circuit breakers every 5%, Bailey. So that means every 5% rise in the stock price in a 5-minute period, they're going to halt trading on the stock. So they stop all action on the stock completely for a minimum of 5 minutes, and they can extend those further. And so what you have to do is like, it'll go up really, really fast. You have to wait. And then you wait like 10 minutes, and then they'll resume trading on it again, and it'll go down really fast, and then it'll immediately go back up really fast again. And so just like, because usually after a trading halt stops, you'll see like a bunch of sells because they'll try to get people to panic sell, right? And then like the buying pressure will pick back up and it'll resume its climb. So just expect like big dips right after an halt, but that doesn't mean the stock's going down. That just like, it's just what happens after like stocks unhalt after massive climbs. They try to scare everybody. It's all psychology. So I hope that answers your questions. I don't have a price target when you say like hundreds of thousands or millions. It'll take a very long time to get that high. Compounding 5%, it could take like a whole day to get up into like millions of dollars. If the run starts like first thing in the morning, it could take like, yeah, the whole trading day to get up that high. So you'd have a long time to think about stuff. I'm gonna do 10 push-ups for every breaker set off. Yeah, I mean, that seems good if you're used to doing a lot of push-ups. But if not, don't do that because you'll be really tired by the time like you're ready to like start your exit strategy. Yeah, I sold like 5K worth, holding on to the rest. Circuit breakers are like 5 minutes, right? They can be 5, they can extend them a little longer, depends. For this, probably 5. I don't see the SEC having to the SEC having to step in to extend a circuit breaker or NYSE. Like, there's nothing to investigate on this stock. It's just squeezing, right? Not that they, don't get me wrong, expect them to try anything they can to get you to sell your stock. They will pull out all the plugs. I put 1200 at 0.02. It was up nearly 20K when it went up to 43 cents. That's cool. What's my exit strat? I'm gonna be selling after the peak in incremental amounts. Well, they know all video games we've played trained us for this moment. Yeah, I mean, all the good video games we've played our entire lives have prepared us for the stock market, because the stock market is just a giant video game. Yes, I'm aware we dipped back below. We didn't have a super strong test. I'm surprised we pushed through it all. Sub saying 5% is 10%. Is it 10%? I thought it was 5%, 10% in opening, like the opening 15 minutes, and then 5% after that. Someone check on that for me. It doesn't matter. The stock halts. I guess the percentage matters, but it's 10%. We're sure. I can double check it. I'm just trying to find information on the trading halts. I feel like this information shouldn't be so hard to find. Level 1 halt, it says 7%. Level 2 halt is 13%. But these are drops. Level 3 halt says 20%. But it's specifically describing drops. Yeah, halt's trading at 7, 13, and 20%, it says. That's what I'm reading here on this. Drop game. Oh, up down. So from 9:45 to 3:35 p.m., it is 5%, 10%, 20%. And then from 9:30 to 9:45 and 3:35 to 4, it's 10, 20, and 40%. So everyone's wrong, including myself, apparently. Individual stocks. So is that market-wide circuit breakers is what they're referring to? This information should not be this hard to find. This is irritating me greatly. Everyone seems to have a different opinion of it. I see 10% a lot. Stock call is 10% up or down. It changes though. So that it can't be like saying it's 10% up or down can't be correct, because from 9:30 to 9:45 I know it's for a fact it's a different level, and from 3:35 to 4 p.m. it's a different amount. Thank you, Jackson and Kirsten. Securities are greater than $1 per share, and 50% change of value of a securities price less than $1 per share. Okay. Yeah. Oh, dude. They don't make this easy, right? They should, but they don't. Otherwise, everybody be rich. And they don't want that. That is, nobody wants that. That's why do you think this is such a struggle? Hmm. What's the market doing? Well, it recovered from that tiny little dip there. All right. So we tested. We're coming back around. I'm going to update Reddit. It's been about half an hour since I've been over there. So looks like we're going to test again. Feel that I've caught up with everybody sufficiently. I swear one day I'm going to be able to do both of these things simultaneously. I'm trying really hard, but I get so aggravated with the way like Reddit makes you edit posts. Obviously 180 is the important resistance for them. I don't think they can. They want to keep it below this because I don't think they exert that much pressure between 180 and 200. I don't think they can. I think they're afraid of it going over 180, but that's the way it looks. Potentially 20s. So you have potentially this from Discord 27 million in an unknown account. I guess, yeah, potentially. Or 270 million in an unknown account. I'll find it. I just have to like go through my email history and find out where I bought stock because I'm gonna have like confirmations. I just like can't find it currently, and I have a lot of emails, and I registered accounts to other emails because I was like a little paranoid that like somebody might like come in and try to like I don't know. I wanted to make sure that like I had multiple account like I have multiple accounts with GME from the same brokerage at this point. And so like I'm very diversified in where I hold my GME. That's looking a bit weak, just so you know, guys. I do expect a retest, but we might get a little dip before. Um, Also, anybody fresh in here, if you're enjoying the content, throw us a like. It gets more visibility for the channel. And then if you don't like it, there's other streamers that you can go watch. Unless I like enrage you so much that you need to keep your eyes fixated on me. In which case I'm doing my job as an entertainer. And then if you'd like to support the channel, there's a coffee, as I've been informed it's called, link below, where you can do that, and it's appreciated. You can also check out my Reddit, Twitter, and our Discord for the stream. It feels like so much to tell people. What was reasonable expectation for MOAS peaks? Everyone's spamming 10 million, 10 million, but realistically, wouldn't that be impossible? Okay, I'm not going to say it's impossible, but I will say this: $10 million a share at our estimated lowest float of 30 million shares is $300 trillion, which is more than the value of all the world's financial markets combined. That's the math. So you guys figure out what you buy. I mean, I don't know. Could it? Yeah. Will it? I don't know. No one knows, right? It's just speculation. It could hit 20 million a share. We just don't know. And there's no way to tell because that's why they call them black swan events. They don't happen very often. And yeah, I personally don't think 10 million a share is good because then all the world's economy has collapsed. We all have $10 million per share and nothing to spend it on because the dollar is now worthless. Right? So like I don't think I'd be happy if that happened. I mean, other views of mine, yes, like I, I think the world could do with like a hard reset, but that's like a whole other like opinion and factor, right? Like it's not from a financial standpoint. I don't think that would be good, but it could happen. It may not be good, but it could still happen, right? The possibility is definitely there. The financial system is likely to crash anyway. Probably. It could happen before GameStop even squeezes. Candles and volume. I don't care what people say. Like, I know a lot of streamers are like invested in Apple and Tesla, and they don't want people to like panic sell the market, but the market doesn't look super great. And a lot of experts have said so recently. And I don't think they're lying to everybody. They're trying to warn them, but people don't listen when they're making money. They just want to make more money. Greed takes over. No, it can't squeeze after hours if Joshua Ballant. If people are asking if it can squeeze after hours, no. There's no liquidity in the market, right? So if they get margin, they could get margin called after hours, but then the squeeze won't start till the next morning. Not really, because there's no one selling, right? Think of it like a marketplace. Like someone's got to be selling GameStop for them to buy it, and if no one's selling GameStop in the after hours, then there's no GameStop for them to buy. So it would just stagnate. They would buy up all the available GameStop in the after hours and it would just sit there. So yeah, you have to have liquidity and volume for the squeeze to fully occur. It could start in the after hours, but it can't squeeze in the after hours. Probably not super risky to stay in overnight because I don't see the squeeze being satisfied overnight either. Infinite ceiling, Chris. Not everyone will sell the peak, and the DTCC is loaded with more money than most of us consider. It's $60 trillion. Is their insurance payout? That's the max, and $60 trillion across 30 million shares of GME. I think is. I'll do the math on that too. I don't mind. If the DTCC crashes, which I don't care if it does, that's fine, right? Like, it's the Fed I don't want to crash, or the global financial system, ideally. So you have 60 trillion. It's a lot of zeros. Divided by 30 million shares of GameStop. That's not right. There we go. Not enough zeros. That's $2 million a share for that we would hit for every single penny of the DTCC's insurance fund. Can I post a link in chat? Karsten El Sharif to what? Everyone get the peak price. Yeah, there's gonna be, I mean, people are gonna paper hand. There's gonna be people that want out. Larger institutions don't really care about, they just want to provide like a set. They have set exit strategies, like any institutional buyer or fund manager, like they'll have an exit strategy in place. And I highly doubt they're gonna hold all the way to the peak of the squeeze. They wouldn't be that brave with someone else's money. That's like a huge risk. Um, we will, Apes will, but we do still like. I mean, we're not all the owners of the stock. How do you buy $10 million worth of real estate in a day? That's hard. Probably not able to. First side brokers and accounts. Got it. I'm only doing so. I only diversified my GME across multiple brokerages because I don't trust any of them. So I want to make sure that I'm able to sell at the peak. I do believe in the stock. I do believe it will be worth a lot more money than any other stock in history, but we'll just see how much more. I'm not going to say like it's going to be 5 million or it's going to be 10 million. I'm going to say watch the stock, use logic. I'm going to use technical indicators to sell just like I would with a day stock. I'm not changing any of my plan. Ray was removed from Twitter warning about market. Yeah, the SEC told him to stop it. He's a bit like, I think he's a bit on the spectrum, and he has some He has some issues too. He likes to be like right. Um, if you read more into him, he's not the most normal person, but he is very knowledgeable about how the market works. Do I know why the GME borrow rate is only 1%? No. Does anybody? I don't think so. Collusion, fraud. I'll say these words. Probably all of those things. Yeah, and see, Chris Martell, there's going to be people who are happy with lower amounts of money and people who aren't. I mean, at $1 million, if you have 10 shares, yeah, the psychological game, I can't even imagine, honestly. Like, you have $10 million and you could lose a lot of it very quickly, and that's scary. It's hard to hold in those situations. Anybody who can, I respect you to an amazing degree. I hope I can. Uh, I'm gonna try to. I've been diamond hands this long, so I'll continue as long as it takes. And like I said, I have shares I'm never selling, so it's gonna if it's going to see, and there's other people in that boat with me. So if it's gonna see those prices of $10 million a share, I'm gonna make sure that that's realized. Yeah, I think he has Asperger's. Uh, Yeah, I think he listens to like hardcore heavy metal at full volume. People hate working with him. I know that. I had like a professor assistant who like interned there, and they did not have nice things to say about him. At like his old fund, he shut that down. Yeah, I'm not selling, just so nobody's confused. I'm not selling this stock. I have no intention of paper handing or selling. I mean, I might think that like $10 million. I worry that I don't think $10 million a share is out of the realm of possibility. I just worry about the effect it would have. But I want to see it happen, right? I'm here for the ride. Once I'm in that rocket ship, I'm not getting out. You can't breathe the air. You need air. So we gotta at least land on a habitable planet. Is that a good analogy? I think so. What price would it take for DFA to become a trillionaire? Not much. You'd be surprised at how low that number probably is. DFE has what, 20,000 shares or 200,000 shares? So you take $1 trillion. It's like not hard math to do. If it hit $500,000 a share. AJ Thompson, can you explain to me how the economic impact isn't as great as I think at 10 and $20 million per share? Do you think anybody's not going to sell at that price? Because like people are definitely going to sell if it hits $10 million. Like the government's going to get taxes, right? But a lot of people are going to try to hide that money. A lot of people like not not everybody is like noble and like, oh, I'm going to pay my 50% immediately. Some people are going to like try to offshore that, dump it into crypto and move it around. Like people are greedy. It's just nature, human nature. Look at my comments on geometric mean. I mean, you can also like look at it logarithmically that they don't have to buy like 100% of the shares sold short back to cover. So I mean, there's two sides to that coin too. Hey, MOS happens 20 million per share. GameStop simply becomes ruler of global empire. Maybe these are in dollars. It's like you don't get paid in gold on your shares. AJ Thompson, did you read the Reddit post? Loved it. Major crisis. I'll have to check it out. If you send it to me in Discord, AJ, I'll take a look at it. I'm not I'm never opposed to hearing new information. Yeah, if you presume paper-handed selling on the way up. Yeah, I could see that. And that's why I say I don't think 10 million's out of the realm of possibility, because I don't think there's going to be a lot of people left holding at that point if we get that high. People are going to get scared. I've been in the market a long time and I've seen stocks run and people get scared no matter what they say. I don't put a lot of faith in the masses. I know people do, but faith isn't something that I have or believe in. So GME aren't part of these communities, though. A lot of people own the stock who are using TA and trend tracking who will hit their target and sell out. Yeah, there are a lot of just investors that like and swings and like if I'm day trading GME, right, and I buy it in the morning and it starts to squeeze, I'm gonna be in it for the squeeze. I'm not gonna like sell at my 10% profit limit, right? Because the unrealized potential is huge, but I'm probably also not gonna hold forever, right? And so like there's a lot of people like that too, that what they have like they're gonna hold for a long time, but they're not gonna subvert their own risk limitations to do it. 180 broken again. I'm barely. We're at 180.32. I would say so. Like anytime you're like right, like 180, 180, 120 in this range, like 179, and this is all a test of that resistance. So it's not like so 180.50 does not mean we've broken through the resistance, right? It means we're up, like we're winning. Like if you look at it like there's two sides to the resistance line. One is support, one is resistance. We have we're above it, so we're using it as support, but we still need to get significantly above it. Think of it as like a black hole, right? And it has gravitational pull. So if you go this way, it pulls you back. And if you go this way, it pulls you back, right? And so like everything always is going to be the fight for this resistance line when you're in a situation like this. And so you want to break free of it, just like you would like a spaceship. And that's why we're doing moon things and going to the moon and all that. Because when you go to the moon, you break free of the Earth's gravity, right? Resistance by hedges. How do they force the price back down? Yeah, they use short positions. They have a lot of tricks. I mean, you don't learn them all in school, so unfortunately I don't know all their tricks, but they have a lot. There's a lot of tricks they can use. They can buy stock on the market and then like buy one share on the market, and they can have like an algorithm that does this. They can buy one on the market and then sell one almost simultaneously on a dark pool that the market doesn't track, and then overall you have a net negative effect on the price, right? And so like that's just one example of thousands of tricks they can use. Black hole metaphors are perfect. I'm trying the metaphor thing to explain, because I felt like none of my financial textbooks had enough information, like that was talked, like not enough metaphors. And I feel like the finance game needs more metaphors so people realize it's just a big video game and everyone's fighting for the high score. Yes, SK route buy orders versus or route buy orders via dark pools. I transferred all but 0.52. Oh, if you're calling me on Discord, I'm probably not going to answer. Sorry, guys. um, you guys have the comment section. If anybody wants to subscribe for more content, please do. More subscribers helps the channel, as do likes and donations in our coffee below. So a lot of people are like talking about how Robinhood's a great short play. I don't know, right? Like if I took like my immediate like friend group and people I know, I've had a hard time convincing most of them that Robinhood's bad. They like, I love it. I like take my extra money and I buy stuff and then it's worth more money. It's like a wallet and you put $1 in and $2 comes out. And I'm like, no, but they're evil. And they're like, I don't care. And so that's what you're fighting against. You're fighting against like social sentiment. And the fact of the matter is that they still have, even after that, like, sure, like a bunch of people moved to Fidelity, but like even after that, like a lot of people are still in Robinhood. The funds they manage are still quite extensive. No, I do not think the MOAS will change how corrupt the system is. I think if anything, it'll change regulation, and then the system will attempt to subvert that regulation, right? That's the goal of the system. The goal of the economic market is to subvert the political agenda and find loopholes where money can be made illicitly until those loopholes are closed. So it's a constant back and forth. 40 minutes before close. We might get a big volume increase in power hour. I hope so. I'd like to see that. But right now we're just chop. Lots of chop. Wall Street money with an infinite losing hand. Yeah, ignore the. Well, it's an IPO, first of all, and I can tell you from experience, IPOs, unless you're in before it goes to market, are not a great investment. If we move to blockchain, I mean, there's no stopping us theoretically, but it's still like that's still like a societal battle. It's not like if every ape moved all their money to crypto, then that would be the end of it. Like, there's a reason these things exist in the state they're in now. And changing status quo is not simple. Can GME change the status quo? Only time will tell. So Jimmy will work as they have a long position and we have them against the wall. Yeah, it's our game to lose. So, I mean, all we have to do is sit here with our shares and wait till we see a number like up here that we find very attractive. They have a lot of work to do. We're just hanging out. We're talking about movies. We're speculating on the economic collapse of the world financial markets and how exactly that goes down, and who profits from it. Is it us? Or is it some guy who's got like 10 pounds of gold in his basement? I don't know. But I'm holding my stock. I'm bullish AF. I do think blockchain we should move the market to blockchain. I fully agree that that's the way to go. But will that happen? You have to remember, like, the powers that be have no desire for that to occur. And until something changes that, I don't think that we're going to go to a blockchain style market. As much as we like to think we live in like a free democracy, a lot of our decisions are made uh, counter to what we would prefer or what would be best for us. Our representatives mostly represent their own interests. I'd use my attendees to have Leslie Nielsen resurrected. That'd be cool. I want to invest in like some of that biotech. An update from Coffee. King Pyrox, thank you for the down to earth views on trading in general. Things are getting very fanatical lately. Yeah, that happens. People get excited. Tends to make some people carried away. Some people get carried away, and that's fine. It's fine to get carried away as long as you're carried away about the right things, I guess. Do you have strike calls? I think I have one on GME. Yeah, I have a 200. I have a couple. I have a couple like, further out calls for July, but I have one for this week for a $200 strike. It looked enticing on Monday, and so I bought it because it was cheap. And it seemed like a good way to currently make $63 because that's what it made on it. I don't have a lot of money in this Robin or this WeBull account, so I can't like trade very much in it. I'll if this like if like the stream takes off more and it's like worthwhile, I'll move more money over here so I can like appropriately day trade on it. I think it's $25,000, so I'll move money over here. But right now I'm just like way over leveraged in GME anyway. Do you have strike call? That was the last question. Yeah, so I do. Should I update Reddit? What do you guys think? I don't think there's anything to tell them after what I told them last, which was at 128. But I do like to at least update them every 30 minutes. Yeah, I'm just going to update it anyway. I don't want them to miss out on this really fun sideways action. All right. So Mohas happens immediately. Move profits. I think. What's my main trading? For day trading, I usually use Active Trader. Um, if they're having like errors or stuff, I'll use WeBull. Um, but Active Trader's ugly as hell, and like I can't even begin to imagine streaming with it. Like it's just such a gross, awful platform to use for trading. Like it looks like it was designed in like the late 90s to work on like Windows 98. It's just Weeble's the best looking one, but TOS is too. But I'll go over this one more time. I don't like TD Ameritrade, so I don't want to use any of their software or give them my money to use in any way. I don't like them. So to mention I'm looking at the ticker. Thank you, Evan. I appreciate that you guys are enjoying it in here. I hope I haven't hurt anyone's feelings or anything. I am long, I'm bullish. I'm not gonna like I'm not selling my GMA. So if the like 10 million dreams come true, I'm gonna be there for it. I want everyone to know that. Like I fully support the idea of that happening because I want to see it happen. He's anti-shill for TD Ameritrade. Yeah, I don't like TD Ameritrade. Guess who's back? Back again. Just downloaded TradingView and scheduled a tutorial tomorrow with someone from TDA. Ugh! Brad, why would you do that? I want to buy everyone that helped me drink in Texas June 8th to 10th. Who's in? This TradingView is the most comprehensive, customizable platform with real-time level 2 and level 3 data. TradingView? Uh, I haven't like I don't. Yeah, you have to spend a lot of money on TradingView. Actually, Interactive Brokers I think is like technically the best trading platform, but they charge commissions, and I don't think anyone's like tracking my like. I mean, they're probably front running my orders when I day trade, but it doesn't affect my like profits that much when I use like. Or maybe they're not when I'm using Fidelity, but they probably are when I'm using WeBull because I payment for order flow. Sorry, trying to talk through my yawn there. Um, you don't like TDA? No, nothing against you if you're with them. They just like screwed me over on a bank account like a long time ago. This is like 12 years ago. And I just hated them ever since. They're all over, and I don't like them. I don't trust them. I don't like their customer service. I'm sure it's better than it used to be, but I still don't like them. It's just a grudge. I'm just never gonna go back to them because of that grudge. Like they could be the best trading app. They could be like, listen, we we like mask all your trades. No one can ever front run you. Blah blah blah. And I'd still be like, no, you can't have my money. I agree with you thoroughly about the world needing a reset. I'll hold to 10 million, not just the money. I don't need more than 3 million to live the rest of my days in extreme comfort. I mean, I feel like that's true for most people. I don't think a lot of people want to be like trillionaires. I do, but I don't think that applies to everybody. I mean, I don't think so. Don't don't assume. Let's talk philosophy here for a second, guys. Don't assume that resetting the system is going to end up good, right? Traditionally, when the status quo is changed or like a ruling class is like overthrown, right? Or, a corrupt system is overturned in some way, the events that occur after that are not good. Like it's not happy fun times. We don't live in like Star Trek universe after that happens, right? It's like miserable existence as the world claws its way back to civilization. It'd probably be really good for the environment. But don't think, yeah, like the entire system could be overturned and then like the next day you can go to Walmart and like buy something or like go to a Costco because like if people aren't getting paid anymore, they're gonna quit their jobs. Like businesses go defunct. Something better could result from it. Could. The problem with overthrowing things is you don't know what comes next. Look what happened when they overthrew the Weimar Republic. I'm sure they all thought that was a great idea until. Well, not only are the shares made up and the prices don't matter. It's just think of it this way, like the computer has to rebalance itself, right? Like the simulation has to fix this bug that we're experiencing called GameStop. Yeah, post Arab Spring. Yeah, it's the overthrowing of the powers that be is not always beneficial or in everyone's best interest, and not to mention the powers that come in and take their place aren't always the ones you want, right? Because you create a vacuum, you create a power vacuum, and things are gonna. This is we're looking weak, just so everyone knows. We might be heading, we might head back down to that like 175 ish area, like around here, just on low volume. I don't know what I drew there. It's like a tadpole or a sperm. I'm gonna try to redraw that so it's less offensive. Just look a little weak. I'll let everyone on Reddit know that it's probably gonna trend down here for a minute. Although it could turn around actually. Yeah, it might just stay like right here, flat, just like a little lower, but like in the like 177, 178 area, and just move sideways somewhere. But we still have no volume. 3 runs at the 180 resistance yesterday. That's called a triple top. Yeah, that's not. It's usually doesn't. It's not good. Triple tops tend to trend down afterwards. We've now had 2 runs at the 180s. Yeah, I'd rather. I think we can, but we need volume behind it to do so, right? Because there's like a 2,755 sell wall at 180. Not to mention whatever shares they dump ahead of that sell wall, right? So we need volume to go through it. Max pay is 160. Oh, they definitely want to play that game. That's the game where the money. That's how you make money on a stock that goes sideways. Is max paying. If you learn about wheel strategies and like selling, like acting as a market maker is kind of what it is. But yeah, like market makers make money off sideways movement. It's very profitable for them. They make premiums on options. I don't get reset it to the Stone Age, but maybe we could get like a Mad Max type scenario if like enough things went wrong. It's all like, I mean, when that kind of stuff starts happening, like you have like a lot of systems that fail, like dominoes, right? Like one goes, then the next goes. Yeah, volume. I'm wondering why Longside isn't taking advantage of this. Maybe they don't feel like they can apply enough pressure to get past the $20 mark, but these are like dojis and then we're trending. Are we trending down again? I don't know. This is just chop. I'm just gonna tell Reddit that it's just like more chop because like nothing interesting. When did I last update that? Getting too distracted with this talk of economic collapse. Oh, it's only been like 10 minutes. Yeah, I'll wait for like more to play out, but it's not dropping back to the 176 range. Which the weakness indicated, but like some buy pressure came in right here. And so it just looks like they don't want us to drop down below that other resistance, like bull side, because they don't want us to have to break 2 resistances, right? And the bear side is just not like very strong. Like they're not like strong enough to push it down. And so yeah, it's boring, but you just wait. Just you wait. It'll be exciting one day, I promise. And it'll all be worth it. You'll be able to tell your grandchildren about it. So a few days the past week where it's closed within 0.1. Yeah, it is. I know. And believe me, as someone like narrating that movement and talking to like hundreds or maybe even like the low thousands of people about it, it's really hard to narrate chop. Like I try to make it as interesting as I can. I'm all the way zoomed in for the most exciting upcoming action at every resistance level. But frankly, like if I wasn't doing this, I'd probably like check my phone every 45 minutes. Chris Dietrich witnessed me. I'm legit going to Texas for the meeting. Super stoked. Anyone else planning? I don't know. That'd be cool. Maybe I could like live stream from the stockholder meeting on my phone. But it is in Texas, which is hot. I don't like to be hot. Although I hear the food is excellent. I've been in Texas. I just haven't spent a lot of time there. Like I've driven through it. That would be cool, right? Like live stream from the shareholders meeting. I wonder if other people are doing that. I'll ask the hard questions, guys. I'll do the big short thing in the stockholder meeting. I'll be like, Ryan, when are we getting paid? And are you guys gonna announce a crypto dividend? I think there is a virtual shareholder stream. I think they talked about that. You'd be I don't know if I wonder if DFE is gonna be there. That'd be funny, right? Like if DFE is at the shareholders meeting. Yeah, I could see them not wanting anybody to attend. Like, imagine having like 10 million apes show up on your doorstep for your stockholder meeting. Yeah, he would definitely get mobbed. I feel like that there's, even if they don't let people attend, people are just going to show up at GameStop headquarters, which is good, right? We'll get on the news. So all is welcome. How much do you think retail owns? I don't know. Bloomberg said what, like 10%? That's the only verifiable data I have. A lot. Probably significantly more than that. I'm sure we own a lot of like not real shares of the company. It depends on what the float is. If the float's like 30 million, I'd say we own much more than the float. If it's 50 million, I'd still say we probably own the whole thing. Estimate how many holders from viewers. Yeah, don't try to like poll people on their positions and stuff, because like I don't think that really works. Definitely need a few people outside in Apes. It'd be interesting to see if Ko would come out for a photo op. I'd hope you'd like order them a pizza or something. That'd be even funnier. The float is 26.7 million according to GameStop. 14A filing. Is that 26.7? I mean, that's not what the market has it registered as. So that's interesting. I read the 14A, but I didn't go through it and do like the share math to figure out the float. So I can go back through it and look. But probably, yeah, it's probably lower. I'd like to see some like 13Bs get filed to find out who like who's currently like who the institutional owner, where the current institutional ownership lies, because I don't know if that's fully updated at this moment. Bruce, I don't think you'll get it. You're invited to the meeting inside. No one that owns less than 5 shares will take the time to watch. That might not be true. I feel like there's people that are like super invested in this whole movement that have like 1 share, and they're just as good as anybody else. I'm here for all the apes. 1 share or 200,000. I got your back. They announced it like 2 days ago. Pietro. Yeah, I mean I read all of the 14A. I just didn't like do the math on the float. And like their holdings report numbers like can still be different than like actual institutional ownership until the institutional ownership like confirms their ownership. What about point X shares? I'm there for you too, man. Ricardo Aviles. If you have 0.09 of a share, I've got your back. Anything under that, and we're not real friends. Because that's only $17. And if you can't spend $17 on GameStop, I don't know why you're watching a stream about it. It's a business deal for you now. The biggest business meeting of your financial career. Why wouldn't you go in person? Yeah, but then it's just gonna be like a mess. So much I'll be watching you, my man. Yeah, I think we're gonna retest right now. I'm gonna update Reddit real quick while we're slow. It's so much easier to update Reddit when we're slow. It's so much harder when we're busy. Just remember, if you guys like the video, uh, drop a like down below. I think everyone's been super, the upvote rate's insane. Thank you all so much. And then if you want to be like notified of like the things I'm doing on this channel, which I hope in soon will be more than just live streaming, subscribe. And if you want to support the channel, there's a coffee link down below that brings you to our support page until we are monetized by YouTube. And I don't know when that happens or how, but I know it does at some point. So all those actions are greatly appreciated, but I'm here whether you do them or you don't. Edit. Just updating Reddit, guys. Sorry. And all set. Awesome. People, let me see what I missed. Sorry. Announced that. They announced like publicly that their float is 26.7. That's interesting. I wonder why. This is definitely going to be a big. The meeting's a big deal. Jimmy just released the annual report for 2020. Step up, bro. Shake charge. You won't be sorry. They would share recall before the meeting. So if there's a share recall, it'll be before voting, probably. Sometime soon, I think, if it happens. Doesn't force the hedges to rebuy though. A share recall, yeah, because they'd have to cover all the positions they've borrowed against. Doesn't even know if Fidelity released Jimmy proxy docs. Some people have said like later this week. I have Fidelity too. I haven't gotten any information yet. And I have my shares. They're in a cash account. Fidelity's next week. How many shares makes a real sell wall? Tens of thousands. On a float this low, like 5,000-10,000 is like a decent sell wall. Sell walls aren't like the thing that says coffee. Yes. That's that's the donation link, the coffee thing. It's KO-FI for like donations. You can also send me like what is essentially like super chats through there because I don't have super chatting like on the stream. And like none of the money goes to Google, who really doesn't need it, right? So Thor from S3 Partners just reported to Jimmy short interest only 21.4. That guy's like, I don't buy anything they say. Their data is just like, I don't trust it. S3 Partners is just like, they just say things, but I don't necessarily know if they're telling the truth. Huge shout out to your girlfriend for never interrupting for a diaper change. My wife doesn't get I can't pause an online video game. Okay, Kyle. Yeah, she's pretty cool. Nothing on Fidelity yet. Will you tell us what you think? Will you tell us when you think it's peaking or it has peaked? Yeah, I might be able to like indicate where I think peaks are, but we'll see. I hopefully will have a better plan in place, and I will have informed you of it before uh, anything crazy happens. Um, but I don't know. Nothing on fidelity yet. Right now, I don't have an exit strategy plan for like the stream and the Discord and the Reddit. The best thing I can do is refer you to Warden's exit strategy, as I think it is the one that has the most merit. Other than that, like, I'm gonna have to find it. Yeah, you can't click the coffee thing, but if you look on my banner for the YouTube page, I think there's like a clickable link for coffee. Yeah, puts 444. You're welcome. I enjoy doing this. It's more fun than watching the stock by myself, right? AMA. Oh, was the AMA live? I'm gonna read that later. I don't really have any questions I need to ask her. So I mean, like, there's nothing I'm gonna ask her that other people aren't. So I'll just let it like go through and I'll read it when it's over. I am interested on her opinions. They would carry some weight in my mind. Oh, I need more coffee. Why is my coffee not working today? It's like my fifth and sixth shot of espresso, and I'm just nothing. My heartbeat is steady. Annual report is out for GME. It has a letter to shareholders in case you're interested. Are you talking about the 14A? I know about that already. On Fidelity, go to account statements, proxy materials. Yeah, they'll be available when they're available. Thank you, Pietro. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. I'm glad you're in here every day, man. So, yeah, how do I make my espresso? Okay, so I have a quick mill something giant espresso machine. I forget the name of it. Off the top of my head. Alejandra. I have a quick mill Alejandra, and I have a Mazzer Super Jolly grinder, and I grind beans, pack them into a puck, and push high pressure water through that puck until I have delicious coffee gold. And then I ruin it by chucking a bunch of ice in it and drinking it like that. I know it sounds super pretentious, and that's because it is, but it's just like a thing that I don't want to give Starbucks my money for their crappy coffee, if that makes. This just goes into more of me like disliking things. I don't need training. It's easy. I'm not even looking at the stock right now, but now I am. Oh, look at us. That is not enough volume. Just so it's a little volume. And a little volume's better than no volume. Somebody bought a banana for Gherkinit. Oh, thank you, somebody. I appreciate that. I don't know if that's just like the anonymous name that this like coffee gives people when they donate, but I appreciate all the donations. They're super helpful in keeping this going, and ideally they'll buy me some more like market data that I can share with you guys, which is I think is super cool. It is called tamping. Thank you, Travis. Starbucks doesn't need my money. I know they don't, but they're not getting it either. Here's Warden's exit strategy. Oh, you can't share links in the YouTube chat, Steve C. You can share them over on the Discord if you want, in like the general chat. Should we scan through the annual report? I don't want to. Is that what you guys want to do? You guys want to read a 14A together? It's like 37 pages of them reiterating pay scales for executives. You checked options activity lately? I mean, I haven't seen anything like pop up huge. Probably some in the money stuff. Let's see. Normally I'll like screenshot options when I'm just doing the live charting. I'll screenshot options at the beginning of the day and just like watch it open it. There's some more open interest at 250 and 300 and 390 and 500, and there's a ton at 690. So there's a lot of people holding lottery tickets, or as I like to call them, IV tickets, that are hoping for a spike, and they're hoping to sell those. Like, I don't think those people expect to squeeze, right? People that are spending a fortune on 690 calls, like, they don't expect to squeeze. They just want to, like, buy the option at low IV and sell it at higher IV, right? And so, like, that's how they make their profit. Which isn't, it's like not a bad game, I guess. It's not great for us who are like waiting for the squeeze. Not the 14A, it's the 2020 10K annual. Just hit the proxy voting site. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I do kind of want to check that out. Is it available on here? Let me check. I'm gonna refresh my data. It is not. If you want, send me a link on Discord and I'll take a look at it. Is there anything in it that I need to see right now? Because I don't want to just like read out boring financial paperwork on stream. If like, does Carly Ray like IV tickets? Probably. Because sometimes they make you money. What would happen if volume goes to 0? Nothing. We'd still move to the right. But like the price wouldn't change, right? There'd be no volume candle. So you'd just see like, I don't even know if you'd see anything. It'd just be blank. It'd just be a gap. Like if no one bought or sold the shares for like 5 minutes, it would just be like a gap. Catalyst, margin call, share recall, big time CEO, new DTCC rules in effect and actually enforced. Am I missing any? SEC rules? Random long whale buying a bunch of stock. Just like some independent billionaire who's just like, I really like what these people are doing. I'm buying like 50,000 shares. Because that could happen, right? Like, that's the one, like, that I think is like, that's why like you just have no idea when it's going to happen, right? Because there's no like scheduled date for somebody just being like, I'm going to buy 10% of this company. So if volume goes to 0, there would be perfect sideways trading. Yes, it would be perfectly sideways because no one's buying, no one's selling. There's no bid, no ask. He likes coffee, does nothing. Big green candles do wonders. They list short squeezes first under volatility factors. I mean, I don't know. That's just like legalese. I try not to, like, I want to read into that, right? Because, like, it's like, oh, they're talking about short squeezes in their 10K, but I think a lot of shorted stocks talk about, like, not in the same parameter. I understand, like, yeah, but, like, it's just like a thread I don't need to pull. I already know there's short interest on the stock and then it could squeeze. So it's like, I don't need to dig into, like, why they're talking about it in their 10K. It doesn't matter, does it? Like, you like the stock, then buy some more of it. Or buy as much as you can and just hang around until it does what you want it to do. It happened the other day around 12. In 0 volume, nothing would happen at all. No, nothing happens if there's 0 volume. If you go into a Walmart, no one's buying anything, and Walmart's also not selling anything, what do you think would be there? AMC tier just Jamie. I had AMC this morning until it started to do things I didn't like. Not stock. I have 20 shares of AMC in my Cash App account, and I promise anybody holding AMC I will never sell it. So I hope that's my support for the AMC movement. But I occasionally buy options on it if I think it's gonna run. Like, I don't buy them crazy out of the money. I just buy like some calls, and usually it screws me because that stock's really unpredictable. 0 volume means no one is trading. How long do you think this can drag on and trade sideways? Or about how long? It depends on how long we need to consolidate for. A week, a day, 6 months, a year. All of those answers could be true. Like, I think they all have equal possibility of being true. So if you're in GME, be in it for the long haul, because then you don't have to worry about when it squeezes, right? You just be like, oh, it's squeezing? Cool. I'm long on GME, so it doesn't matter. Getting antsy with waiting. Yeah, people are getting antsy. Don't get antsy. Remember what Warren Buffett said. Warren Buffett, king of the stock market. Warren Buffett said that the stock market is a device for transferring wealth from the impatient to the patient. So be the patient and let the wealth flow into you, like Star Wars. But I don't want to talk anymore about Star Wars. Besides that, that's all we're talking about. Star Wars. Maybe totally flat bar. I don't think you get like a bar because there's no coloration for a candlestick, right? So it'd just be like blank. Is there any potential CEOs could be announced other than RC? I don't know. There's a lot of people that have like executive experience and good resumes, but I don't know who they're considering, right? And like, I'm sure most of us don't know who they are, but we will if they announce them, right? Like, Reddit's gonna dig into the background of every single candidate like nobody's business. Page 14 on the new docs refers to the short squeeze. Refers to the short squeeze on Jamie. Does it refer to the January one or a prospective future one? I just want something to squeeze because if one squeezes the other, that's called FOMO. So that's not necessarily a short squeeze, right? When GameStop squeezes, that doesn't mean other ones are squeezing. They're just getting a FOMO rush. And like, sometimes that just means that you're just like stealing money from the other people who are FOMOing in, right? Like, I don't know if AMC has the potential to squeeze or not. I'm not that in tune with that stock. I support like the people over there trying to make that squeeze by holding the shares I've got, and I'm not selling them ever. So you guys just know I'm holding out till the end for all you people invested in AMC. I don't personally buy a lot of it, so, and I don't do a lot of research on it. So I do know that they're doing things that are meh, and I don't like that. JPOW in 2 minutes. Oh, goody. JPOW gonna crash our markets again? Jimmy was at 116.0719. No, I wish. Fernium, as I understand, the price goes up. Let's check some. So all the squeezes that happened at the same time in January, you think just happens to be FOMO related? Partially, yeah. I do. I think it's FOMO related. I think shorts panicked too, but that's just like another kind of FOMO, right? Like if the shorts are like, oh shit, we better cover our positions, and all of retail's like, oh my God, we better buy this stock. Like that all falls under the category of FOMO. Jacob Pinu, not the sole reason, but somewhat. Yeah, I mean, FOMO plays a huge factor into short squeezes. It's where like a lot of the volume comes from. Yeah, everybody FOMOs. It's not like fear of missing out applies to everybody in the market. It's not just like bull side or bear side. It hits everybody equally. Because the bulls have to escape their position, or the bears have to escape their positions. The bulls want into new positions, and it's just like everybody dives at once because they see an opportunity. I'm sure AMC had some short interest in January. I'm sure it has short interest now. Like, how many of you, think about it, like how many of you jumped on GameStop and AMC and BlackBerry and Nokia and whatever ones else there was, COS, in January? Like, think about that. And if you didn't, like, and here's my thing, if you didn't have the money to buy GME, because that was the one at the forefront of the news, what did you buy? You bought the second most shorted stock, didn't you? You bought AMC. And that's fine. Like, AMC squoze a little bit then, but then their CEO released like 200 million shares onto the open market and stopped whatever squeeze potential there was at the time. And then I think the stock's continually shorted until now. Still sideways. We're at like a quadruple top now, I guess. You could say. Maybe it's just a triple. We might drop off unless we get some volume. I think people just need to be more honest with themselves. Like, let me ask you, do you think AMC saying they're not going to release 500 million shares onto the market, but instead they're going to release 50 is good news? Because their float's already 417 million shares. Because that doesn't sound like good news to me. Like any dilution, further dilution of AMC stock sounds bad to me. I don't like it. And I have AMC stock. I don't want my shares diluted. Stop diluting shares. Just survive on the money you've got. And if you can't, fix your business model. Jimmy in a 5-to-1 ratio. Every buy since Feb. FOMO, yo. Nice. Can AMC squeeze? Yeah, probably. I mean, it's got short interest, right? So that doesn't assume that the potential for I'm not saying the potential for a short squeeze is impossible on AMC. I'm just saying it's less likely, and if it does happen, it'll be at a lower percentage than what I think is possible on GME. So I don't think you're going to have like a $10 million share of AMC, but you might have a $10 million share of GME. Didn't you guys say not to buy companies you don't like? Yeah, don't if you don't like a company, why would you buy it? They'll eventually sell the 500 million as well by July. Maybe. I first bought knock options. knock is notorious for not moving. Don't ever buy that stock. I have some because like maybe one day it'll be worth $10, but it's been like worth like $5 forever. It was diluted a tiny bit. Yeah, so here's the thing to look at. GME got diluted by 3.5 million shares over the last week, and we're up $30 from that price. So our shares our float was diluted by 3.5 million, and our price is up. AMC has news that their share price was diluted, and they're down from yesterday, I believe. Yeah. So that's the difference in the two stocks, in my mind. I mean, I know that's a simplistic way of looking at it, but the floats on the companies are totally different. One has a float of 417 million shares. One has a float of 26.7, apparently. So, well, I guess it'd be 30.1 now because, or 30.2 now because of the dilution, right? Someone confirm that. So 30.2 million is our float. Mr. J said they're leaving interest rates near zero. That's good news, Daniel. So we're gonna see the market spike real hard. So anybody who bought a call option on the SPY here at 416 is now making money. Like, and they're probably gonna make a bit of it because the market's gonna get all frothy and excited. Pump and dump. Yeah, that's what he's. What's a pump and dump? AMC? Could be. I don't know. It doesn't hit like the right notes with me. Good luck to anyone in it. Yeah, I don't trust their CEO either. I think he's a con man. I don't think he's in it for the investors. I think he's in it for himself. That's why he keeps paying himself bonuses when the company's going bankrupt. Yeah, I'm going back to GME. Is it doing things? Calm down. Just because the stock's up. Okay, it's slightly up. We're slightly up above. Calm down, Sahib. This is like our look how many times we've tested this resistance line. I think AMC is a lot more inexperienced investors with lower amounts of capital. I'm not saying there isn't money the stock's still volatile because of that. Like people day trade it. I just don't like to because I think its volatility is not very predictable. And the shorts have a lot of like, there's a lot of bear strength because there's so many shares. So when the shorts short it, it drops like $1, like boom. And it's like shit. And then, whatever position you were in is just now down that much. And you got to try to figure out how to, like, do you hold it? Do you wait for it to go back up? Will it go back up? Who knows? And that's why AMC is like not my favorite play. Like GME, when it drops, I know it's going back up. Yeah, SK. Like if you have leaps like that far out, there'll probably be a point where you make money on them. I'm missing GME. I can watch Spy, man. That's fair. But that's the market. GME is part of the market. Don't be like, oh, the S&P 500 is a distraction. It's not. It's a valid indicator of what's going on in the market at large. Yeah, if the CEO on AMC didn't screw me over in the first short squeeze, I'd have a lot more I'd have a lot more faith in the company. Spy is the biggest distraction. Yeah, we broke through resistance. We have a little bit of volume too. Like if you look, like we're 25,000, 28,000, 31,000. This is a good sign. If anyone's looking for a really nice signal, that's it. But this is a doji star, and that's a bad sign for our upwards trend, unless our upwards trend continues upwards at this point. But our volume is increasing as we go up. And so that's what like you're ultimately looking for when you see these points where volume can come in, is you look for volume actually coming in. So I'm going to screenshot this and let Reddit know that it's slightly volume supported, but could turn around. What's a really good indicator is if we get a doji star and then a green candle. I love that one. That almost guarantees you like a little extra runway. But it doesn't look like that's happening. Looks like we're going to turn around back to resistance or float slightly above 180, which is better than floating below it or on it. But let me update Reddit real quick, guys. I think my coffee's kicking in. Somebody who's been watching since this morning, let me know. But I know, we're going up. The doji's turned green. Everything's beautiful. Everyone calm down. I'll look at it in a second. We have a message on Reddit. We have 6 dislikes. People are annoyed that the squeeze isn't happening. What is their problem? I don't know, Joe. I don't know. I hope that wasn't a personal message because I just shared it with the entire chat. I don't care if people dislike me. I hope they leave. If they don't like me, I hope they leave. They probably just liked me because I'm not like, oh my god, AMC is going to be 100,000 a share and Jimmy's going to be 10 million and everyone's going to live their dreams of driving around in Lamborghinis because they bought a stock on Robinhood. Sorry. That's not what I'm here for. I feel like if you want that streamer, you can go find them. Like they exist. Can't you just watch like Trey Trades or whatever? Isn't he like super bullish on AMC? Like he like interviewed the CEO and he's like, "Oh my god, I love you." thanks for coming to my house or whatever happened. I look spry. That's what I like to hear. J-Pow is a distraction. He just keeps coming in and like having this like whole build up and suspense for him to be like, guys, we're not going to raise interest rates because it would crash our economy. I'll see you next week. Just stop talking to us. Go in your office, do something to fix the economy, and leave us alone and let us trade our stocks. SPY new all-time high. Yeah, it's going to spike hard. Like, he's announcing no interest. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, new all-time high. I told you, whoever bought calls, like down there, they're going to make some money right now. I'm not wrong about this stuff, guys. If you think I can't predict the future, that's on you. Looking better now that two red Dogesters turned green. Doji, D-O-G-I. D-O-G-I stars. Not Doge. It's not like Dogecoin, Doge stars. Although I like that. Again, we need to edit Investopedia. Some of their stuff's just like, it's made for boomers, not our generation. We need new phraseology. Energy is correlated to Jimmy's price. No, it's correlated to the amount of coffee I've had. Jimmy's price hasn't moved, really. Doji stores legit vocabulary, more lingo, like the prior Pokeball. I think they're legit vocabulary, but at this point, I can't even tell. But yeah, I mean, type them into Google. I'm pretty sure you'll come up with something. Keep doing you. Yeah, that's exactly. I Googled, interesting, the Doji store means blunder mistake in Japanese. Yeah, because you thought it was going up. What's the sell wall at 182? People like messaging me sell walls. Yeah, so 2,400. I mean, that's not a lot to push through, right? Like, that's a very, very small sell wall. It might be enough to keep the price suppressed because we have no volume, but so SK, there's people who play it's called like seasonal spy. So you buy like really, really far out puts on the spy, and usually every winter the spy corrects. And so when the spy corrects, they make a bunch of money. But they're expensive. They're very expensive options to buy. Not as expensive as shorting the underlying, but still expensive. Volume incoming at 340? Maybe. Not yesterday. Or last week. Like power hour it's fun to say, but it doesn't always mean like a lot's gonna happen. Power hour is usually very busy if your stock's already been busy that day. If your stock's been dead all day, it's not like everything happens in power hour is gonna be exciting. It's usually it'll just be more nothing. Because if people weren't interested in it in the morning, they're probably not interested in it right now. Sometimes the very last candle will have a lot more volume, kind of like the first candle. Well, I mean, I've heard people call them like coin flips also because it looks like a coin, like because it's just like a flat line with like a spike above and below it, and like because you don't know which way the stock's gonna go after that point, which I thought was funny. There's a couple other names for them too. Crosses. There's like a triple cross is like a signal, I think, or like three is it white soldiers, three black soldiers? I can't remember. It's like three something soldiers, which is like another indicator on candlestick reading without like any underlying TA is some serious like like zodiac tea leaf reading, casting of the bones type stuff. I'm not like I'll read candlesticks, but like I'm reading them based on like underlying technical analysis. Like I'm just reading movement in them. I'm not reading like I'm not looking for like signs and like things like that. And it's really easy. 3 white soldiers, yeah. And it's really easy with GME because I've been watching it so long, so I know the stock like the back of my hand. So when you guys, but it's cool because like it impresses everyone here. Everyone's like, "Oh my god, man! He like predicted that like 30 minutes out. This guy's a god," and I revel in that. Also, if you guys are liking this channel, feel free to like below or subscribe or dislike. But then like after you dislike, get the hell out of here. Find something better to do with your time. And if you want to support the channel, there's a coffee link down below. You guys are welcome to donate there. It helps me pay for extra software, buy more GME, and pay for my extremely expensive espresso habit. So that's always appreciated as well. I mean, it's not like, I don't think it's in a race context. It has to do with the coloration of the candlestick. Power hours invested on February 24th. That was a crazy day. I'm not gonna lie. Is anyone else seeing the odd sale? Stop watching alternate exchanges. You can't stop them from trading on it, right? So what does it matter? Brad. Let me look, Brad. You know, I tell people to like donate on Ko-Fi, and I'm like, oh, you're totally gonna get like more. You're gonna get seen more. I don't think so, dude. Unless it's just anonymous. And then yeah, I did. Running Gaja Classics and Ice. That's what I had before I got this quick mill. It took me like a long time of like shopping Craigslist to find like a good E61 espresso machine, but I have one and I'm happy with it. And for you, those of you who don't know what that means, look it up. Espresso is cool. It's delicious. Everybody should be into it at some level. If you like coffee, espresso is better. 90% GME, 2% AMC. Spy puts, go, go, go. Generally the spy rocketing after a Fed speech is not like the best time to buy puts, dude. I guess they're cheaper. But the spy's just been running up and up and up for like so long. I drink Americanos. That's like my drink. I drink like iced Americanos. And eventually I guess I hit that 200 milligram caffeine limit and I get more excited about everything. GME Moons, I'm gonna buy myself an espresso machine. Yeah, I mean that's about how much money you need to buy one. They're not cheap. Especially the good ones. Like espresso equipment is the most overpriced stuff I've ever come across in any of my weird hobbies. Except magic. Magic is way more, but thoughts on BlackBerry? I think they have like a good future, but don't expect like a lot of crazy things to happen anytime soon. I think like if you're gonna buy and hold it, they seem to be doing all the right things to become the software company they want to be, but very slowly. It's a very slow process for that turnaround. So 40K is pretty extensive. Would you eat an entire jar or pickles live when the MOS starts? No, I won't do that. I also won't, just so everybody's clued in right now, I'm not doing any stupid streamer nonsense. I'm not gonna eat a ghost pepper when the MOS happens. Like nothing beyond this, what I'm doing now. That shit's so dumb. I'm not 12. Why would I eat a jar of pickles? That would give me diarrhea. You've been a solid practical streamer that I wish you started streaming. Yeah, I wish I started like a while back too. I feel like my following would be a lot bigger. I will fight Jake Paul. If someone can arrange that, sure. I don't like him. Streamer for the MOS. When this happens, I'll get 100 orders of tendies from McDonald's and live like a king. Yes. The short numbers are, except I don't like McDonald's tendies. I'm gonna be honest with you. If that's the tendy you prefer, good on you. I mean, I'm not gonna deny anyone their favorite tendy, but I have favorite tendies and McDonald's are not it. I like it. I like places that remove that like weird little tendon that's in the chicken breast tenderloin, so I don't have to like chew through it at some point in my tendy. Because places that don't remove it, I'm like, I'm gonna have to bite into. I'm gonna bite into this, and one of the bites of this tendy I'm not gonna like, and so I really appreciate when that happens. But I feel like that costs more money, and it's not like implementable across like a fast food type situation. Thank you for not being an idiotic immature streamer. Well, we're doing stocks and finances, so I don't think it pays to be like I'm like immature and moronic, right? Because like are investing their money, their savings. This is like pretty serious business. I mean, have fun with it, but ultimately, like, this is a serious endeavor. Yeah, so every chicken tenderloin has a weird little tendon in it. And if you cut the tenderloin like at that point where the tendon crosses over, you have a nice smooth biting chicken tendy. But if you don't, your chicken tendy will have like a kind of crunchy, chewy bite, and that's disgusting. Popeyes is the best tendies. Changed my mind. I haven't tried Popeyes, but I'm not gonna lie, I don't like a lot of their other stuff. But the Popeyes I go to is the worst Popeyes on the planet. So that can be why that I don't enjoy their tendies. Cane's is good. I've never been to Zaxby's, but Cane's also has the tendon problem. Yeah, a chicken tender is boneless. It's a chicken breast tenderloin, which is actually like the meat from the area in between, like that holds the two chicken breasts together, I think. And they're delicious. That's all I got. How do you move the screen so half is the previous stock and half what's to come? I don't know what you mean. Click and drag right, maybe. If you're trying to figure out how to move the screen around on WeBull, you just click you can click like here and then hold it and then you can drag it around. Yeah, I don't like canned sauce. It's like spicy mayonnaise. But if you like pay them, they'll give you honey mustard, I think is how it works. And their honey mustard's pretty good. Popeyes is greater than KFC. Probably they're both like super greasy. I do that. It's just gray. I don't know how to do like Weeble support for you, man. You can probably go on like YouTube and look up like how to set up a trading screen on Weeble. I don't know if I ever set this one up. I think this is just the stock one. Are you using the web app or did you download like are you or alt wheel? Oh, there you go. Frank's helping you out there in chat. Um, when I do that, it's just great. Every time BB went down to $8, it goes back up to 9. Was there? I think it's like a good value investment, like long term. I don't think they're a bad company. I think they're moving into the right industries to keep themselves alive a lot longer and moving away from like their defunct cell phones. So I think, but I think the public sentiment towards BlackBerry is that they produce cell phones that have keyboards on them, and that's a hurdle that they have to overcome. I got the TD thing, Thinkorswim. Yeah, I don't know how to use Thinkorswim. I don't like TD Ameritrade. Where's on a computer from KFC? It was called Caked with Chicken Flour and Roaches. Never ate KFC again. Yeah, I've heard some of them are pretty dirty, but that's like a franchisee thing. I know some aren't like that, and some are. Like, so I quit smoking not long ago. I try not to vape on the camera because I know people maybe with children and stuff watch this and try to be respectful of that. But yeah, it's just like my journey to not smoking cigarettes. So it's there's no fun stuff juice in it. I don't smoke weed. If you do smoke weed, trading stocks simultaneously with that might not be the best idea. But you do you. I'm not gonna tell you how to live your life. Joshua Balant coming in with the whistleblower situation on KFC. If anybody's interested, hoping for a good power hour. Yeah, we all are, man. Sideways sucks. Anybody new in here who's coming in for power hour, uh, welcome. If you're liking what you're seeing, drop a like, subscribe, and if you want to support the channel and help us out here, there's a coffee link down below that links to like a donation page. All right, I'm gonna update Reddit real quick just because we're moving into power hour, and I want them to know that nothing's happening, and they can calm down and stop sending me messages for a second. The less I update Reddit, the more questions I get direct messaged. Start calling Wednesday gap fill day. Oh, I need a new picture. Gotta take screenshots. They like screenshots on Reddit. Everyone likes screenshots. They're fun. Lets you know what's going on. Makes you feel like you're part of what's happening live. And some people don't want to read the words I'm writing. Okay, that's Reddit updated, everybody. All good. What time frame will the doji be most effective? I don't know if you'll see dojis during OS. Dojis are a low volume turnaround type indicator. I don't think there's going to be any low volume moments if there's like a massive short squeeze, right? Because thank you, Nush. I just feel like it's like bad form to do it like in front of everybody. Also, like it messes with like I want to get that on my camera. Trading stocks high, setting a buy limit order on ACB for 420. Oh, is that like something you did when you were high and trading stocks? That could be. I don't know. I know people who do it, but it's just like risky. It's like 7 million in puts got put in. Can you check the options? Do you know what strike? Some of the parts at 300. Were they bought or sold? I can. I actually. Here. Let me look at something else. I have some data I can look at. I mean, being high and watching a stock is a lot different than being high and trading one, right? Uh, okay, I'm not seeing any data here. Can someone tell me if they were bought or sold? Because I haven't put down the like $1,000 to buy into option sonar yet. Looks like they were sold. That's bullish. That's wait at 7 million at 300 were sold. So they're like super deep in the money. Maybe is low. Hmm. I don't know. Yeah, Ivy's 146. It's low. It's like option support's not out of the question right now. Yeah, I'm not sure. It sounds like a bull play. Because like if you're short a stock, you're not going to buy a put that's that deep in the money. Unless like they're trying to get downward pressure on the stock in a different way. But I would presume that they're trying to get hedges to sell, or money makers to sell, but or market makers, sorry, sell pressure on the stock. How long did they? I mean, yeah. I know it's from Option Center. It's just like there's so many weird option plays. I don't want to try to say like definitively it's one thing or another. There's a lot of and there's a lot of hedging that goes on in the options market, and like without knowing like what underlying position they're hedging, you can't really assume why they're doing it. But I mean, I don't. It doesn't seem to be having much of an effect on the price. That gives. Yeah, I think we might just be closing around like 180 again today. There's a possibility. I'm not gonna say definitively because like we can get more volume. No, they don't want it over 180. Dude, look how many call options are at $200. Like it's crazy the number. I think I'm gonna sell this while I'm up. What's the mid? I'll try to sell it at mid. It's like if we run, I could just buy another one on the way up. But if we're gonna trade sideways all week, I don't want to get killed by theta. Whoa. No, that's not what I want. I want to cancel that. I don't want to sell those. Get out of here. I'll just wait. Maybe I'll swing it into Thursday. It's risky. I was thinking about you're up 700. Yeah. I mean, I have like longer ones, but I'm not selling those until we're higher. Or I'm gonna exercise some of them. I haven't decided. Yeah, I have leaps. Mine are July. So I have some time. But I may have to roll them if we don't see the action we're expecting before then. I expect we will though. There's so much time between now and then. I'm losing energy because the stock's not doing things I wanted to do, I guess. They better not have fulfilled that. No, they didn't. Okay. All right, looking weak, dropping off. Still no volume. I'm gonna update Reddit real quick. Just let them know that it's gonna dip a bit. I don't know how far we're gonna dip. We may not even but this is weak. Like this is technically this is a downward trend. I wonder if my lines line up on stream for you guys, because I think the screen on stream is stretched. Yeah, it looks like they don't actually line up. But you guys see what I'm drawing. It's fine. I'm not gonna worry about it. Turning it a nap time hour. Yeah. And very frequently power hour is nap time hour. Let's see what I have drawn here. Okay. So I'm gonna update Reddit real quick, just so no one freaks out because of the price drop. People don't like to see red. They get all weird. I'm here to reassure them that everything is absolutely fine. Their stock is safe. 309. So that's called by the way, that's called a bull flag. It means that the price usually breaks upward. It's a downward consolidating trend. Lower highs, but they can travel. All right, so bear flag. Bear flags, and they generally break up. Did I say bull flag? I can't even remember. They're bear flags. They usually break up. Link? Gmail. Oh, the Gmail annual report. Yeah, I'm gonna read that after hours. I might do maybe I'll read through it and then do a short video, and I'll publish it later tonight. That way nobody has to read through the whole thing. If I can save everybody some time doing that, I don't mind. And just let you guys know what my thoughts are on it. 10Ks are usually pretty boring though. For the type of investor we are, which is looking for big action. July strike. I think I have most of them are on let's see, it'd be I think most of them are on the 16th. I think they're all on the 16th. I have some in June also. June 4th. So it's split between those two. But I wanted to roll the June ones over. But the Ivy's just been too crazy. It would cost me so much money to roll them over. Do you plan to stream daily until when? At least until the MOAS. And then if I'm a billionaire, never again, maybe. Then I will disappear into obscurity, change my face. Yeah. Drift. Downward drift. If this continues, we'll test 175. This could be the action from those puts being sold, like deep in the money puts. Thank you, Alyssa. I like that thinking too. If I'm not a billionaire, I'll be back the next day. And we can talk about other stocks. Spies. Oh, so that's all it is. So yeah, if the market's tumbling, well, the market's not really tumbling. The market's still up actually. GME is down, but very little. This is very little. Like, I want you guys to know that this is only $3. Like, not even. And the SPY is not crashing. Digital good time. Crashing means like. Let me know when the SPY's down over 1% and then I'll have things to do. What's my next favorite stock after GME? It's, I hate to tell you, but it's not AMC. Uh, I like Palantir. I'm really interested in UWMC, but I'm waiting for like a time that I feel is right to be part of that. These are like just like what I think are like good value plays. These are like the stocks that I'm interested in long term. I'm interested in Laser. They look promising, and I'm actually kind of interested in like Lordstown Motors. I know, and like Neo. I don't think Tesla is worth like whatever it's trading at, but I think like all of those companies will eventually have like some share of the marketplace. Yeah, WMC is getting some sort of lawsuit. I don't think they care. The only problem I have with it really is that it's like a SPAC, which is a special acquisition dealy. It's like a financial tool, but they're super profitable and like not going out of business. They don't care if they get sued in a class action lawsuit, let me tell you. It's just like not a fun stock, but I think ultimately they'll have value. No, that's not correct. What's the lawsuit about? David Brown. You seem to be very adamantly against UWMC. SPACs are a scam. They could be. I haven't read the new news. I did see like a lawsuit came out against them, but I'll read more into it. I'm not telling people to buy it, you know. I'm not giving financial advice. It's just a stock that I've been interested in. But yeah, if there's new news about it, I'll check it out. Thanks for letting me know. I do actually own some, so I should probably be paying attention. Don't get so up in arms about it though. Holding several SPAC calls. Maybe we'll just show up on here. Maybe just look it up on WeBull. So we're turning around at 160, 176.69, or drifting sideways more. I don't know. There's no. It's not like a turnaround because there's no pressure on the up candles. I had some rocket at one point, strapped for cash. That's not how I understood it previously. Barclays just announced a $10 a share price target for them. That doesn't sound bearish. Overweight. What are they trading at? They're trading at 8. I don't care what Kramer says. raises 700 million to repay. Did they dilute their shares? That would be unfortunate. Senior notes. I gotta look into this more. They have a lot of news. Like, I guess. I don't see anything about a lawsuit, but I'll look more into it later. In the mortgage business. I know they're in the mortgage business, but they're like the #1 competitor to Rocket Mortgage, or they were. So they're not like a small company. And mortgages have been doing, like, a lot of people have been getting mortgages this year. The real estate market's been doing very well, and interest rates are rock bottom. You're in the business. Are you a broker? Because, as I understood it, brokers are big fans of UWMC and not so much of Rocket. Are you just like bullish on Rocket and you hate UWMC? Because I've seen that position a lot. Oh, okay. Yes, you're a broker, or yes, you're bullish on Rocket. Because people who are bullish on Rocket hate UWMC. This is a minute chart. And I'm looking at UWMC, so, like, don't even, like, pay attention to this. This is GME. GME's doing nothing. Check out LTNC, Hydrogen Water Company. Manny Pacquiao just signed it. Okay, well, I'm not going to trust a guy who gets punched in the head as, like, a good source of investment advice. But I guess having celebrities tout your companies. See, that seems like desperation to me. Like, if you have a good company, you don't need celebrity sponsorship, right? Yes to broker, no to both. Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought brokers were really fond of UWMC because UWMC is all about, like, staying with brokers, and Rocket wants to, like, let you get a mortgage on your phone and cut out the middleman. I'll read more. I'll read more into it. You've intrigued me with your voracious dislike, and so you've triggered my alarms. If I don't know what I'm doing. I mean, I know what I'm doing. Anyway, moving on. So I will put UWMC on a shelf for now. Although, I mean, like, some random stranger's opinion on the internet doesn't really affect, like, the things I know about the company, but I will look into it more. Close of the price. I can't wait for Market Watch to tell us how we crashed and burned again. Yeah, I know. I'm sure they'll be like, GME down. What were we down the most today? They're just gonna be like, GME down today in the early hours, and they'll publish that article at like 5 p.m. So it seems like closed down for the day, even if we close up. All good, David. I'm not worried about it, man. Godzilla pattern. I mean, it looks fine to me. Like, we dipped in the pre-market, right? And so, like, and then we've just, like, filled back in all day. So not a lot of action, but, like, it looks good to me. I don't have yeah. I mean, anything you read on, like, Motley Fool or see it or hear on CNBC is just nonsense most of the time. Even before GME, it was nonsense. They're just, like, interested in, like, pumping their own crap or whatever they're trying to sell that week. Or, like, whatever hedge fund just paid them to, like, sell X stock so they can, like, get out of their position more easily. GME 180. I've never like looked at the financial news and been like, oh my god, what a great call. GME 180 plus. Yeah, above 180 is like where I'd like to end the day, but I could see it happening like right after uh, right after close. Like maybe we'll gap up today. We're not. I mean, our gaps are filled, so we're in a good position for a gap up if that wants to happen. I'd like some catalysts this week. That'd be nice. Bum, bum, bum. Nikio, sorry I missed your donation here. Nikio the Dragon, thank you for the commitment to stream daily until Moas. Yeah, of course. I'm just like, I'm here, I'm watching it. I might as well watch it with you guys, right? And then we can talk about other things, and that's fun. Keeps me entertained. I hope it keeps you all entertained too. David, checkmate pattern forming all day. Yeah, checkmate pattern's been forming since January. We'll add that to like our urban Investopedia dictionary. The checkmate pattern. When you have the shorts against a wall and they're trying to bail themselves out. Let's see, are there any other stocks that I've been interested in? Uh like I don't want to say like day trading, right? Because like that would just be like stuff I pick up from like a scanner and I'm like, oh, this has like high volume in pre-market. It looks like it's gonna run. But like when I day trade a stock, I don't usually know anything about the underlying, right? Like I'm just trading like momentum and volatility. I'm not trading that like the value of the asset. Um Fubo, I like Fubo. I think Fubo's a little undervalued. Um BlackBerry, but the commitment time is like too long. I don't like any of the marijuana companies that people talk about. I like Laser. I made some money on TCAP. That was fun, but now it doesn't seem to do anything. Although it is starting to look very predictable every day. Like it just runs up every morning and then burns out. Um, Costs. Cost is interesting. Cost has a lot of like short squeeze potential. I think their short interest is just like wildly high, and they have like a super tiny float, but there's no options, which I've said before, so you can't play like leveraged positions on costs. And it's also a company that probably like I mean I don't know if it deserves to be out of business, but they're definitely not as successful as their competitors. So I don't think the short position on it is wrong. But maybe in the sense that it seems like predatory, but not in the sense that like it's a super great company. TCAT, LKCO. I missed LKCO. I didn't invest in HOVF, but I got like a bunch of TCAT at like $5 before it ran up to like 70 or whatever. So that was cool. I got in when it jumped like from like nothing to like $5 or $10, somewhere in there. And then I like missed like a good sell opportunity. So like I held the position and then it went up even more the next day. LKCO is set to spike again. It could. Yeah. Those are all just like both of those stocks are just super volatile. I've swung some SOS before. That one can have nice upsides. Court case hearing for LKCO. I don't even know what they do, honestly. Like you clearly know way more about the fundamentals of that company than I do, so I'm not gonna say one way or the other. I never traded that. There's always the classics, right? There's like you can always invest in like Apple and stuff. Those are always safe, pretty much. Unless the market goes down and then like I liked like those like blue chip type stocks I wouldn't really be interested in buying them unless the market was way down. Because I wouldn't want to buy them like when they have limited upside but large downside, but I don't mind buying them when they have like potential upside. Any cryptos that I find interesting? So I own some Doge. I think F has like a good model going forward. I'm not the biggest fan of Bitcoin, uh, mostly just because it's like so wildly out of control expensive. But I've traded some cryptos. I have Doge, incidentally. It's not like I'm like a big like Doge buyer. Invest in companies that make diapers, huge boom. Well, probably. Diapers just keep getting more and more expensive. I can tell you that from personal experience. I recommend HNT Helium. Look into it. Helium. Yeah, helium's rare, but like we're gonna go get that from the moon, right? Because there's like a ton of helium-3 on the moon or whatever. I have a lot of like broad general knowledge of topics, and that's useful in the stock market. But yeah, I know helium's like a rare resource, but like if they're like into mining or shipping or drilling for things, I usually don't trust them as companies. Like it's a great way to make a lot of money, but it's also a great way to lose a lot of money. Catalyst is a court case to prevent them from being delisted. Xiaomi won the same court case a month ago now. Oh, okay. Doge seems like a corpo pump and dump. Sorry. Well, I mean, like Nick Reed, like I bought Doge so long ago, and I bought like $50 worth with a friend of mine, and I just still have it, and now it's worth money, and I want it to be worth more, and when it's worth enough, I'll sell it. But like, I'm not like an active Doge purchaser. I'm not like chasing the Doge tail or whatever they call it. No, HNT is a crypto. It's on IoT crypto. Okay, so I'm not like, if it's not like one of the like known crypto like obscure altcoins I know nothing about. There's like one that I thought was kind of cool that had to do with like video games, but um that's the only one I'm aware of. And I don't even know what that's called. It's got like a Japanese sounding name. I did the same $200 YOLO and I have 25k coins. Yeah, I mean like I just like I bought some and it was super cheap and now it's more expensive. And if it hit $1, that'd be really cool. I could like buy some engine. Yeah, that's it. SLTC. That's the one I'm talking about. Like RPGs with like NFTs built in and stuff like that. Sounds like really interesting to me. I think that's also like a way to create digital economies that people would want to participate in. Um, but yeah, I think I actually have some of that. I bought some like after I like saw their website. That's like all it took. I just liked the idea. I'm not saying it was like a solid, fundamentally sound investment, but I didn't throw that much money at it either. I was so sad a while back because I sold ATNF about 8 and the WSP got on the biotech hype and it ran up to 13. Listen, if you sold for profits, like you made money. So who cares? Like after you sold, who cares what happens, right? Don't like read into that kind of stuff. It'll just like make you sad. Oh, there you go. So what are you worried about? Who cares what WSB did with it the next day? Green is green. Except for GameStop. GameStop breaks those rules. GameStop says how green is enough, and it never tells you the answer. Like somewhere in the market, someone's always making more money than you are right now. Just remember that. Yeah, GameStop is kind of a different type of scenario than any other stock. Volume? No. That's interesting. Cool, daddy. I'll look into it. HNT. Or write that down on my little notepad that I have over here somewhere. HNT, helium, crypto. Okay, I'll check it out. I'm not opposed to looking into it. I'm very open-minded when it comes to making money. Support at 177.10. No, it's not support. It's just like chop, Jacob. So it's like, I mean, if you want to call it support, yeah, but then, you know, every place the stock has sat and done nothing would be a support resistance line. No one's fighting for 177.10. They're fighting for 180 and 175. So if we're at 177.10, which is the greater, like the lower part of that value, then that's the bull side pushing up. And then as we push towards 180, you're going to have the bear side pushing down against that action. So like let's say after 177.50, the bears are fighting the upward price action, and below 177.50, the bulls are fighting for 175. Bounced 5 times off that. That's why I asked. I mean, did it? 177.10. I mean, like, it didn't bounce 5 times. It just kind of sat and rode this price point, right? But this is the resistance is below it. The resistance is like VWAP or like 175. This is like, psychological resistances are far more important. This is just no volume. This isn't really bouncing, right? This is just, there's no volume in the stock whatsoever. So it's doing nothing. It's just moving in very, very small price ranges. Probably like Binance or Coinbase or something. What's Doge doing? It was like way up. It's just like, I guess it's still up on the daily. AMC's down, which I kind of expected. GME. Not a lot to talk about on that front. Based on fundamentals alone and e-commerce turnaround with Ryan Cohen and company, what do you think a good price target for GME is? Like, if they accomplish everything they say they're going to do? It could be a lot. It could be, I mean, with the float size, if they don't change their float size, like $1,000 a share, 500 to 1,000. If they, I mean, I feel like the bigger they get, the more they would have to like raise more funds, but like after the squeeze. But yeah, at the current float size, like 500 to 1,000. That's not accounting for a squeeze. So that's not like my price target for a squeeze. It's not 500 to 1,000. That's just like real value of the company, barring any type of short squeeze. Isn't Chipotle owned by McDonald's? Oh, they already sold them, dude. Learn, make, repeat. Yeah, GME sold the 3.5 million shares, and then it shot up $30. That's what happens with this stock. You sell shares, and the price goes up. That is without any squeeze, no squeeze. I just think the value of the company is between 500 and 1,000. Oh, okay. I think I just maybe misread your comment there. With a squeeze, I have no idea. Infinite. The value is infinite. It is what the holders of the stock say it is worth, theoretically speaking. Although that's never happened before, it could happen with this. Oh yeah, no one ever got the red they wanted from the 3.5 million shares. So why would it dip when a company? Oh, because the shares got diluted. So that's usually when share dilution occurs, a company will lose value because like shareholders don't like their shares being worth less, right? Because like if you own one share of a company that has 100 shares, you own 1/100th of that company, right? But if they suddenly have 200 shares, like if they double their float, then you own 1/200th of a company. Share dilution was 5%. So, no, I don't think so. Well, so technically the VW squeeze, like 100% of the float was owned. Because Porsche had like come in and just bought the company out, but Porsche bailed the short sellers out. Porsche like gave them stock and bailed them out so they could so the squeeze would stop. So Porsche stopped the short squeeze on VW. So it's happened, but we've never seen the extent that it could happen to. And I think VW hit like $1,000 a share before like they stopped it, or like Porsche stopped it. But like, is Ryan Cohen gonna help the shorts out? Probably not, right? Sure, we should 5%, 500 million to further fuel. They have more than 500 million cash on hand. They had 600 million. They just got 550 million more, and they're paying off I think 200 something million in debt. So they have like 8 or 900 million dollars at their disposal. Why don't you think? Uh, so reasonably, he theoretically he could, right? I just don't think he'll do it because like you invest in a company and you have somebody out there like working actively against you to make your investment worth less. Like you're not going to really be like good friends with those people. We'll see how. Yeah, I guess you have to see how far down his spite runs for the short sellers, right? But why would he care, right? Like, why would he bail them out? There's no reason to. Porsche wanted to like carry on with business. They wanted the merger to go through and like, or the buyout to go through, and like they wanted to hit the ground running. They didn't want to deal with like some absurd short squeeze forever. Yeah, the morals are definitely different in the market then, or well, the ethics. Um, every CEO has a beef with shorties, like, and I also think it was Porsche's board that ultimately bailed the shorts out, not the CEO. And like Porsche didn't care, right? They just bought the company. But they didn't want all that stock tied up in a short squeeze for God knows how long. So they just like ended the short squeeze. What is the next 21st day? We went over it earlier. I can't remember now. It's like May something. I think everyone has a solid number they accept. I don't. Decent green candle. It's a good turnaround. The candle's okay. This one is. This one isn't, and that's the problem. It's like this is a good candle right here. This is 40,000 volume. This one's four, right. Well, this one's still counting, but we're currently at 4,000. And see how it's still trading inside the candle from before it. So if this candle pushes up, then we're in for something interesting possibly. I'm gonna just like update Reddit on the turnaround though, so they know what's going on. Because this is bullish if we push through. I think we need more volume to push through though. But we could see it kind of climb into the end of the day. This is a good timing for it as well. Like this isn't like some intraday swing around. This is like right at the end of the day. So if any volume can definitely come in behind this. So be prepared if you have like positions you're watching or whatever. I know some people have like options that they're betting on this week and stuff, and so like this is a signal for those, possibly. Just update Reddit. That way they know what's going on. And back to you guys. Sorry about that. By the way, anybody who's new in here or hasn't been in here before, welcome. You can check out our Discord and my Reddit feed. They're posted down below. And if you like or want to subscribe, please do. It helps the channel out. And then also in that same vein, if you would like to donate, there is a link for donations down below. I know I don't have any like donations through YouTube yet, but it does help the channel out and it's appreciated. That's not how Porsche bailed the shorts out. Like they didn't. The Porsche didn't like give them some of their shares. I don't think. I think they issued shares to bail out the shorts. High low this week. I mean, I could see us breaking above 200 by end of week if things go like if things stay bullish. A low, I would say like 162. I think is like our maximum possible low for this week. Through white soldiers, do you think MOAS could happen at any given time, or will it slow visibly? It could happen at any time, I think, because like margin calls are pretty immediate. Three white soldiers. Definitely agree. There's no precedent. The government step in. Yeah, we're looking good, guys. You are correct, Mark. Shorting T-bonds. Yeah, it's an unprecedented situation. We don't know what's going to happen, and I think that's part of what keeps long whales out is the unsure the like the insecure nature of the position. They don't like that. It's very against like their risk management protocols. Thursday and Friday are great days for pushes from the options chain. Yeah, I agree, Sahib. If we get some sort of gamma ramp going, right now we just have like a big block of calls at 200, but like as those get cheaper, like people will be more interested in them. Yeah, volume's picking up a little bit. It's looking interesting. Yeah, like the squeeze isn't going to be super short if it's a real squeeze. It's going to take a long time. Yes, I'm using Henkin Ashi, not Hashi. I like them. Yeah. I mean, you can use any candlestick you want. They're just the ones that I prefer. I think they track momentum better than other ones. And also, they're like the ones I'm comfortable with. I thought they had a fancy name when I first started using them, and that's why I started using them. And then, like, over time, I found that, like, after trying to use other ones, that I prefer them. And I don't know if that's just bias or, like, they're actually better. But for me, they're better. I have a higher success rate with them statistically than I do with other types of candlesticks. Totally unwind the shortage. Yeah, probably. I could see the government having to help or step in to help unwind the short positions. Uh, I switched to these candles as well. Really nice ones. Oh, cool. Yeah, check them out. They're fun. Let me refresh the Ko-Fi because I always forget to do that. All right, nothing going on over there. It was looking good. Now we just need like that last little push to like break free, right? Otherwise, we're just gonna keep getting dragged back into 180, like we saw earlier today, twice, three times, three times. Yeah, so there is actually a lot of benefit to the government not stepping in. But the SEC might have to step in and handle things because of like possible illegal action, right? Like the SEC may have to come in anyway. And like I think that's a dissuasive factor because like no one likes the SEC. I don't trade currencies. I paper traded like forex for a while, and then I tried it with capital, but I just don't like trading currencies or futures. Like they're so like the risk is insane. Seasonal futures are cool. Um, there's some good videos on that you can look into because that's like it can be more stable, but um, they're super leveraged. If you want it's easy to figure out what dollar to break the U.S. financial system. Just find out the GDP of the U.S. and then like the total holdings of the U.S. and then divide that by the number of shares in GameStop, and that'll give you the price to collapse the financial system. Closing a daily high. I eat 100K per share for Jimmy. Will finance the system blows up. I don't know if it's 100K. It's probably more than that, but joke. I'm old. Sorry, Jason. I didn't get your Commodore's joke. I know who they are, but it's not like I haven't listened to them. Talking about getting your exit strategy in place this morning. If the government steps in, then that is an immediate exit for me. So you talking about you personally, like if the government steps in? If the government steps in, they could halt trading. You may not be able to exit. You might have to wait until they do whatever they're doing. What causes aftermarket big drops? People selling shares, and like there's no volume, right? So when you sell and buy an aftermarket, it's super volatile because there's like no volume on either side. Um, so you get a lot of moves in aftermarket, but they don't always mean that much. Maybe I don't know. There's been so like look at 2008. Like they didn't do a damn thing, right? And like whatever systems they did put in place in 2008 like were obviously ineffective. So like it doesn't mean they have to clean anything up. Like you're not going to fix like corruption and greed with a short squeeze. Those will still exist after the short squeeze. What's the critical stress point for GME price to break the financial system? I told you, find out the value of the financial system and then divide it by the number of shares in GME. Once, twice, three times, and I said, "Oh, lady, it's a song." Oh, I think I've heard that song. Uh, not for a long time, but I've heard it. DTCC 67 trillion insurance policy, 67 million shares at 1 million in price. Not everyone is sticking around until then. I find the Fed intervention unlikely. Yeah, they might not. There's reasons for them not to. I mean, I think the SEC has to come in and do something because I think there's like illegal shit going on and they're going to have to investigate that while the short squeeze unravels. But I don't think they're going to I don't think any of their actions are going to affect the short squeeze. Currently, at least I'm not of the opinion that they're going to manipulate it in any way. I don't think that would be in their interest. Um Also, there's like less than 67 million shares, apparently. Apparently, there's uh 20 29.7 million or 30.2, sorry, 30.2 million.
from what I've heard from the 14K. I didn't do the math on it, but I can. That's what a lot of people are saying. The current float for GME is. I think it's lower than 50. I know the float is just under 30. But yeah, but they just released 3.5 million shares. So like the current consensus is that the float is 26.7. And then if you add 3.5 million to that, that's 30.2. 30.2 million shares of GameStop. Um, which would be like 2 million a share and change if the DTCC is 67 trillion. That would wipe out the DTCC, but like, and then I guess the Fed would start having to print money if the DTCC went down. I think actually, so I think Warden covered this on his stream, and I've actually been looking for the clip because I think they don't have to cover, they only have to cover like 98% of the float. Or somebody sent him some math, and I wanted to look into it more, but like, I think to cover their positions, they'd have to buy like 30 million shares. But I don't want to say that's true because I want to look back and make sure the math is correct. But there's some logic to it. Like they wouldn't have to buy because like they can buy and sell them to each other once they get enough of them. And like, so I think like there's a possibility that they have to buy to cover all short positions. There's a possibility they have to buy 98% of the float. But I have to look into that. So that's not like guaranteed information. USA MO money supply. Thank you, Patty. Yeah, we're probably gonna just close flat. Have you discussed your thoughts on hyperinflation? A little bit. I have a DD on it where I think like it may not be correct, but there's like it's a theoretical idea of like a tool that may be being used to create synthetic shares. I'm just trying to figure out how they can create so many synthetics. 98% of the float or 98% of retail holds. They shorted more than the float. Yeah, they shorted more than the float, but like buying back 98% of it. I don't know. I have to go look into the math, but like this guy had like I guess sent Warden like a logarithmic equation that showed that like if they buy back 98% of the float, they can potentially cover all synthetic shorts, like up to like, so even if it's like 900% short, they only need to buy back 98% of the float to cover it. I know that doesn't make sense logically, like the way like you think about it, but like there could be some truth to it. And I did want to find like the clip and do the actual math myself, but I haven't had time to go dig through like Warden's old streams, and I don't remember what date it was on. But it did intrigue me at the time, but I was kind of like just like laying in bed and watching my cell phone. I was like want to do anything about it. How much percent does DFE have then? Less than one. Does he have 1% of the float? The float's 30 million. He doesn't have 1%. Is it because A lends to B, who lends to C, and only C has to buy back because yeah, it has something to do with that Palladir 7. Um, but I have to. I wouldn't. I don't want to say it's true, and like, but it looked to be correct when I saw it. But I have to look into it more. Yeah, he owns less than 1%. Uh, Again, we're signing off soon. Power hour is almost over. Looks like we're going to trade sideways into the end of the day and close somewhere between like 178 and 180. I don't think anything else is going to happen in the next 2 minutes. Might see some price action after hours. I'll cover that in the Reddit post first thing in the morning at like, I usually get around to starting it at around 8:30. Thank you all so much for tuning in. It's been pretty awesome. Feel free to like, subscribe, or if you want to support the channel, you can donate below. But all of those actions and just your kind words are support enough for me. Thank you all for checking it out and hanging with me all day while we watch our stock. Get some sleep time. I'm gonna try to use a cure. I'm actually gonna just try to sleep. I need to. I know I've been getting progressively more and more tired every day I do this. Thank you, Garrett. I'm gonna hang out till the bell. Don't worry, I'm not leaving yet. That was a tease. Yeah, I'll see you guys all tomorrow. Definitely. And if you guys want like my aftermarket wrap up, which I'm pretty sure you all know already, but it'll be on the Reddit post. Thank you, Marcus. I didn't hear no bell. Not yet. Although I do want to get like a little bell sound. Should get a hat that says Tendies. I want one. In the same like awful font too. I just want it to be like just say like Tendies. Exact same hat, but Tendies. Yeah, you're welcome, guys. Have a great night. Everybody sleep well. There will be no, even if it just so everyone knows, so I don't get 1,000 messages again. If it gaps up in after hours, that doesn't mean it's squeezing. Ooh, up. Hold on, I want to watch this because we have. Nope, it's over. All right, so we're slightly up for the day. Awesome. That looks good to me. Let's see the questions. I'm gonna say we closed up. Yeah, so we're good. We might try to break that resistance right after ours. All right. Later, guys. I'll see you all tomorrow morning. Have a great night. Bye, everybody.